chains to all this town, the kings without a crown, roaming through this town, but never slowing down. Feel the soul, feel the breeze, oh yeah. No chains to all this town, the kings without a crown, roaming through this town, but never slowing down. Feel the soul, feel the breeze, oh yeah. No chains to all this town, the kings without a crown, roaming through this town, but never slowing down. unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Do you mind we were forced to be alone? Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky door. I don't just win, I live my mark into the storm.
하나생명 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is time for day number 2 of our final week of the regular season, and we are starting with an absolute giga banger. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf. I'm going to be here all week because I just refuse to not be on every single game in the remaining week of the LCK. I've locked Valdez at home in a room somewhere, and I'm sure he's being delivered food at regular intervals. I'm pretty sure that's happening.
I'm going to be here for the rest of the week except tomorrow. So
there you go.
Enjoy Ox tomorrow.
Okay.
You guys can have
so you let Ox out?
Yeah, I let him out.
Right.
He, you know, we had a.
You're a kinder man than I will.
We had a bit of a tiramisu exchange kind of thing going on. So.
Oh yeah, fair enough. He's living off tiramisu.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you can get that at a large value at certain outlets. Okay, let's have a look at the standings here of the Legend Group. Wow, we really went off topic early. All right. Legend Group is already pretty locked in for a team called Gen G. Outside of that, we have some room to move around. D+ Kia requiring an extra victory in order to take that spot over KT. KT, right now, the play-ins are looming. And do you know who is there? The most terrifying team in the LCK. No, it's not DNS, who are just eliminated already.
Hanjin Brion?
It is Hanjin Brion.
Yeah.
And so KT probably desperate to see DK lose here today.
For Gen G, though, they do have stakes in this match because if D+ are able to defeat Hanwha Life, not only do they get that spot in the playoffs, they also will be able to secure first place. Gen G will off of that loss for HLE. So a loss eliminates them from getting second place. So that's this is a fancier way of saying that, but if they lose today, they can't get top 2.
Exactly, and top 2 is very important because you skip a best of 5, and that feels absolutely fantastic with the tiered system that we have in the playoffs. It's very, very important. But back on the starting lineup, we are no longer bluffing. This is for real now, as we are delighted to welcome back the man in the bottom lane. A little bit weird that they went for so many switch-ups with bluffing over the last few weeks, but I think it is good to see Delight back and the main HLE roster reformed.
Yeah, it's a really tough match against D+ here and a very important one, so I think absolutely you want to be bringing your full roster here. Now, this will also be Zeus if he can get 14 kills today, the third top laner to reach 1,500, and this is, of course, not that unlikely in this meta. You know, if we were casting this a month ago, it would have been like, well, 14 in a best of 3, that's a lot for a top laner. But with the Kled, the Olaf, and everything else that we're running up there, the Vayne that we see, it's certainly a strong possibility that could actually happen today.
Yeah, it is. I mean, yesterday made me feel like, wow, 14, that's impossible because we had like 1 kill per 10 minutes in one of those series. But you saw Korea and Delight there having a little bit of a giggle with each other. I swear Delight is best friends with everyone in the LCK. It is actually kind of ridiculous. He does that when they're facing off against Carrier as well. They're always having this little funny exchange. He must just be really great to hang out with. So pretty cool to see some camaraderie even across the rift. As D+ Kia desperate to get out of this.
I just like to think Delight just... He does a little mind game every time. He's like, we're all going bot at 15 seconds in.
Yeah.
Career's like, what? And he just doesn't elaborate. He just walks in. 5 bots is 15. He's like,
let's
what?
fight over that second brush.
Yeah.
I'll see you there, buddy.
This is a really important matchup, right, for D+, because they're riding an insane amount of momentum. No one thought that getting second place would be a possibility for this team in this group of legends when they secured their spot, which was, again, a pretty narrow secure, with Bro unable to win those matches despite being on such top form at the end of round 2. They went on to do great things at EWC. They've had their ups and downs here in rounds 3 and 4, but they're definitely on the high note right now. Whereas here for HLE, I think there's still some problems that are being solved. I think this team is absolutely still one of our best teams, if not the best. But we don't know which version of HLE's form we're going to get on the day. That seems a little bit inconsistent. I think some of the drafting issues we had for D+ have been solved. Yeah, it's a great meta for Shiu. Really likes to play those aggressive top laners and learns new matchups really fast.
Yeah, that's the kind of terrifying thing about this guy. He brings out the Kled, and it looks ridiculous in a positive way. And we saw the Kled even yesterday not necessarily find the same level of success in the same matchup. So it just shows the champion mastery is still extraordinarily important. I think a lot of us do take it for granted and think that, like, the draft is largely a chess-based system. I know here in the LCK we have fallen prey to that in the past, but that's because our teams are so good. It can lull us into that sense of security that doesn't really exist. You need to be incredibly good at these champions to make them even look a little bit like a counterpick.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's been mentioned many times by Ox, but it's something that's true that Kled has just not really been that meta in our region when it has been meta elsewhere. We've seen it in Latin America, played in mid for a long time. We saw it in the top lane with players like Broken Blade in the LEC, played occasionally in the LPL. But when we had our first Kled game, it was like, oh, it's been 3 years since we've seen this, you know?
Yeah.
And we just, as a result, our players, the LCK has always been a region where you master. You iterate later, you master first, and because Kled was never in the meta, it's a waste of time, you know, to master that champion for a lot of players. And then, you know, iterating and tweaking draft and stuff like that and finding those counter picks is something that only suddenly shows up, and then you see a lot of people trying to emulate it and then just not having the mastery. And I think, unfortunately for Perfect, he was one of the Kleds we saw in their last few games that just didn't have the same oomph into the Olaf. He was playing against some really good players in Zeus and Keen, but I think that this matchup today is not about one specific lane. I think it's about a playstyle difference between these two teams. You know, D+ have been so good at vision control. They're playing the more slow style right now, but they like to play pick, and they play for basically, I have vision, I see you're making a mistake, I'm going to punish. A punish-based style, whereas How Life Esports style is all about the tempo. They're the ones who start the fights. They're the ones who are forcing that fight around vision. You know, D+ are trying to put that ward in. They're like, we'll take a whole team fight over that ward on that brush.
Oh, yes, they will.
He's going to go in. And, you know, if you can slow D+ down on their warding, their vision game, Guma's pushing bottom lane. He's getting plates. You know, he's pushing mid lane. He's getting plates. So the 4 and the 1 for HLE has been, I think, frankly, just the best out of any team in the LCK thus far. And when they are on form, it is just so tough to beat.
They are such a form team. You're exactly right. I think that on their best day, no one beats HLE. Like, not even at all. The caliber of talent on this squad is just incomparable. And I think when you saw this team on paper at the beginning of the year, you're like, well, just give them the trophy. But that has to all come together, and we've seen that on some days it does not. Let's see whether today is going to be a day where it is going to work out, and we are on the eve of the playoffs. This is the time where you do want to make sure you're putting your best foot forward, even if they are already locked in for our top 2 position, or very, very close to it anyway.
Locked in the playoffs and locked in the Worlds is a big win, but you're looking for more than that. You're looking for going into Worlds as the first seed, lifting a trophy, another one. On top of the MSI one they have already gained. But let's jump into the draft as we see a lot of targeting here on Showmaker. Both the Cassiopeia and the Orion will be taken away. No Bard for Delight.
Yeah, not going to be throwing down that gambit that we have seen for a lot of other best of threes, which is just leaving both of the mid laners open. Instead, they're going to be banning them both away. The Vi going to be removed from Lucid. Definitely understandable, as it was sort of his signature pick coming out of Challenger.
Jarvan.
He's just going to slam the Jarvan, though, immediately.
As he yawns about it. And I think this is a good choice. Camille's going to get locked up here with possibly a Kiana for Kanavi. It almost looked like they were about to just also slam double lock those picks.
That would have been weird.
But we see this as a common response to the Jarvan. It has never won.
Yeah.
The LCK still. Even Charvel couldn't do it yesterday.
It looks like, based on the stats, that Jarvan is like the clear counterpick to the Qiyana. And Kanavi is going to respect that. He's going to lock in the Lee Sin here. Lee Sin and Camille already a lot of early game power in these skirmishes. You mentioned that is how HLE likes to play the game, and it's good to see they're playing towards it now.
Yeah. I could have considered a Ryze pick, but with the Lee Sin here, I think it's really risky. Instead, it looks like they're going to go for the Yunara Lulu. And this means that they can protect it. They can take away Guma's Lucian. If he goes for Lucian here, he won't get the Milio, and that will really weaken the lane. So we're going to have to see something completely different on the bottom side here for HLE. Zeka hovering a potential Twisted Fate. Now, Twisted Fate Camille, Twisted Fate Lee Sin, the synergy they already have pre-built into this is pretty insane.
Oh, a Lock would also be a lot of fun. Lock and the Camille we've seen have pretty devastating results, but instead, the Ryze will be the lock-in. You can now protect that pick. As you can see, D+ do want to lock in some solo lanes, so banning away things like the Anivia that the Ryze doesn't necessarily like could be an option. But just taking away Showmaker champions also just sounds like a good idea to me. A little bit of an opposite theme, though, from what it looks like on the outset. With the Camille towards the bottom side of the map, I feel like the Yunara Lulu have a lot of extra power.
I agree. Syndra going to be taken away. You got to make sure with this Honor Life Esports draft that you can get a winning lane somewhere. And I think the mid lane with this Lee Sin setup and the roaming Camille is definitely going to be your main bet. You know, your goal to get that Ryze to be able to roam around the map, play through his Realm Warp. So if something like a Syndra came through and Showmaker had that early prio, that'd be a big problem. They also got already the Orianna and the Cassiopeia gone. So this Ryze pick in the draft of HLE actually feels really powerful.
Yeah. And the other thing that we need to take note of is the fact that this is now 26.16, and that means the Camille can be in the top lane. So this is a flex pick for Zeus. They could have just locked in their own champions right down the line here for HLE. So we're assuming that this Camille could be in the bottom lane, but it doesn't necessarily need to be.
That's why I mentioned the Lucian Milio, right? I think Lucian probably still should be banned here for D+ Kia.
I think it's a smart idea.
It's a matchup where I think Guma and Delight can take over that bottom lane, and you think if you don't ban it and they do make that swap, you really are going to be thinking you're walking to a comfortable lane and headed into a comfortable mid game, and it's just not necessarily going to be the case. Guma's one of the best Lucians we have here at the LCK.
Yeah,
some discussion about it.
Yeah, you need to make sure that whatever you're picking for the top lane is going to be better than a Camille. That's what you need to make sure that you're doing. But they will be giving away whether it is a Lucian or Amelia immediately. And so let's see what Gumayusi is going to be locking away here.
Yeah, they banned the Karma, so they're considering that flex, but not for the same reasons we thought.
Yep.
More worried about a Caitlyn Karma, I suppose. Or maybe even a Jhin Karma, honestly, in this draft would go pretty hard if you have that Camille topside. And you already have the lockdown for the Yunara with this Camille either way.
Okay.
Looks like it's just going to be Ziggs Camille here, but they'll be able to hold that flex.
So it is going to be locked in. We did see yesterday that Ziggs didn't exactly have the greatest of times. That was piloted by Ruler. I think I probably put Guma a tier above as far as Ziggs play is concerned, but I still don't like this draft. I'm not going to lie to you. I felt like the Ziggs was just kind of pathetic on this patch with the fact that Yunara does have a little bit of extra MR and things like this. Like, this composition will not have the sustained damage to be able to take down something like an Olaf that's going to be running towards them, and Shiu is going to lock that one away.
All right, so the only pick I think that could salvage this draft for me, and I know it sounds crazy, is Leona. If you send the Camille top, you go Ziggs Leona. Now you have so much lockdown. You should be able to kill, smash, no matter what. Even if there's an Olaf there, even if there's a Jarvan there, you just have too many ways to kill that Yunara.
Or slam the Nautilus. Similar idea, right? You just have targeted CC.
Yeah, that's another one.
Something flexing the Camille somewhere else sounds like a decent idea, although I wouldn't want to be Camille in that top lane against an Olaf. Yeah, you're going to throw down the Hextech ultimatum. You can't go anywhere, Olaf, and then he murders you.
I like this.
Doesn't sound like a lot of fun.
You're going to be able to match the Ryze in sides.
I hear that Showmaker is pretty good at Twisted Fate.
He's also very good at it. Sets up for Jarvan really well. So, eyes on Zeus here. Is he playing Camille? Or is he have another counterpick? He's playing Kled. Is he playing the Jax? The Jax goes pretty hard here, to be honest. But looks like he wants to play Camille.
Or Shen. But no, the Alistar will be locked in.
This
That's
one
going to confirm the Camille to the top lane.
This one doesn't hit for me, you know, Atlas. I mean, I know you have a somewhat, if you're running the Camille top, you have somewhat of a front line and her engage, but she's pretty squishy otherwise. You know, she needs to be followed up on instantly, and they have the Ziggs ultimate for that. They have the Lee Sin who can follow up easily. The Ryze gets in there. But the Alistar here, in what it sacrifices in lane, really hurts, I think, your power to get out and around on the map and find a pressure point, because Olaf is so difficult to actually snowball against when there's a Twisted Fate that can match those rotations.
Yeah, and Olaf also just straight up doesn't care about an Alistar at all, right? You ignore all the CC and you have true damage. So it's just really hard for the Alistar to play the game if the Olaf does get ahead. I think so much of this is going to be resting on Zeus and how well he plays out that top lane.
And it's a HLE draft where you trust every single player on these picks. It's how they come together that makes you worried, that makes you feel like we might not be able to line
I know
up.
her.
I know her too. Day off,
Wait.
She's getting the beer.
I was going to say, why is Hedgie sculling? I'm sure it's written down. There we go.
It says we made legends, so we made the legends.
Aha, there we go. Well,
it's Coco's wife as well.
Well, there we go. Hope they enjoyed the series. This one is a bit of a banger, so you could imagine that getting some pregame in makes a bit of sense. But having a look at these drafts, I feel like D+ feeling very, very comfortable, but sometimes, man, you can say that D+ looking really good in the draft, and then things all just go to hell when you get onto the Rift, and HLE are not to be underestimated. Let's get in here. Game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of this best of 3 between HLE and D+ here. D+ looking to try and keep their hopes alive for top 2. And they need a victory here because HLE are the other team vying for that position. Gen G are already confirmed in top 2. Not confirmed first place just yet, but they will get it if D+ manage to win this game right now. HLE are the only other team that are actually capable of pushing them away from that.
Yeah, so yeah, we can acknowledge the Alistar in the room here. This is a pretty tough level 1.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's really tough for Ziggs as well. We're going to see an early exhaust. Zeus went Ignite, so he just can't compete.
Yeah, he is going to light Shio on fire now, though. There's the Flash, get out of the undertow. This could be first blood, but Flash is still available for Shio. And Zeus, gets
level 2
thing, and there's the flash forward. Level 2 is picked up, and does he actually have it? Yes, he does. Shio locks down the solo bolo before 2 minutes.
Well, he gets level 2, goes back to the wave, and he's still got his flash.
The flash advantage, man, was such
Both
a
of those
big deal.
players were, you could tell, extremely confident in their decision, you know?
Yeah.
Zeus is like, exhaust is worn off. I've got the Ignite pressure. I'm going to re-engage. Shio knows he's got level 2 coming.
Okay, never mind. There's a cannon. He's going to be okay.
Yeah, he doesn't have the teleport, as you mentioned, but won't be able to get a lot of this because there's a cannon wave. And Shio also doesn't have TP, so...
But look at the lead, man.
Yeah,
he is going Zeus is going to be able to even that out. It should be about 400 or something like that by the time Shio gets back to lane. But this is still pretty devastating. Let's have a look at it from Shio's perspective.
Yeah, Shio's perspective. Exhaust first. And notice as this exhaust wears off, that's when Zeus decides to go back in. Gets the sweep actually in the sweet spot. Flashes the undertow here. And then... Hey, gotta get that XP. Look at that 1 minion. Look at the minion.
Got that 5 gold as well, baby. You love to see that.
No way out. Oh. You can see how close he was too. And he apologizes, but I mean, I think he had a pretty good read on the re-engage timing, and the sweet spot there was great.
I think the last Hextech sweep was not necessarily positioned the best, but I think it was already pretty much over.
Yeah.
So like we were saying, 400 gold going to be the difference here, but now you've got to roam up. Kanavi and Zeka looking to bail out their top laner. And let's see whether Shio can actually survive here. I think he has a pretty good idea of what's coming. Minion wave does turn up at exactly the right time, but I don't know whether he's surviving this one. Zeka tanking up the turret for a while, but that is going to be a confirmed return kill, and a whole bunch of these minions are now going to go missing.
Yeah, so some of these minions are going to go missing here in the mid lane as well. Zeka doesn't have TP, but...
Ooh, that was a gorgeous pulverize, but Korea didn't pick up turret aggro. The minion just got in the way. I think because of the satchel.
So close. So close.
He should have been dead.
Yeah, instead of being a first kill there on the bottom side of things. Satchel and Pulv employed.
I need to see the replay. I need to see whether
Let's
there's
see.
like a pesky little minion that gets in the way.
So there's no saving this here for Xiu. He is, I believe, going to hit level 4 in just a moment here. There it is. But, you know, he doesn't have his sums. He is going to lose a ton of minions, way more than we saw Zeus lose just moments before.
Yeah, this is pretty catastrophic.
And so it's a big turnaround. But there's a cost, obviously, in the mid lane. You can see the CS is now dead even between these two. But Zeus didn't have an item. He had a refillable only, so needed to back after that play to get his Sheen. And so it is going to be not as horrible as we thought, but it's still not great.
Yep, Zeka is looking for some angles here. Wildcards is going to soften him up momentarily, and Delight just shows up. Kanavi here as well, and they are just a kill squad roaming around the map. Kanavi going to be able to grab another one here. 2-0 on the Lee Sin.
Delight making big plays in this early game. This one going to give Kanavi a second kill.
Oh, there's going to be wall diving over here as he does grab that physical shield, feels pretty good, and isn't necessarily winning in a lot of these trades. Kanavi, though, he's back, and he's got a cow this time.
Predicting this, but he doesn't have TP, he doesn't have ult, so he's not going to be able to get here in time, I don't think. He's rushing over as fast as he can. This wave's taking a little while. Maybe Showmaker can't get here, but Kanavi's expecting this. Looking for the intercept.
Yeah, so Showmaker will be able to show up. Gold card should be locked here as well. But it looks like they're just going to deal with the wave, play some defense. I think makes a lot of sense.
They're going to let
Lucid now taking a dragon.
And Career's going to hold the wave in mid to try to deny some of the lost farm here. Showmaker doesn't get 6. If he gets 6, maybe he could have ulted back to the wave. We'll still lose some of that farm, but not as much with Career covering there, as this game is just constant aggression. As Guma is a Ziggs. He's not going to like this exchange.
Yeah, Smash is just going to run at him. Slurkle is going to miss, but he's still hitting these autos. The flash is available, and it's a solo from Smash. Man, that one felt a bit personal.
And the wave was in a horrible spot for Guma. You had to be really far up there. And obviously, when you know the Alistair is gone on the map, it's really easy to make a play like this. This is why mages are not doing that well right now, is a lot of the meta AD carries, your Lucian, your Yunara, your Caitlyn, could just run at the Ziggs and kill him. And there just really isn't any recourse for Guma in this situation. Thought he could find enough space there, but is flashed on and killed. As the reason why part of this Alistair isn't here is because he's making this play on the Showmaker. The initial one here, Showmaker is taken out. Then he goes to cover for top side, expecting they're going to make a follow-up play there, and he's right. Really good read here from D+. And then here, I mean, it's just, look at where the wave is. Guma is in a really awkward spot. He greets for the Q, and he has flash, so I think he thinks, okay, I can get that, maybe flash out, but hopeful thinking as Smash just flashes on him and has plenty of health to get away.
Yeah, able to get that triumph as well, so he's looking pretty healthy. So very nicely played, now moves to almost a 600 gold advantage, but Kanavi is very, very strong. Hits that level 6, and Lucid had actually already managed to do that as well. Did collect that Ocean Dragon, which is actually probably one of the better early dragons for this team to have. So you're going to be very happy about the extra sustain in the lane, as AS is actually ahead by just a little bit of gold, as all of the dust has settled. I think a lot to do with that huge wave that Xiu had to lose.
Good C's 16 CS down as a bit of an awkward gank here for Kanavi. He's on vision.
Yeah, great Slurkle there to slow down Delight. And Xiu is now looking for a potential dive angle. There is the Twisted Fate making his way over. Showmaker going to look for the gold card. Doesn't quite get it. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. No one picked up the turret aggro though. And Goomer's dead again in the bottom lane. It's answered by Zeus though. And Zeka's going to show up. That's going to be the kill from the Olaf. And now the Cow's going to come in and see whether he can make this one happen. And he is going to be able to do so. With Xiu surviving for way too long. But there was nowhere for him to go, so he was going to be taken down. No flash actually employed, and Zeka is going to be getting the answering kill. Everything is answered, Wolf, in this game. It's 4-4.
So much money, though, to this Yunara is the thing I'm most afraid of. So watch this, by the way. This is actually such a good read. They see Guma way too far up here, looks for the circle. Delight TPs to try salvage the topside play.
Oh, no.
But, like, Smash just instantly is like, something's up. They're like, you could tell by the way Guma's moving there, right, that they're communicating about something. I think Smash is just like, well, I'm going to look for a good trade. But Guma and Delight are on completely different pages, right? Because Delight's trying to salvage the top side play. We do see Showmaker look for this here. Realm Warp comes up to save. They're a bit too deep here. Zeus is a nice ultimate. But Xiu is able to just run him down. And then what happens next is even crazier because Delight shows up in that loss on the bottom side. And then Xiu's just like, I'm just going to get as much farm as possible here. Dodges the Q from Zeka, and he gets so much money actually before he goes down.
And it's going to be 2 grubs to 1. Kanavi being able to pick up one of them before Lucid did make his way over. Lucid's been pretty quiet, but you can see in that 20 CS margin that he's just been hitting the camps. 5 ahead at the moment as Kanavi has been looking for the champs over the camps. You know?
I like this lane swap that we have here too, where they leave the Olaf to deal with Guma because Guma isn't really, as a Ziggs here, going to be able to threaten the Olaf at all. And so Shiu is just going to be like, all right, I'm done with all these dives up here. Let's turn this into a 2v1. First, they get the tempo advantage. They crash these waves in, and now they can fix the map a little bit here. D+ just a slight gold lead for them, but they want to start playing back around that bottom side with this Hextech Dragon coming up in about 90 seconds here. So you'll see that back from Shiu, and they'll swap back. So they got a nice little tempo from that. As you can see, Guma got no plates or anything like that during the interim because he was dead. They chose a great time to actually swap there. Really good macro play from D+.
Yeah, nicely played. They also get a gold lead for a few moments as Smash activates his cashback. It was actually very funny. The Kraken Slayer gets built, and then all of a sudden, 300 gold in the lead. Yeah. It's just, it's brilliant what you can do with the runes. As Zeka is going to be able to claim his Rod of Ages, starting to get that one stacked up here pre-10 minutes.
Neither of these top laners will have their role quest TP, so this dragon fight, if it is going to be a fight, will just be 4v4 at best. Guma going to TP back over to this wave right now. Gets his flash pretty soon here, but it's still not up for a moment. So we'll see if D+ with all this bottom side prio here want to try to go for Dragon. Meanwhile, Kanavi's coming over here first, wants to actually punish this push.
Yeah, Smash and Korea, you can see immediately getting out of there. Do not want to mess with that Lee Sin, who is very strong right now with his Eclipse now completed. Lucid still not with his first item just yet. I think we'll be able to collect it when he does go back home. And that is going to be the Sundered Sky now done. Kanavi looking for some cheeky Qs onto Korea, but he's not going to be able to find it. Korea able to protect that control ward for the moment. Showmaker not able to finish the Rod of Ages, a little bit unfortunately there. Just grabs the blasting one.
Yeah, it's going to hurt, but he's just a gold card at this point.
Yep.
And looking to start the Dragon first is Kanavi with the amount of control they have, but this is by no means secure, and Showmaker can kind of just leapfrog his way past the Rise here, so Zeka's prio means very little. Delight's on a pretty nice angle here, decides to let it go.
Yeah, just going to group up with the rest of his teammates. Slurkle goes down. This is looking like it's going to be a 50-50 as the Hextech Dragon is going to turn it to face Lucid now. The Lightning looked pretty frustrating here for HLE as that was a weird trading places, and the Wild Growth is just gorgeous. Gumayushi going to get himself out of the way, though, and Smash is isolated. That's going to be Kanavi locking down the Drake as Lucid gets on top of Delight. He's level 6, but he's down so low, and Kanavi is the target here for D+. He goes back in, though, and that is Yunara picking up another one. Somehow, Smash gets that kill, and that's a bit scary for HLE.
Smash had his Kraken Slayer, so D+ wanted to force the later fight, and Guma is also in trouble here.
Oh, dear. He doesn't have a lot of blue stuff.
Full flash.
Yeah, so he's just going to be able to use that satchel to get himself out. I was worried that he wouldn't have enough mana for it, but did manage to do so.
Just barely.
Lost Chapter is able to get that one.
So watch this fight. Again, like you said, it's basically a 50-50, but the question is what happens next, right? As Lucid goes in for the Wild Growth setup on a Kanavi, and Guma's able to get away here. This is massive for Guma surviving, right? But it's also massive for D+, because now your main DPS, your Ziggs here in this fight is out of it. Zeka gets pushed on. He's the secondary form of damage, and Kanavi's left alone. And Smash just does so much damage because he could do more consistent damage than anyone on the Rift right now, but minus maybe an Olaf on top of somebody because he's got Kraken Slayer. Yeah. He picks up a 3rd kill of the game. He's 1,600 gold ahead, has his role quest completed, and that is just going to further his lead since it's going to take Guma a little bit longer to get that one completed. So big win here on the fight for D+. Losing one Dragon, significant, of course, because there's an Infernal Soul, which is very relevant in this game. But I think this Yunara is starting to look almost too big to fail.
Yeah, that's the scary part. D+ have this composition that was so reliant on the Yunara getting big as well. You really have to look at these leads in context, right? And when D+ have a comp like this that's got a Twisted Fate that's largely utility, Shiu's just going to be throwing himself at the enemy. It's Smash that's going to be relied upon to win this game. And right now, set up for success, I think, is the right way to describe it. 1,000 gold in the lead, though. It's not the end of the world for HLE. We've seen them come back from worse. The issue is just the way these drafts function might be tough for them to make it happen.
It's not impossible. They've got a lot of good CC here as Zeus is going to like this trade initially.
Oh, that hook shot is just going to deny everything from Shiu here as he throws down the Exhaust and the Ragnarok and gets nothing for his trouble.
Puma's had some great satchels, despite what's otherwise been a pretty tough game for him.
Whoa, the flash in here from Zeus. Ashiu does get his shield back, and he's just dead. Zeus just too good on this Camille.
It's basically part 2 of that initial fight we had in the early game where he waits out the exhaust, goes back to turret, Delight plays bodyguard, and then he comes back up. This time he's the victor, though. This time he's able to get the kill onto Shiu in relatively simple fashion there. Shiu didn't have his friends, you know, Lucid was in the area, Kabir was in the area, but not able to actually make that impactful play to turn that one around quickly enough. So he waits it out, he judges the situation. So you can watch it again here. This is post-exhaust, right? So Shiu doesn't have that anymore. So Zeus, who has Ignite and Flash, is like, all right, I've got this engage angle. Flashes for the hook shot, puts him in Hextech ultimatum, and Shiu doesn't have a way to mitigate the damage without his exhaust. Delight isn't even necessary here. He was just there to make sure the Lulu and the Jarvan don't look for a dive.
Yeah, and he'd have that headbutt to get that disengage as well, so making sure that it is an even 1v1. And this Camille is a late game win condition as well.
Yeah.
So maybe this is what HLE can do. They can lean on Zeka and Zeus to make this one happen, and maybe Smash's advantage can be mitigated that way. I do think a Yunara is still just a very scary prospect.
Here's a
as we get to
question.
the late game.
Because, like, we've had so many games like this, it's often warped by the Olaf in the top lane, where you have one team get ahead top side, whether that's on the Olaf or the counter pick to the Olaf on a Jax, for example, and then the bottom side wins, right? And the Yunara in this case. Would you rather have a weak Ziggs and a fed Camille, or a fed Yunara and a weak Olaf? Because Olaf's still going to press R and run at people. I'd rather be the Olaf side of this myself.
Well, Delight right now is going to be put into the paddock. There's a wild growth onto Lucer to keep him alive. The Hextech minefield goes down. Mega Inferno Bomb is kind of massive here, though, and there's the kickback onto Lucid. He flashes out of the way and will escape. And now Smash trying to kite this one out. Shiu, though, a great angle. A lot of these cooldowns now missing. Holding on to the Ragnarok, though, and the flash as Shiu is now looking to escape. Rest of HLE, though, are chasing after him. And this might be a difficult one. Looking to now turn it on to someone, but it's not going to work.
No idea what he thought was going to happen there. I guess he just thought he was dead. Maybe try for it for the all-in there, but flashes for it and just kind of gets embarrassed on the attempt. Might have just wanted to keep that flash. Either way, it does not work, and this is Herald control completely at HLE. It's Zeka getting a ton of plate gold and possibly even just grabbing that whole first turret. As this initial fight is just D plus a little bit too split on the engage. Like, Smash is putting a ton of damage in, but that's an Alistar with ult, and then they commit the Cataclysm here, which is quite puzzling because I guess they wanted to set up this wild growth here, but Lucid just doesn't have, I mean, there's not enough of a front line here for Smash to really hit that back line, and then Zeka's here. Showmaker does not come to this fight.
Yeah.
And so as a result, you're just slowly losing out, and then Shiu, I mean, I think he's dead 1,000% here, but this flash was, I wouldn't recommend.
He just wanted to kill Kanavi, and unfortunately, he just died.
If he was able to, then they could have denied the Herald, but, you know, as we know, and I think everyone except Shiu in that one moment knew that he wasn't going to be able to do so, but he saw the angle.
All right, teleport to bring Showmaker towards this fight. They do not want to give up this Drake, as Lucid now in a little bit of trouble. Delight gets on top of him. Unbreakable Will back up and available once again, and Zeus gets in here. Very, very scary, but the Undertow is going to connect. There's a great knock-up from the Jarvan as he gets kicked away. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't actually do the damage. Pulverize is gigantic, but into the backline goes Shiu, and he's finding so much damage with these axes. The Dragon is also going nuts, but it's Smash that's the biggest problem. The triple for the Yunara, and they'll grab themselves the Drake as well.
This goes back to that problem that I was just asking about before. Would you rather have the Fed Camille or the Fed Yunara? You know, weak Olaf or weak Ziggs. In a team fight like this, even if Ziggs was even, it's not going to have the same impact as a Yunara with the setup we have here. They go on to Lucid here initially, and there's even this additional front line basically of a Dragon here working against HLE as they try to use the Herald for combat. Zeus gets chunked down, has to retreat. The wild growth for the defense here is amazing. And yes, Delight gets a huge knockup, but the fight is already lost. This Olaf, doesn't matter how far behind he is, he's going to take so much damage while the Yunara rips the rest of HLE to shreds. And Kanavi can do nothing but look on as D+ get their second Dragon of the game.
Well, there's the gate to get Showmaker out of here. Did manage to take down that turret, and then Zeus shows up. He's pretty scary.
Look at the items for Smash now.
Yeah, he's going to have Lord Doms very, very soon.
He's got Glutinous Greaves. He has upgraded Runins on this patch.
Yeah.
Very scary.
I would say that this could become problematic. The issue is in these team fights, if HLE are actually going to take, like, honest 5v5s, you have to kill the Olaf. Like, you have no choice. You just have to. Otherwise, he is just going to run at you. He is unmitigatable, and he will just take you down. So they need to waste DPS on him. And that means that Smash just gets to free fire.
And if I think there's an alternate way to win fights, but it's a lot trickier. You have to flank Azaeus. You have to be able to get some vision control. You have to preset that up before the objective itself, the fight itself, because if you don't, then you'll just get caught on the flank. And Showmaker will ult on you and gold card you, and then you'll die. So it's really hard to flank as Camille in this game. But if they could set up a flank with him, and Guma drops the bomb onto Smash, even if you get Smash down to like 1/3 health, that's probably enough, even if you don't kill him. But if you just take a fight straight up where Smash is full health and an Olaf's running at you, and your setup is that weak, D+ just laugh and roll you. And that's what we just saw in that last Dragon fight. It was a really nice wild growth timing there from Career as well on the save of Lucid. Like, I don't want to take anything away from the rest of the fight, but still a bit of a rickety setup for HLE.
Speaking of rickety, that was a little bit weird with Kanavi and Shu just facing off against one another without actually seeing. DK now just clearing out vision where they can. The Baron going to be up in half a minute. Zeus back down towards his bottom side. That's 2 items finally done here for Showmaker, whose Lich Bane is now put together. Zeka is pretty large. Has had those 2 items done for quite some time. Just looking to actualize, which should be coming up relatively soon. Goes back, Lost Chapter is now in. And so slowly but surely building towards that big 3-item spike for the Rise.
Yeah,
will be doing a lot of damage. Him and Zeus have a lot on their shoulders here in this game.
Zeka is the... Okay, Lucid, you're real far up. Really far up. He's going to be okay. I thought he was about to get satcheled potentially, or Insect, but he does have his flash. So once the Rise has 3 items, like you said, will be a real DPS threat. And so when, for example, Guma and Zeus go in, even if you only get them chunked down to half with the combo, you follow up with, you press Actualizer, and you're basically Yunara as well in that fight.
Yep.
For a brief period of time. So if that's timed well, if they can coordinate it well, this game is definitely still very winnable here for HLE. It's a small goal lead here for D+ overall. It's just this Yunara. How do you solve the Yunara problem? And like you said, for that, sometimes, depending on the setup, how do you solve the Olaf problem?
Well, this is the thing, and I think just making it an unfair fight is what HLE want to do, and they are so good at it, right? Like, that's what this team is capable of. This composition, also very capable of it. I think that Kanavi certainly has potential there to find that angle. But right now, good defensive play from D+ Kia. 1 minute left on the Dragon.
You know, his gold lead is gold deficit is so small because he is a Twisted Fate. He's been given so much time to free farm. He's been, okay, Shu.
Yeah, he is going to throw down the ulti. And with a minute left on the Dragon,
gotta wait that out before he blast
deal.
cones. Funny thing, if you try to use that while you have Ragnarok,
yes.
it doesn't work. But Showmakers gave so much time, well, I was going to say, before they all-in onto the Olaf there, to get a bunch of farm. And he's actually going to take a level lead over his opposition when that later rod he picked up completes. He is a real threat in this game as well. And he's just been catching waves and kind of doing a little bit of cleanup on the map while they just win every single team fight. Because he has TP and ult available, even though he's not here to fight for prio, he will be here in 30 seconds time, and D+ are going to look for that same front-to-back fight with this Olaf. The Olaf ult was used, but it's on a low cooldown. He's got the item that gives you that reduced cooldown there as well. Was it, why am I, Hexplate?
Yeah.
He's got Hexplate.
I was like, wait, hang on, what is he talking about again?
Yeah, Hexplate. He has Hexplate. I don't know why I couldn't remember that for a second, but he has that, so he's going to have the ultimate here in 8 seconds, so D+ not only actually are going to come over here and compete for prio, they just get it for free. Like, HLE just concede the point. They're going to push with Zeus in the top lane instead, but this will be sole point here. Now, HLE could try to do something fancy and try to trade for Baron, for example, but they're running out of time.
And they're also running into the Dragon, so it looks like they are looking for a fight. Yeah, that is a deep flank from Zeus. Smash now trying to move into position as Shu does land the undertow onto Kanavi. There is the Realm Warp. The Drake is going to be secured, and Smash is taken down. And now it's Lucid trying to put them in the cage and then get himself out of there. Does get the Blast Cone to safety, and if they only lose Smash, this is kind of ridiculous from D+. Into the Rune Prison goes Showmaker. I don't think he's surviving this one, as he doesn't have the Destiny Gate, but he's still just going to waste as much time as he possibly can.
That's Baron, by the way. You know, they're doing Baron, and Showmaker is not going to be able to stop this well.
Yeah, Wild Growth doesn't quite work out there. Good sidesteps on the Qs as he does find the gold card, and Showmaker still dealing with the minions. There's the kill!
Crazy
That's
stuff. Now they're going to press Baron, actually.
All right, Shu moves over here.
And
have Ragnarok and Flash and the exhaust.
Guma no ult. He's cut off from this fight. This is a really tense one here for HLE.
This feels like a 50-50 to me, Wolf. It's a scary moment. Oh, the interruption on the headbutt, the steal on the Baron, and down goes the cow. And now the Viking is Kanavi's just gone ballistic. It's a double kill for Shiu and Zeka. Oh no, he is actual, but from the death chamber, unable to change the play.
I mean, Showmaker's just laughing as he watches his teammates get the contest. He gets the outplay bottom side, still dies, but does his job. And even though that situation I described, the dragon fight we had where they killed Smash, it's the exact scenario described, the flanking Camille. They run more up on top, and they're like, no, there are 5 people on top of this Yunara, and be damned, we will kill her.
Yeah.
They did, but they used everything, so D+ kind of were able to scatter and escape. The bigger part of this fight, like you said, it's crazy that D+ get away, because there isn't really anything. Watch this here for Smash. Like, what can Smash do? He's just chain CC'd to death. There's no outplay for him in this moment. It's a great flank from the
Lucid surviving
Camille.
is insanity.
Because if he doesn't survive here, it's much more difficult to go for that contest. And Showmaker gets this outplay here, but because they get the escape, because so much was used to kill the Yunara, they actually get that contest. They get that steal. They win the fight there.
Oh,
Showmaker's flash and everything in the face of the minions. He has no fear. So many cinders on the floor.
Yeah, he actually just commented him to death as well.
But it's a 4v3, but not really, because Guma's not here. And they've been taking damage from this Baron. And Kanavi does not get the secure, tries to go for the all-on Lucid, but they're just cut off, and it's Zeus who just runs away. Knowing he can't back it. Cheerleader Showmaker, after he makes the sick play bottom lane, they might have just won the game.
Oh god, yeah, Kanavi is just dead. Smash just runs at him, presses his R button, and down goes the Lee Sin, and now this turret is in a lot of trouble. Zeka is going to move up though, and remember, he is very scary with those 3 items now complete. But still, this is a lot of extra money over to D+.
Shiu has a gold lead now.
Yeah, and the biggest issue is that there's also this Infernal Soul that's going to be a massive problem that D+ should have full control over as soon as it spawns, based on this gold advantage and this Baron that they're able to use for all the extra the map pressure. As there's a Cataclysm on top of Zeka. I don't think he's actual. Never mind, he actually is. And gets out with a Realm Warp. That was sick. Mega Inferno Bomb as well, getting a bunch of work done for Gumayushi, who'll pick up his first kill of the game.
That's a big win to slow down the last parts of this Baron. So watching this again, Kanavi.
Just gets slurkled.
Yeah. He walked back towards them. I don't know if it would have made a difference either way, but I think it would be better to build distance. By the way, here, this is a great play with the Seraphs coming through. It's calculated here with the Realm Warp. No way to lock him down there after the initial salvo, so he just gets away. The Seraphs has the bomb for protection, and Deathcap almost done for Guma here. I still think this game is nigh unplayable for HLE given everything that's happened, but they kept all their inhibitors alive. They were able to defend the Baron. And
I mean,
all they need is one team fight.
Smash has more than an Infinity Edge in the lead. Like, it is absurd the amount of money that he's got.
It's crazy how big he is. He's also just getting bling control wards in his inventory as well, just to showcase how rich he is.
Oh, yeah.
And all they have to do is secure this dragon. And, you know, Zeus had the flank play last time. He was able to get the Camille into the backline. They had the Realm Warp on top of Smash. They had the Giga angle, right, that I was describing. Like, maybe there's one way you avoid the Olaf, but will they get that again? Not with no flank wards, not with no way for him to get that access this time around. Instead, maybe sandwiching Showmaker could be a play here.
We'll see whether that is what they're going to be able to look for.
He has no TP.
Yep, Zeka is just going to move out of the brush. Showmaker gets the bad news. And the Destiny is going to give him vision of where Zeus is. I don't know whether he's outplaying this one as even the wildcards go wide, and he is going to get taken out. So Zeus grabs that kill. 20 seconds on this Dragon. That's 30 seconds without Showmaker, and D+ may have to give this one up.
That's going to be a really tough fight without Showmaker because he doesn't have TP. He won't be able to join. Instead, just pushing with this Olaf and trying to delay the Dragon, I guess is going to be the game plan. So, I mean, it's a really long delay they're going to need.
Well, you can see the rest of HLE moving on over. The Sonic Wave does go wide.
So much damage from just one Slurkle.
Yeah, Smash is very scary. But Gumayushi's starting to do damage as well. Those 2 rods that he's picked up, does want to turn them into a hat.
On the flank.
Rotating around, gets on top of Zeus here. The exhaust goes down onto the Camille. Delight trying to feel as best he can as Guma gets engaged on the wild growth. Is fantastic from Smash, but he goes down! And Guma is going to be traded, but I think HLE are well and truly okay with that. They'll deny the Dragon as well, and D+ just trying to get what they can off the back end.
Shiu does have this blast cone to play through.
Yeah, he is going to join Kanavi as he looks to try and escape, but Kanavi has a bit of extra mobility than that of the Olaf, and so Shiu going to get shut down as well.
That pick on the Showmaker changed the course of this game so massively. It was such a good call from Zeus there. He sets it up with Zeka. Zeka hides on the brush because they're like, Showmaker doesn't have TP. if we can catch him here, we can get Dragon. They know the timing of this, and they know just trying to fight for mid-prior. Look at the mini-map. Like, trying to fight for all that, trying to get control over the Dragon in a natural way, not possible, not realistic. Killing Showmaker, that's an option. Now, Shio goes in here with the exhaust, but they can't actually link the play. Look at Smash. He's like, ooh, I don't like this. I got to play on the edge. He gets caught by Delight anyways, and even though the Wild Growth timing is good, he just gets burst down. He had to try to play through that Shio flank, and in order to win the fight, and I just don't think it was realistic there. Great punish from HLE. Shio gets realm warped on here on the attempted escape. If that Sonic Wave doesn't hit, it would have at least played a little bit more do-si-do here, but like you said, Kanavi just a little bit too quick on the chase.
Yep.
And now we're resetting to a more even game state here. Still a Fed Yunara, still a problem, and this time Showmaker probably won't be dead before the fight starts up, but HLE actually a chance to win this game now. Deathcap done for Guma.
Yeah, the thing that they need to watch out for is if Smash is actually able to complete a GA. I think GA is such an important item in this game for the Yunara, so that once they do get through him that first time, he has that extra life, and then they need that extra damage to make that one work, and the extra lockdown as well, as the Destiny is going to come on through here. Showmaker making sure that he's spotting out any sort of flanks that are coming in, and the Baron is what HLE were looking for.
Gio has TP, and Zeus was not matching. He was looking for a pick instead, so he might be able to get this turret here with Crystalline Overgrowth, see if he's brave enough to do it. They don't have really a whole lot of missing vision anywhere. I think he could have been happy to hit that, but he wants to look for a fight instead, Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus does have his GA up and available. Shio is in a little bit of trouble here. Strybreaker comes down, and there is the turn. Can they actually make this one happen? Mega Inferno Bomb does come down. The undertow is not going to quite work out here as Shio picking up cinders all over the place, and the stun, it comes down, and Zeus just uses that Guardian Angel to make sure he grabs the kill.
See if they can turn this into a Baron play here. Shio does have TP, so if they do it, it's going to have to be fast. And GA down is a big deal. Shio decided not to flash there. I thought maybe he was going to look for just the flash to get the GA before, and then try to run away before that actually went to the basically the dregs of that last moment there, but he still was able to get the GA without using it. The timing of this is very critical. They have a lot of damage with this Rise, but they're on a 30-second timer here, and already Lucid and crew are here. Smash with flash and ult available.
Yep, all of the buttons up, though, to isolate Smash and take him down, so it looks like D+ not going to try and contest this. Realm Warp to come in, though, and now Smash possibly going to get turned on. No, not going to get taken. And HLE playing this one safe. 10 seconds on the Olaf teleport in hand, and another chance at an Infernal Soul here in a minute and a half.
I mean, Infernal for D+ is so far away now because they're going to be fighting into this Baron Prio as a bit of a flank here from the Olaf.
All right, let's see whether this is going to work out as the minefield comes in. Kanavi has a bit of a flank idea as well as Smash gets headbutted back. He flashes out of the way, but he's still dead. Cataclysm comes through. Gumayushi is the one to pick up a double. At least Shiu is in here, and Guma goes down. It's a double for the Viking as well. But HLE have still got damage left. Zeka and Kanavi is still massive, and they'll be able to push through and take down some structures.
Yeah, I mean, this is 31.5 minutes into the game, and they got Baron buff. This is a very costly attempt here from D+. If not game losing, Career's going to have to flash. Buys a ton of space with a blast cone there. But what a disaster for D+. And I feel like only HLE, of all the teams we have in the LCK, could play this comp from behind and keep finding that Yunara. We had our questions about, oh man, you're playing Alistar with Ziggs. Look at how much you're going to lose that lane. They had 4,500 gold, the deficit on their Ziggs from the early lane phase, from those early fights. And yet, what does Delight do? He wins the game late. He keeps finding the angles, and that's where comfort comes into play, man. Look at this. Gets onto Smash again, pops him back, and just again saves the game. He's done it so many times. He just eats the laning phase for breakfast and says, it's okay, I don't have indigestion.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely fine. He can go swimming right after having a big meal, and he'll be absolutely okay. As, yeah, Zeus not exactly psyched about it because he didn't survive that fight, but I think still feeling fantastic. He said, Alistar, you are really good. Nicely done, Delight. Smash now has a GA, though. So this is where they're going to have to be even more creative, finding these angles to be able to take down Smash in these team fights.
I am amazed to see the comeback here and how clean HLE have played this from behind. It's felt like a foregone conclusion for so long, and now they're in full control over this Baron, or rather Dragon.
Yeah, Destiny does come on through. It looks like D+ are playing for the fight rather than anything else. Zeus looks to go in on top of Shiu. Holds on to the Ragnarok, at least for the moment, as now Kanavi looking for an angle, gets into the back line, manages to find Smash, who immediately goes down to that GA, and HLE, I think they've just done it, finding game number 1 after a huge deficit, and they'll be able to walk up the mid lane and take down the Nexus.
Showmaker looking to try to kite his way back here, but I don't think he'll ever be able to stop the onslaught of HLE. 5,000 gold up on the Yunara, 7-0, but they get him 4 times in the late game, and he ends the game with a loss at 7-4. HLE find and kill the Yunara. They dissect D+, and bring themselves to a 1-0 scoreline.
Must be soul-crushing here for D+ to be in such a phenomenal position and then just lose back-to-back-to-back fights. One thing I do want to say, though, is it's so good seeing Zeus back on the Camille. He has been so good at this champion in the past, and after this patch, it is now possible to play her in the top lane once again. And even though the early game didn't exactly go the best, late game Camille is just kind of insane. So beautifully played by the solo lanes, especially from HLE. Gumayusi did do a massive amount of damage, as you can see here, but was basically a nothing burger throughout most of this game.
I think you could put some of this game on Smash's positioning choices, but I think more of it's about Zeus, about Delight, these angles, Kanavi's final kick angle. All 3 of them found those big moments to bring the game back individually. They wrestled it away from the jaws of defeat.
Man, what an incredible game from HLE, being able to knuckle down, get to that late game, make sure that then Gumayusi is able to get that damage down and take out a D+ gear that were looking poised to take this first game. See whether they can bounce back as we look towards game number 2. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back to space, it's going to break that one down, and we'll have that second game. Stevie Max here looking very animated. We'll see whether he can get his boys back in form.
선수 3보자. 나 올라프 때리면서 시작할게. 올라프 때려봐. 올라프 반피. 천천히 가보자.
터페 먼거 같은데? 터페 옆다리다.
봐봐.
야 유나라 잡았어.
유나라 마무리야. 올라프.
유나라 마무리. 유나라.
나이스. 알리 너무 좋은데? 나이스. 잘했다. 근데 한타가 자꾸지네. 1렙을 어떻게 낸 거야? 잡은 줄 알았어. 너무 신냈다.
용때는 근데
다 아쉽게 지긴 했다, 한타가.
잘했다. 아무것도 안 하자.
1렙을 따는 건데.
우리 틴틴 우리은행.
Red Bull gives you wings. 쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
when I was a player. If I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
What a way to kick off this huge matchup here in the Legend Group. It is 1-0 Hanwha Life Esports after a big comeback against D+ Kia. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid as we break down that last one. A lot to go through, gentlemen, so let's get to it.
That one was hectic, a lot of back and forth. Really started from the early levels when we saw a pretty solid lead built up by this Yanara on the back of some solo kills on the bot lane.
Like, there was so many actions, so we had to like cut some of the clips, but I think the important thing all started from the bot side. I think Smash had a really good angle on finding kills on Ziggs, and I think that made Yunara early lead in the early game.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Again, you're giving resources to Guma to play on the weak side, but Smash was able to punish here with the sneaky play.
I think Smash did a really fantastic job of playing around vision pockets. You can see, again, here, sneaks into the brush. And we saw a lot of this game was based around HLE leaning towards the top side of the map, leaving the Ziggs on an island. But you see here, Delight goes to TP, doesn't expect Smash to come out the brush, and Guma Yushi ends up giving over a good amount of gold to the Yanara.
It was reactive play by Delight on the top side because like TF ulted on the top side, so it was kind of like it was accident, but at the same time I think Smash did a really good job.
Yeah, and you can see again the plan for Hanwha Life Esports was to try to get this Camille going, try to make action happen on the top side of the map, and D+ punish that, which then leads to a big lead that allows this Yunara to get accelerated here at the Drake.
So this is the first Drake, and Yunara already had the huge item power spike. I think the reason why you pick the AP bot is because you get the item power spike earlier than your enemy's classic AD carry. But here, because of what happened in the early game, I think this fight and then the fight after, Yunara just had the huge item power spike here.
And honestly, this one doesn't go too badly for Hanwha Life Esports. They end up actually securing the Dragon on the end of this one. And they do lose one person, but it's only one person. So it's not the end of the world in this situation. They kind of get away with it. But they go for this again. And as Wadid was saying, so often mages on that Luden spike are super strong. Kraken Slayer, a great spike for Smash. But now here, Kraken Slayer and Runans available. And this time they opt again once more into fighting into a really strong spike for Smash. And this time they don't get away so lightly.
I think this was the moment where Zeus finally got the angle on the top side matchup. So I felt like they could just drop some Drakes and then like play for the side lanes so you can snowball with the Camille. But I think both times, even though Yunara had the huge powerhouse, I think they just took the fight and it made it really hard for HLE.
Yeah, and this was despite Yunara getting knocked up. Delight followed up. There was no damage to follow up and punish Yunara, and it runs rampant, a triple kill here. And now, D+ Kia, they got the game in their hands. Yunara is online way earlier than what's expected here, Ox. It's an easy win, right?
I think into the composition that HLE has, they do have tools to get access to the Yunara in terms of like the Camille, in terms of the Alistar. But this should be a game that D+ had in control. And I think credit to HLE for finding these angles to make Smash unable to play the team fights. This flank here is so well done. They have the backup of Kanavi, but Delight goes in and just locks down Smash, doesn't let him play the game.
It was unbelievable play by Delight. I mean, it was really rough. I think finding the angle like these things, like it's just unbelievable. Once again, I think in the second fight, Kanavi had a really good angle as well with his kicks here. And again, chain CC with Alistar was on point. But the thing is though, I think both times career like huge misplayed. I think with his Lulu, he should be able to like use the ultimate to knock them up so they can't really combo, or use the polymorph to deny the kick from the Lee Sin. But I think both times it was really a huge misplay.
Yeah, and both those supports great at their own right and great when they're humming at all cylinders. But this time, Delight gets the better of them. Hanwha Life Esports up 1-0 over D+ in this one. You feel good, Wadid? You were the only person out of all the broadcasts that thought maybe Hanwha would get the victory.
I mean, it feels like they're on the comfort zone again. It didn't really work that well, but Guma playing the weak side and Camille with the strong top side. So I think they're back to basics, what they were good on. So I feel good.
That's some cool ideas in the draft. Zeus, despite getting solo killed early, came back really strong in the matchup. There's a lot of the good we have from HLE we saw there, but still some things that you really wouldn't want to be happening. And it was a very close match.
All right, well, 1-0 for Hanwha Life Esports. Let's send it on over the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And man, this is now time for the biggest test of D+ Kia's careers, and not just their support. Because bouncing back from very difficult losses has historically not been their strongest suit, and I don't think this year they've had a loss as devastating as this one.
It hasn't been a while. I think I will definitely agree with you on that one. It's a pretty tough one. You know, I mean, you had so many win cons. Smash positioned pretty aggressively in some of those fights, try to follow some of the aggressive plays. They weren't able to, outside of some really strong mid-game plays and some really nice pushes in the mid lane, get Smash peeled for. Like, he was either having to follow up on really messy engages to try to make sure that he could get his front line to actually be able to succeed with what they were doing, or they weren't peeling for him, and then or career wasn't polymorphing. There were things that went wrong, as the space pointed out there, but I don't want to take anything away from Delight and also that great Kanavi play. But watching it back, I mean, Kanavi was able to make that play because Lucid was too far up and gave him the taxi on the Jarvan, and you know, it's things like that you got to be aware of. But either way, D+ still played a phenomenal game 1. Let's see what they have in store for us in this second game draft.
Yep, at least we don't need to worry about not polymorphing the Alistar in this game, because neither of those champions are going to be available. Let's see what bans are going to come on through here, as D+ taking their time on their first one. Nocturne, Poppy, and Bard were their bans in game number 1, and I don't see much of a reason for that to change unless HLE mix things up here, because it's the same sides, all that sort of stuff. It might just be a mirror of the bans.
Orianna second here would be the expectation if that continues.
Yep. Orianna Vi would be the next 2.
Don't worry about the Lulu anymore, so certainly some flexibility in terms of the first pick options. The Nocturne's still going to get banned, even with the Lulu gone, like you said. Considering something else here.
Okay, taking their time, and it will be the Vi band first before any sort of Orianna option becomes available.
I could see a world where they leave it to Showmaker and try to go for a Lucian lane and then grab these lock on 3. Could be a very Hanwha Life esports thing to do. We'll see what they do opt for. And this final ban, is it the Bard one more time? Or will they ban Lucian? I feel like banning Lucian, I almost prefer here, and they are going to do it.
I like that a lot. I actually think that that's a perfect pivot that you talk about there, Wolf. The Lucian Milio have been something that Gumayusi and Delight have really excelled on in the past, and the Bard is still going to be banned this time on the other side. And so we're going to get the Orianna Gambit thrown out, but we know that Zeka does like to play lock.
Yeah, I think that's where we're headed potentially. The other option, of course, is some sort of Shen Galio draft, which we could see, as Galio has been a very strong champ right now in this meta. Did not expect the early Jace pickup here for Shiwu.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, because we've seen KRX actually really rise to the occasion in this matchup, and so it doesn't necessarily feel like, oh, Olaf is gone, I can just pick this for free. As, all right, the Orianna for Zeka going to be the consideration, and Kanavi is just going to hover something. Right now it is Nunu, Galio, and the Rek'Sai.
One of the better ball carriers left available for the Orianna is the Nefiri.
Yeah.
Pantheon works really well into Jace, but I think Nefiri is the most likely option here. We've seen this so many times, so I imagine that will be the opt-in here. I know the hover is broken on our UI for just a second, but there is the official lock-in. So moving now into a pretty awkward spot here for D+ Kia, because they didn't take the Orianna. Now they have to figure out the answer. They have Jace prio topside. Even if it is a Yorick on the other side, they could pick Lock themselves.
Yeah.
And try to play through that topside Jace with a jungle pick in tow. Wukong is going to be the initial answer here. Maybe it's just Wukong Annie.
Yeah, it could be just a Wukong Annie angle, but I would really like to see a lock being picked up here by Showmaker. We haven't quite seen it yet. Let's see what they do decide to go with. Showmaker will be able to take his time to figure this one out. We go back to his Akali. I mean, there are a few different options that are still up and available.
I personally like the Annie a lot. The lock is really volatile, and we don't know necessarily what the bottom lane matchup is going to look like. You can warp it a little bit. You have a really strong Jace lane. This is not... I mean, we've said so many times, I wouldn't trust anyone but Showmaker to play this, but even in this draft here, with a Victor playing alongside a Wukong that isn't necessarily going to have that much value pre-6, with a Jace that also is probably going to need some attention here, I'm a little bit worried about this one.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit frightened as Zeker is going to cycle through a bunch of things that Zeus can play into this Jace.
The Ambessa, the Cassante, and the Yorick are the 3 main ones.
Yep. Swain wasn't on my bingo card, but is certainly another thing that he could play. The Yorick does make the most sense, and that one is going to be locked in. And so I think now Lucid is going to be priced into spending some time towards that top side, and a pre-6 Wukong isn't necessarily going to be enough to take down this this Yorick.
The Fury setup, yeah. I'm a little worried. Now, what could salvage this would be like a really strong bottom lane, you know, like a Callista lane that they could potentially play to make sure they have prio there, so the Wukong, it doesn't really have to do that much heavy lifting on the bottom side of the map. Ezreal lane would have also been a problem, you know, Karma lane of some kind.
Yep.
Maybe a Seraphine lane could be considered here, as Career's had so many great Seraphine games as of late. And for the side of D+ here, you're also wanting to make sure you have that strong lane on the bottom side. Maybe some picks that mess that up, like the Jhin, for example. Misfortune could be something you'd want to take a look at.
Yeah, and especially when it's Gumayusi, I think that the Jhin makes a bit of sense. Instead, they're going to be focusing on Delight, trying to remove his engage potential. Maybe it's just Nautilus Rel that they are going to get rid of, but it does leave a lot open in Gumayushi's wheelhouse. To use a word that's a little dangerous on this particular broadcast.
I know.
Hard to say that one, and especially when I don't really understand it. It's all right. Caitlyn also going to be taking away from Smash.
That's a pick I hadn't really thought too much about because the
there's a lot of things that are
gone.
missing outside. Like there is the Karma still there, but Caitlyn doesn't have a lot of fun partners. Outside, I guess Lux is still there, and Korea has played that one before too.
I guess you can just ban Leona here if you're really worried about engage, but we don't know what they're planning on playing just yet, so it's hard to predict this. They'll ban the Jhin I was suggesting earlier instead.
All right.
Now, if you're HLE, I think you just want to make sure you have a strong lane of some kind. Misfortune has been a favorite of Guma's.
Yeah, I think Misfortune Rel actually is very powerful. But a Seraphine is going to be locked in first. It could be Ashe Seraphine.
Yeah, that was the other pick
HLE.
that I had concerns about if you're going to play the Callista lane. So now they have this Seraphine Ashe for if it were to be a Callista lane that makes it a little bit tougher to play through. Because I think that's, in my mind, if I'm D+ brained, I feel like that's one of the best lane options they had here. And now it feels kind of awful to play into because you know it's coming. It's Gumayusi, World's Finals MVP. Oh, no. It could be 80 carry Seraphine, I guess, as well. But
Mel Pike might be what they're angling for here.
I look at this draft for D+, and it just makes me confused about what they're trying to do.
Yeah, well, I think they're trying to play Mel Pike in the bottom lane. I just haven't really seen that one win for a while. I think they're trying to cycle back the patches, Wolf. That's what it's looking like to me. This has worked in the past.
I mean, Mel's good into Ashe, kind of, I guess. Good into Seraphine, can reflect the ultimate.
Yep, there is that at least. And with a Shen, you can now play through side lanes very effectively. And so that is what Korea is going to do. But this is kind of what they were staring down the barrel of, the Ashe Seraphine. And Gumayusi...
It's Guma. He's like, you all
excelled.
knew.
Yeah, on utility picks, right? Like, that is his game. And they're going to do it once again. This is a really robust draft out of HLE. Does feel like a blast from the past, but I have a feeling that it's just going to work.
The thing about this draft for me for D+ is it's got a lot of holes, right? You've got the counter matchup, Yorick into the Jace. The Victor takes a really long time to get online. Doesn't have great synergy with Wukong until Wukong has level 6. Is playing into one of the more oppressive mid laners. We've seen Showmaker win this lane, but it's Zeka. We'll see how that goes. Bottom lane, you're playing a mage into an 80 carry, so you're going to have a bad time. How do you get out of that lane? Where are you winning as D+, and who are you engaging on as the Wukong or the Shen when the Seraphine can hold you at arm's length even without her ultimate, but still has her ultimate to play through? You've got Ashe Arrow, you've got the Ashe Kiting to play through. Are you going to be able to get in there and close the gap and kill Gumayusi in these team fights? How do you deal with the Yorick, by the way? We didn't even really mention how that's going to work in team fights, but it's not going to work very well for D+ unless they are ahead. I think from behind, D+'s comp does virtually nothing, and you're going to be praying for some Wukong flanks.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very difficult one for D+ to play out, and that does not bode well, given the fact that they are stretched mentally coming into this second game as well, after being in such a good position in game number 1. Looks like a whole lot of comfort here for Hummer Life Esports, and D+ Kia Let's see whether they can do it, whether they can play through Shiu, whether Lucid can get to that level 6 and really impact the map with these Cyclones. Get into the Rift game 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of this series. Korea already dashing out of the way of these volleys, as Delight and Guma are just going to have so much control of this bottom lane. It is absolutely absurd.
Lethal tempo, Airy. He has the cleanse. So Career looking for an all-in to try to set up a snare for Smash will be cleansed. If he tries to go for it, they'll take so much damage on the trade. And this is the thing about Mage bottom lanes. They just don't do consistent damage. They press their button and then they run away.
Now it's a nice double taunt here for Career at least, utilizing his Aftershock in order to stay alive. But you were talking about it, consistent damage is going to be the aim of the game here. Even Seraphine's going to do a lot more because, of course, it's a melee support that they're up against. So let's see how Career and Smash can just kind of mitigate the extra advantage that HLE does have down here.
Let's trade heals to keep the tempo up. And Guma's just going to try to carefully push this wave in and keep Smash at arm's length. Smash went for the Q start, of course, to try to poke in return. And once he gets his root, you know, they could try to play through a taunt play. But like I said, Guma has his cleanse at the ready.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that it's a Wukong, right? So you're not really worried about early ganks either. So Smash now just trying to use his buttons to also get some harass down. It means that a lot of these minions are going to be going to the wayside, and we can see already more than a 10 CS lead for Gumyushi.
Delight's Q is basically also a Mel Q. He's like, yeah, I'm also doing that, and we have an AD carry, so good luck.
It is early days, and this is a composition that can... I mean, Victor does a lot of damage, and pretty consistent damage as well with the Arcane Storm once that is up.
The Yorick isn't online. If you take a peek at the top side of the map, you'll be like, ooh, that doesn't look so good for the Yorick. But if you take a look at the bottom of your screen now, you're like, well, this looks pretty good for Yorick, actually. Yep. He's doing pretty well. She is 4 and 6 on the Jace on the other side, so not as much success for him. Level 3 gets reached here. They're trying to look for a play.
Playing very aggressively with their Wukong here towards the bottom side of the map. Not quite close to this play, but you can see Smash and Korea happy to walk forward, understanding that they have that flash advantage, and Delight, without the heal, or the flash is pretty vulnerable.
Gumyushi and Delight kind of conceding this lane, knowing that Kanavi is on the top side of the map, playing very defensively, knowing there's a strong chance Lucid's here. Now with the Scuttle secured, they know for sure he is here.
Is this dive even possible, ladies and gentlemen? That is my question, as Lucid's going to come in and see. There is the taunt immediately. A lot of burst damage, and First Blood does go over to Smash. Korea will be traded, though. And so one for the Mel, one for the Ash, but a little bit of extra money based on the First Blood over to DK.
I don't think this lane could be going better for Smash and Career. In this matchup with the Wukong, they set it up, they play it well, they have that extra burst, they have the execute to come through, so Smash secures the kill. It's First Blood, Gumi gets one back, but this is exactly where you want to be. You want to be accelerated. If you can set it up, like it makes the lane for the rest of this laning phase so much easier. They just go all in onto the squishy support here. Guma gets the instant chase here onto Career to make sure that he can secure that kill.
Yeah, and Korea actually holds onto the flash as well. So might have actually had a bit of a chance to try and walk his way out, but instead didn't want to trust that Kanavi was on the top side of the map.
His flash taunt is his bread and butter in this one, so he really wants to keep that. And I think might have been able to waste some time at least there if he had used it, but I like his decision in this game, in this early laning phase.
Yep. And now Lucid is moving on over to see whether he can test these Raptors. As Showmaker now walking on a dissonance. Kanavi taking a lot of damage from this Wukong though. And Lucid doing a lot of work here. Nice Death Ray is going to connect as well here from Showmaker, and maybe they're going to be able to go in for this one. Flash out from Kanavi. And Lucid holds on to here, so a lot of Summoner Spell advantages as Korea walks up and just hits Gumyushi underneath the turret. That was brave.
That was some Lehen's energy right there.
Yeah, I liked it.
Leshen's moment coming through. Lucid's just like, oh, I know you, Kanavi. You're just going to greed for the wolves. Kanavi's getting some of those wolves over the wall, but Lucid is going to be able to push him out of his jungle a little bit here and make Zeka feel super uncomfortable in his lane.
Yeah, and might even be able to take the Gromp as well. And yeah, actually does cancel that back. Moves on over to the Gromp to steal that one away. So a bit of an advantage here going to be built up for the Wukong.
Which is really important for getting a Wukong to level 6.
Yep.
You know, just getting that as fast as possible, having a little bit of extra camp clear can be all the difference that you need to have a faster relevance. Is wow, the ult. The Q's a little short, but
yeah, he's like, man, my
are.
dissonance just out of range. Just all ultimate will be fine.
Big dissonance coming through.
Yeah, you can just upgrade it. Command attack is mini dissonance, and dissonance is dissonance, and then you've got big dissonance. All right, dissonance has lost all meaning. Not that I knew what it meant beforehand.
Dissonance protect. Was
the other one. Shieldy dissonance. Okay, Kanavi is going to be able to grab this Rift Scuttler. Looking for his level 5. We'll be able to get it finally off the back of that one.
Lucid's clearing his camps right now on his side of the map. We'll get his Gromp, we'll have his Wolves, and then we're very close to level 6. So we'll actually be very relevant in this game quickly here.
Yep.
After that successful gank.
Smash looking a little worse for wear, as you can see. Does rebut a high note here from Delight. The Gumayusi is very healthy as he walks towards the enemy bottom lane. And Kanavi going to start off this dragon. He'll just dive over the back of the pit. And I think he should just be able to take this with Lucid towards the top side of the map. Not a whole lot of options here.
Smash doesn't have TP, so backing with a big wave coming through. Not going to feel great. Already super far behind in CS, as you'd expect, even with that trade of kills earlier on in this game. Hasn't been able to right the ship just yet. Career could try to hold some of this, which it looks like he will be doing. And the Wukong got 6, but went topside, so nowhere to really necessarily impact here, especially with the vision control that Kanavi, or rather that Zeus is set up. And Kanavi is able to track where he is as a result of that. If he does go up there, they grab the first dragon, and this Wukong level 6 that I was really talking so much about just doesn't really hit, even though he had flash for a potential play. You know, doesn't have a great target. Looking for maybe Zeka here now.
Yeah, I think probably going to be going for the grubs when they are up, as the Arcane Storm does go down. Showmaker doesn't have the gravity field, but Lucid is just going to get that flash out of Zeka and make sure that they have a return gank opportunity. The arrow is glorious as it sails by and almost hits Shiu. That was an almost hit onto 4 people. And that you can almost say that that counts as a hit.
Yeah, I mean, it forced a reaction.
There you go. But not quite able to start off anything. I do really like opportunistic arrows.
Yeah.
As Smash is going to walk towards Gumayusi here. Let's see whether the buttons do land. He's throwing out autos. Now the flash to make sure that he gets that snare as the ulti comes in. He needed a little bit more, though. And not going to be able to kill Guma, but does get both of his summoners.
I think one more auto probably would have been enough to get the execute threshold there.
Feels like he got to the threshold, but wasn't able to get there based on the flash.
Crazy how he played that. As Lucid still has his flash. Didn't flash for the kill onto Zeka. Happy to get his flash in return. So a follow-up could be very strong here. Showmaker, though, without ultimate, still an early game victim. Doesn't do that much damage. They are really walking a tightrope here for control of the entrance to this river before we see a Grubs fight.
Yeah.
Smash doesn't have TP. If he did, he could actually really alter the course of this topside fight. He's going to walk over anyways. Guma went back to the lane he's showing there. So Smash is going to come here now. If Smash fights this and has time to TP back to lane, he might lose nothing for it. So I actually like this call since his TP is so close to coming back up. He is running over right now, and they have control of the entryway here. They got Flash and Cyclone, and Kanavi just lost his jump, so they're in a really good spot to secure these Grubs now.
Yeah, it looks like it will be an opportunity. And a Jace with Grubs feels fantastic, denying the Grubs from a Yorick as well. Pretty good here for D+ if they are able to lock this one down. You do see Zeus moving on in, but with all of this control of the mid lane that Showmaker's been able to garner, I don't know whether this is going to be a winning play, but Kanavi and Delight are now moving over. And the Mel is back in the bottom lane. That is a glorious encore, but the taunt is even better. Delight going down so incredibly low as there is the decoy, and down goes the Seraphine. Showmaker now with the Stance United, but Kanavi's on top of him, and the Wukong goes down as well. Shiu flashes into the wall, and HLE will dominate the fight and lock down the rest of these Grubs.
D+ just biting off way more than they could chew there. They had Smash with TP. He could have come over earlier to that fight, but he opted not to do it. And he walked down, so he still had TP. You guys can see it on the main map. Now, this was a near steal by Zeus, which forces Lucid to smite. He doesn't get hit by the Encore, so the Cyclone follow-up here after the taunt is huge. But it's early game victor. Like we mentioned, Shiu isn't here in time, and there is no Mel TP. There is no answer here. The Shen attempting to save Showmaker, I think, was probably not the call. And yeah, this flash, like you mentioned, the play-by-play, left a lot to be desired there. And D+ fumble what could have been a great team fight. And now Smash, he's still got his TP, but I don't think he's going to have his life if he gets rooted here.
Yeah, the beat drop is going to come on through. At least he has the rebuttal in order to walk past Delight and Gumayusi. won't have that one for the next few seconds. There is item number 1 here for Kanavi. Lucid still waiting for that Trinity Force, which is quite a ways away. Still needing the Sheen on top of the completion for that one. So I think T-Poz's composition is not just going to fall off a cliff or anything like that. I think that the Victor still will do a lot of damage. Mel in the late game is going to be very scary. But if HLE still finds these fights, it's okay.
No cleanse on Guma.
Now there's going to be the option as Smash is able to lock one down. Gumayushi now trying to fire some damage back, but capitalizing on the lack of flash here for Delight. And Kanavi now looking to try and kill Lucid. And Zeka comes on in. You can see Career here just to try and back them up, and that is Smash walking head first into an arrow. He's just dead. Zeka grabs another one, and he's on a killing spree now on this Orianna and takes a 4th, as unfortunately the Wukong just walks into the big dissonance.
Yeah, Career here, he's got...
Okay, that's 5.
Yeah. I was going to say he's got no sums.
Yeah.
So
no
initially,
hope either.
They spent the play here onto this Seraphine. Guma doesn't have cleanse, but Delight's the one who's the targetable one. He's the one who's in range. And yes, they get him the kill here, but look at the rotation. Look at the minimap here. Guma's like, all right, well, now you don't have the buttons to get to me. Puts a ton of damage into Career. Then Lucid just eats a ton of damage. He's not playing in the bottom lane at all here. And I think there's just a miscommunication on the prio. Like, Zeka's coming over here. You've got to respond. Big dissonance. Gonna take him out there. The R variant, pretty good. And then he also just serves Career up. Kanavi does on a silver platter for another one.
Well, now you got Kanavi coming on over to try and punish Smash as well, who did do a lot of damage to Gumayushi. Does still have the ultimate up and available. Good snare there from Smash. Kanavi is still so dangerous and is able just to take him down. It's a solo kill, actually. Guma didn't even hit him with anything.
Not only is Mel, you know, an immobile mage, but all mages right now in this meta, outside of Ziggs, which has the satchel, are pretty easy to collapse on. If you fall behind, if you don't have flash, you just get repeat ganked, and you can't even farm. And now he was ahead on gold just slightly. It was about 100 gold ahead. Dies a second time here, and this is going to be the dragon, double dragon for HLE, and so much free money for Gumayushi, as all of this farm is going to be lost here. Yes, it's a cannon wave. Yes, he'll get some of it, but man, the HLE are running away with this game right now, and it looked like after some of the early plays, some of the opportunities D+ had, maybe they could actually make this Mel draft work, but after the failed fight on the Grubs and then the disastrous all-in on the bottom side, it starts to feel like HLE are really running away at such a high speed. I don't know if D+ will ever catch them.
Well, now you've got the Stench United coming towards the top side of the map. Zaya should be going down as Shiu does manage to at least find a little bit of value here in this top lane. Finally, the Shen able to affect side lanes as well. Maybe a little bit of a sign of life here for D+.
This is the damage that goes on to Guma, but he just runs after him. And unfortunately, didn't have information that Kanavi was here. So watch Kanavi's first-person view. Still gets rooted, but gets close enough to do the damage that it doesn't matter.
And yeah, even he died before the volley could actually connect, and so there is nothing. Okay, that is a dead Jace in the top lane. We're going to see the Jace get a kill first here in the replay,
and then let's see him get a death.
I
think he might have gotten hit by that big ball again.
The big dissonance, man, it is so problematic. It's okay. Now Kanavi's in a lot of trouble. The Cyclone is in, but he gets the big heal. Still the flash is too good. No encore. This time to save the doggo. And Lucid will be able to get himself out of the way. Okay, this is starting to get a little bit scrappy.
Yeah. This is a very awkward top side right now. I mean, look, the ult there to kill Shiu is fine. We'll watch it now, I guess. But it doesn't mean you don't have it for the follow-up fight. Speeds up.
Okay.
And then
small dissonance, big dissonance, dissonance.
Yeah.
That's a lot of dissonance, Wolf.
Yeah, I was kind of dissing him.
Yeah.
In this fight, Kanavi goes in and uses his jump early. And Wukong also pretty good into the Fury because he could just keep cycloning after the jump goes off, but they get a nice catch there, a nice punish. A lot of tension up there on that top side, but again, game state here pretty good for HLE because his Orianna is just so huge. They're looking to punish Delight, but Zeus is going to come over here. They get a TP out. It's a double TP here for Showmaker coming in as well.
Let's see what they can actually do. This Delight takes a fair bit of damage. Looks like D Plus are just going to back away as the Rift Herald has been started here by Kanavi. And I think the D Plus are going to feel like they're priced into making something happen because they just lose this objective for free. They're going to lose this top lane turret as well. And HLE, I mean, they've got enough to defend. Okay, let's see. The Maiden is what they've decided to fight, but Xiu, I don't even think he's winning that battle necessarily.
Okay, this is desperation for D+. Like, they couldn't make it work. They're still kind of hanging around trying to make it work. They're losing their mid turret. Zeka's getting more plates topside.
Yeah,
where's the macro?
This is ludicrous. Okay, Kanavi not going to be able to take his Raptors. There's the macro. Wolf, he took the Raptor camp. Absolutely nailed it. Zeus just hanging out here towards his bottom side. And this is what happens. If you can play the good defense, then you just get so much free tempo on the map.
And that failed dive on the cross, it was so slow, and it just didn't look like it was really going to have much of a chance of working at all, but that's Showmaker committing his TP. You can't back out of that. Okay, Zeus might actually be in trouble this time, though.
Yeah, Arcane Storm does come down. Kanavi is in the area as the Ghoulie Wall comes through. That is a phenomenal arrow, as Lucid should be able to take this one. Great interrupt, as there's the double Cyclone. Smash comes over, and even with the arrow, it is still D+ finding the play. Is the revenge for Xiu as he finds the solo.
What is happening? There's the Xiu chance come through. This should be 2 turrets in return. In the blink of an eye.
Yeah, wait, hang on. Are they just going to have...
careers here?
They're going to be, they'll have a gold lead. They won't have a dragon lead, so there's at least that. Showmaker's going to come on over. This turret is somehow still alive.
Okay.
Bottom lane outer does fall.
I want to see what happened in the Jace fight, as he still has his flash. I'm not entirely sure how that all went down.
I think he avoided the dissonances, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty good clue we might be able to ascertain here. So in this play, you're staying for way too long, and they try to force this. The arrow is very slick, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. But what happens next is they still...
Oh man, the double value Cyclone.
Yeah, it's. I mean, they're feeding money back over here to the carries.
이거 길게 하면 우리 텔 된다.
Oh, he just jumped on top of him. And he even got hit by big dissonance.
Yeah, he did, but he was already on top of him. Yeah, he was planning on TPing in, and then he just walked into Orianna and then killed her.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, now, HLE looking for Soul Point. It's an Ocean Soul. It's not exactly the greatest one, but I think that D+ still want to try and stop this if they can.
Orianna ball placement here going to be pretty huge on denying access into this pit.
Okay, that's just going to be Soul Point over to HLE. D+ unable to make that one happen. Good sidestep from Xiu to avoid the arrow. Shock Blast, I mean, with a composition like this, I mean, Shock Blast has a lot of value, except if used against Zeus.
Yeah, that's, there you go. That's good value, or good explanation.
Yeah.
Any jump scares?
Ah! Yes. Navi does get one of those, but the Krugs just going to go down, and no one's going to die just yet. Xiu is going to be able to lock down this blue buff, and will be able to make his way out.
They are up against the Ocean Soul if this is secured by HLE, but it is an Ocean Soul. I think the scarier aspect of this game is I think they need a little bit more time here. They don't want to fight for Elder after that. If they could just get one dragon and buy some space to actually be stronger for an upcoming fight, it would be so massive for them. But there's still an extra 5 minutes before that Elder is going to spawn. They'll have to farm out their carries who do have relevant gold in this game. And I mean, when you look at the control of the map that D+ garnered right in mid on the bottom side there, they can't turn it into anything right now, but they are just farming. They're just free farming at the moment. And Guma is on 2 items, right? You have this fed Orianna, but it means less and less if you don't hit your buttons or if your ult doesn't go off. If you're still getting solo killed in sides by a fed Jace. So that's another angle here for D+. D+ can play sides, they can play slow. They have a lot of really different options they can play through here for the rest of this game. The key is just not walking into a bad fight. The key is to just not fight for this Ocean Soul if they don't have enough prio for it and lose the game right there.
Yeah.
They have to be willing to give that up. They have to be willing to contest for Baron, but don't want to start it.
Lucid going to be daggered momentarily. Not going to eat the bleed. Zeka is looking to knock down this Crystalline Overgrowth, and should be this outer turret falling. There is another push happening on this top side of the map, though. You can see Showmaker is going to push this wave towards the inner turret. Zeus going to catch it. And D+, in the end, just kind of losing out a turret. They have so much vision, though. I mean, D+, they sacrifice bot outer in order to just light up the topside river like a Christmas tree. And at 20 minutes, does make a bit of sense, but I don't think they're taking a Baron anytime soon. So more defensive here to stop HLE from getting over there and making it happen.
Yeah. Kanavi coming over here, just trying to clear out some vision, push Lucid away. The key is to make sure they have vision on Baron so then they can keep their focus on the prio for this dragon. That's the only way with D+'s defensive posture here that HLE can further their lead is to get that soul. And so they're doing their due diligence to make sure both sides of the map are controlled by them. Vision first.
Ooh. Nice attempt. That does just pick the gap between...
This is scary for D+.
Yeah, HLE moving on forward.
That Ashlow starts coming through. It's hard to opt out of a fight. Showmaker does have TP. He's alone on the side right now, and they will need his help if they are going to fight right now. We're still 2 minutes away from the dragon, though, so...
Yeah, it's a bit of a question of what are we fighting for, and the scuttle was what we were fighting for prior to this. And Showmaker does manage to get that wave shoved, trying to eat through this huge deficit that he finds himself in. Not exactly too far behind in farm, but... the money is still there. It's 6 kills on this Orianna. And Zeka is very, very scary. It's a dash cannon done, though, for this Victor. And he is getting more and more put together here. 96 stacks right now. Upgrading all of his stuff as best he can.
This is one of the rare games where I feel like D+ have been able to stabilize like mentally in a game 2 like this. They were ahead at times in this game, but have lost a lot of control. The Orianna is super big, but they're just not... They know that HLE's comp is better at fighting right now, and they're going to opt out of fights. They're keeping Showmaker in sides with TP. They're like, oh, Kanavi going into the jungle? We'll give it all up. We'll back away. We keep farming. And there's no dragon up. 50 more seconds on it. And now that we're getting close to that dragon timer, they're hanging around. They're trying to clear some of that vision. There's actually a lot of great vision here for HLE to see a potential approach here for D+. But I think D+ are not going to take a fight they don't like. I mean, that's what they have to do in this game, is to just, I think, give this up if there's a fight situation that looks really bad. But right now, they have a lot of prio. They have a lot of control. We have both mid laners with TP. Showmaker's here already. Zeka's going to have to TP in.
I think it's a Shadow Flame done. Yeah, Zeka does have it. That's a big item spike. As Kanavi goes up into the sky, that's going to avoid a lot of this damage.
Vision means Xiu can hit these shock blasts. I mean, he is free hitting right now with those every chance he gets. Hitting Kanavi.
Yeah, that's a big deal. The Maiden is looking a little worse for wear. Zeus gets into the back of this pit and is spotted out. Lucid moves in, looking for him. As Kanavi with those daggers comes on down. That is Showmaker locking up a little bit there. I think it was the Maiden that he just destroyed.
It's not going to hit the dragon. They're just going to slow this down, back away, try to land poke, but HLE are still very healthy. This is one of the slowest contests we've seen in a while, but she was going to clear this ward. That's actually valuable. Now he's got a nice angle here to hit a big shock blast into the back line.
The poke Victor is what they're playing with right now.
Keeps hitting Kanavi. He wants to whittle down the jungler so it's impossible for them to take the dragon. Showmaker backs and TP's back in.
Another arrow available here for Gumayusi as well. We'll see who he aims it for. As Smash is just getting lower and lower here in this fight. See whether this Ocean will be secured by Kanavi. He decides to just hold on top of Xiu and now bounces back in. Lucid for the re-engage, looking for it as Career is delivered to the backline. They take out the Arc, they get rid of the Ashe, and Xiu is dead, but now the shockwave is massive, but it's not under Showmaker. He still has so much damage, and Lucid still alive, but Drake as well is just going to reset.
Yeah, Drake's going to reset here. Kanavi doesn't have flash, but can't get over this wall. They're going to look for the scuttle first.
Yeah, Delight has to be so careful.
Zeka, I mean, he's low on mana. I don't know if they should necessarily look for a contest here. I mean, this is just one Ocean Dragon for D+ if they get it.
Kanavi's going to move over. It's a 3 versus 3. Teleport to bring Smash in as soon as he comes back up, and say it's exactly the same thing.
And
Xiu as well. Okay, so now Kanavi is going to move forward. Career might just be straight up dead, and yeah, there he goes. The Drake is going to get denied, but Kanavi is now looking for the fight. Lucid dives on top of him. Kanavi's running away from his team, but he's doing so much work here. Showmaker doesn't find the death ray, and the teleports are now raining through. Flash over the wall, and Kanavi is still alive.
Smash misses the Q, and now they have to deal with this Yorick.
Oh, well, there's super speed Xiu making his way over. The arrow is not going to quite find Smash there. And D+, I think they're going to be able to back away. Man, that was so intense.
But D+ played it so carefully, so defensively. I'm surprised Smash Didn't flash the ult from Zeka, by the way. That's one of the crazier parts of this play is it's the ult, or sorry, the jump out of Kanavi, which is practically an ult. Then he goes in, and Lucid sees his opportunity for a massive cyclone. They go on to Gumayushi here, get the taunt, get his cleanse here. He's taken out, but on the other side of the fight, Shiu is a frontlining Jace, so he's burst down. And then here, I guess he's just too, yeah, he's just too far in the center of it.
Yeah, he just, I think maybe didn't even react in time, unfortunately, and he also just disappeared from the initial damage.
He died so fast. And then they play this really slow. They know that they have the TP advantage on their 80 carries, so the Mel is going to come in here. If Mel hits this Q, Kanavi just dies instantly, as we're still fighting, by the way.
Yep, another one, as Zayas picks up item number 2. Pretty scary on this Yorick. Spirit Surgeon now done. But Shiu does have 3, and having a Serpent's Fang is... Oh, God! Okay, Gumayushi's just dead.
Shiu hits him with the Shock Blast. That's enough to press R and take this Ashe off the map for a second time. Now, maybe this double mage comp could do a Baron somehow, but I'm not so sure.
I mean, there is at least... Oh, no, yeah, I'm a bit worried as well.
Like,
well,
maybe they could
I was
do it.
like,
I don't think
Shiu
so.
can maybe do some hitting it.
It's Jace, Victor, Mel. And it's Victor with the rocket belt.
All right, Delight might be in a little bit of trouble here because Lucid is looking for him. Zayas over the wall. There's the Arcane Storm. The flash comes through, though. Lucid looks to get on top of him. There's the Ghoulie Wall, but who's trapped in where with who? As Zayas will be able to get himself out. Lucid does have that battle with that wall that we were talking about.
Oh, no,
Here going in. I'm not sure about that one as Kanavi goes up into the sky. These health bars are low, but finally, everyone's back onto the rift.
These incredibly slow fights without Guma's damage, HLE are like, well, you guys don't have that much damage, but we're gonna stick around and make it interesting. But D+ have to be so careful about how they play. So watch this, Guma gets rooted, rebuttal damage, shock blast, dead. You can't get rooted there, or you're just gonna die. And he just didn't have vision and didn't expect that to happen. Smash was waiting for him.
Control of mid-wave is pretty powerful, and D+ playing well around it. They have a 100 gold lead at 27.5 minutes. That is utterly meaningless. This is an incredibly even game.
Ocean Soul Point, also relatively meaningless.
Yeah, it's not the most important. That being said, when you're against this composition that does have double mage, maybe having the Ocean Soul is kind of important given the fact that their consistent damage isn't exactly the highest.
Consider how much,
but they do have a lot of bursts.
These fights have lasted like 3 years, so I guess there's a little bit of extra value in that as well. Death Cap is done for Smash, right? We have some of these really big core items completed. Showmaker doesn't have his 3rd just yet, but again, neither team wants to start Baron. It's just too risky. It's too volatile. There's a lot of damage for these artillery mages on the outside, as Showmaker can, on the right side of Baron, on red side here, basically function as one as they stand in the pit, and Smash has such long range, so they don't want to mess around with that. D+, like we've mentioned several times, don't have the damage start themselves, so we're kind of just doing a vision dance here as we wait for the next dragon, which could be another super long exchange, super long fight. Kanavi, the most aggressive he can be right now is to try to contest a blue buff, and he thinks better of it and walks away. There's no vision on Baron itself right now, but there's so much vision around the entry points for both sides.
Yeah, I think D+ do need to be a little bit careful because they don't have actually vision in the pit, but you can see that control ward, so they can actually get there if they do want to put something down. Smash now just trying to hold the fort here in mid. 45 seconds on that dragon. We're going to be doing this dance once again, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't like it because it makes me very stressed out.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried as well. I'm not going to lie. It's all right. There is Gumayushi getting engaged on again. The snare doesn't land, though. Command Protect is so massive at this stage.
Shiu's just getting this turret. He's got a lot of pushing power right now, alone against this turret, so he's going to pick up a bunch of money. He has TP as well. Zayas does too to follow, but he has all the tempo at this moment in time, as the poke is just not hitting really here for HLE without a Jace. There's a little bit.
Yeah, so there's something. And now that this death cap is done, Smash is pretty frightening, but look at all this vision for HLE. It's pretty dark. DK moving on over and walking into this poke when they are actually forced to be in range. It is so scary.
TP for Zayas, so he'll lose his shield. Shiu gets his Soreldas and actually is going to be able to walk his way over. Actually, TP the short one.
Yeah,
I tell a lie.
So they do have a control ward in the back of this Dragon Pit. Let's see whether Lucer can get another steal. or whether they're just going to look for the fight. There is the engage. Cyclone comes in. They try to get out of the Encore, but it doesn't quite work as Korea gets into that backline. Lucid wanting to deal with his Dragon first, and he will be able to secure it, but Korea should be going down, and HLE, they just turn the fight onto D+. They lose 2, but they at least deny the soul.
All right, well, let's see if they can actually deny this Baron, because Shiu right now is trying to land some poke. Kanavi.
Oh, there's the flash in rebuttal. Doesn't really do much of anything at all as the ulti comes down. Kanavi's almost dead, but he survives, and that should mean Baron over to HLE.
Yeah, I mean, Shiu is just going to have to look on. He's not going to be able to hurt anybody. Even with that big amount of damage going on to Kanavi, he's healing up so quickly. Even he is not really under threat, and Zeus is just going straight back to the wave. He wants to set this up for that Baron, and Shiu needs to be careful because Zek is here as well.
Shockwave is avoided. But the dissonance, man, does a third of his health by these command attacks as well. This guy is so fed on the Orianna, and now the ghouls are being called. The flash out finally from Shiu does come in, but there is Baron. There goes the inner turret, and a lot of control now for HLE.
Showmaker is pushing bottom right now. I thought they were going to stick around to try to force him to TP, but there's just nothing to take there, as we're going to go all the way back to this fight here. Now watch the charm from Delight as they try to go in. Lucid's got the shield on him as he goes over first, and it's triple charm, including on the Smash. And that buys a ton of time. Smash isn't able to do anything here, and Kuma's free hitting. Lucid gets in and gets the steal, but then he's collapsed on, and the rest of D+ just have to back away. They just don't have the damage. They don't have the straight-up team fight with the Jace on that flank. Smash gets flashed on here by Kanavi, thinking that he had an angle there after the Kanavi had used the jump. Like, Kanavi has enough damage here to take him out, and then you see Orianna run over and drop a shield on him. Zek is like, just to let you know, I was there for you in spirit, and I do think you deserve that shield.
Yeah, you got this one, buddy. 16 stacks on his Magi's as well. Zeka is a huge problem here in this game. All right, there goes Kanavi. He's very dead, ladies and gentlemen. Blink and you miss it.
And it's a Cyclone used for that, so not that expensive for D+, considering there's nothing up. And it does mean that they stop the Baron. So yes, you don't have Cyclone to flank and try to stop this Baron push, but the fact that they got Kanavi alone was enough. HLE have been tested in this game, I think, in a really interesting way, right? Because it's a patience test, because D+ have just been camping, they've been farming, they've been sitting back, and I don't think this hits.
Yes, it does!
God.
It's Gumayushi, baby. And now Zeka is going to look for the angle. Shiu bounces on top of him. There's the Stands United, but Shiu is still in so much trouble. Does get the Encore down, and that is going to hold him in place for long enough. Korea regrets his decisions. And that is 2 for the Kanavi death that happened prior.
The commit career to this play. The rest of HLE was heading up there. You've got enough vision to know that, I think. And now 2 are dead, and that might just be the game. They still have Baron for 50 seconds.
I mean, there is a fair bit of wave clear, but yeah, you're right. This is going to be a rough one.
It's
I don't
so
think
much
they win
damage
the
to
game,
endure
but
it.
they at least take this inhibitor and make the game so much harder for D+. Smash now with his Void stuff done. I mean, that is a big spike, but the problem is their base is just kind of getting torn to shreds.
This is on the flank here, has his Cyclone back, so I think they should leave.
Yeah, 5 seconds on career as well. So this is going to be the end of that push. But still, a very good one here for Hanwha as they look for this inner turret as well on their way out. Showmaker hits level 16. That is, you know, getting the extra level in your Arcane Storm going to be very powerful, but minute and a half on this Dragon. That is another opportunity for Seoul.
This is such a scary game for HLE fans, because you know that their whole tendency is to just all in, go in, but D+ are playing so defensively that, you know, Kavi got caught that one time, but otherwise, you know, you have to just play it slow. You have to play around Ashe. You have to play the slow game. You got to play through sides and macro. As I cannot believe this hit. He used his acceleration gate, wasn't able to still speed his way out of there. I don't think he stood in it necessarily. Then goes into a Zeka that has Spell Shield, and also then Career just gives a free charm.
So close. That's so far.
But even if they kill Zeka, you know, I mean, they're still going to die there. It's going to be a 1 for 2, and they have Baron, so it was always a risky call, but tried to make the most of it. Zeka has his Banshee's Veil now completed, so it can eat Shock Blasts and feel okay. But HLE have been patient enough, I think, throughout this game, and they have a big enough lead now to where they could just look for one more objective fight to end it. But it's, again, you know, if you're an HLE fan, you know these games have been lost. There have been some overextensions, and D+ are still in it. They're playing so carefully. I think many other Legend Group teams would have just died here by now.
Not going for too many of these all-in Hail Marys. trying to find fights on their own terms as Gravity Field does go down. Showmaker still looking for these death rays, looking for this poke damage. But HLE can also just play away from the Drake. They know that DK, they really need to try and deny this. But HLE, they can play elsewhere. Still, they're going to be grouping up for the fight. As we can see here, Lucid pulling out the Dragon. Career
on a flank.
seen on that control ward. Kanavi going on over just to get rid of the Shen. They can burst this one down pretty quickly, actually, as there is the Lucid approach. Gumayushi just going to pop like a balloon. Smash able to get the ulti off, and Korea gets on in there. Smash able to flash away and says it's taken down. Smash survives, and they just wipe them out. Zeka is still alive here, but another soul is denied.
Career pulls Kanavi around there, is able to get back into the fight and has the taunt after the Cyclone setup there. Showmaker drops the Gravity Field, and it's a sick combo post Gumayushi's death. And HLE just get routed. 3 on the floor here. Zeka still has ult. He's going to use it to clear this wave, but another wave is coming right in, and this turret is not long for this world. It falls basically instantly here. He's got 20 stacks of Magi, so it's a good thing he doesn't die. But watch this engage on the Gumi. He steps forward just one step too far, and even though the charm is used here defensively, it's not good enough. Smash is going to get focused down here, but he gets the shield, flashes away. Taunt was huge. Showmaker escapes, and they get a triple on the Mel, who has Death Cap at ready. 3,000 gold ahead of the Gumayushi they just killed at the beginning of that fight, but the follow-up was brilliant as well, and HLE were just not ready for that, and Guma steps just that one bit too far forward. He's like, oh, Lucid surely is just focusing on the Dragon. No!
Look at Showmaker, man! He's 3.5k behind, and he just built a Magi!
When Showmaker builds a Magi, that's when he thinks the game is over.
Yeah,
it's not, but...
They have a 200 gold lead! Oh my lord. In fact, they don't have a gold lead at all. This is so incredibly close here in this game. Their inhibitor is still down for another minute as they look towards this Baron. At least it's a topside inhibitor, so they can play towards it and still have a bit of control around this Baron area.
Guma has flash. I don't think it's likely he'll get caught the same way again. Lucid also doesn't have his. Warrior's Trickster can be quite a valuable tool. They're missing big flashes though. Showmaker and Smash flashing in that fight to survive and carry it out. So engage opportunities for Zeka are huge. Kanavi, if he gets backline access or a flank, has so much power here. And we just have this Jace pushing the top lane right now to clear with that wave you were talking about. But he has TP, and there's no answer right now. So this inhibitor being down for 30 more seconds means virtually nothing. Is Showmaker.
There's the flash hit for Showmaker. They deliver the ball to the victor. He survives for a little bit longer as Kanavi should actually be taken down, but the charm is gorgeous. They do manage to get the doggo, and now Shiu jumps in, then jumps out. The goalie wall not exactly going to lock down the Jace for long enough, so it's a trade of 1-for-1 mid for jungle.
I guess that's a lot of damage lost here on the wave clear, and HLE are just going to try to push this down here. They have a lot of siege power in this composition as Yorick just two-taps these turrets. Down goes the inhibitor as well, and without a Cyclone to defend, HLE know they can do this with impunity and now just back off and get back that map control. Initially, I thought this wasn't going to be enough damage to kill Showmaker. I thought that was the wrong call. I was like, oh, Showmaker's going to live through. They're going to get the turn. They do, but he still dies. And once he's down, the push continues. They also get the Cyclone, which I know sounds like a silly thing to say because it's the Cyclone that actually turns this around and kills Kanavi. But it means that Lucid can't defend the siege anymore, which is a really big win here. I think this trade definitely favors HLE, especially with Shiu's crazy attempt there, which he canceled rapidly.
Yeah, it was pretty optimistic, let's just say that. But Gumayushi did have to fight in that last, Flash in that last fight. And Smash now has a Zhonya's completed. Zeus with his Randuin's done as well. He's getting tankier and tankier, but that's not going to help him as much into Showmaker and Smash. Deathcap almost there for Showmaker.
Yeah.
Sold the Magi's
Yeah,
now that he went down to 2 stacks.
Yeah, sold it and is looking to try to farm just 1 or 2 more waves out to get the last bit of that Deathcap. Looks like he needs a little bit more. He's going over to mid now to look for a contest of this Baron. Guma, he has been very quiet in this game, but the game seems to be about for D+, whether or not they can kill him. If they do, they seem to win the fights, but if they're the ones making the defensive play, sometimes they can fight their way out of it, but it hasn't been very successful. Deathcap's done for Zeka.
Oh my god. This Orianna is quite strong.
Yeah, I don't know how much stronger she can really get.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room for more items for Zeka right now.
He actually sold his Banshee's Veil to get that.
Okay, just swapping it out. One small boom boom. And if they can deliver another orb from
He knows.
Kanavi.
This is the last fight.
Oh, Arrow is going to interrupt Korea. Oh no! Is this how it ends? Oh, it might be. He's not going to flash. He's just going to die. And at least, I mean, that's still 50 seconds. That should be the Baron for free over to Harmolife Esports.
They had so much control. And now with no support here to interrupt it, it's going to be hard for a contest. Loses has flash. He's got Warrior's Trickster, but it's a fool's errand, I think. We'll see.
That's what it looks like. As Zeus off to the side. That is the Baron. And the flash forward from Zeus as well. Gully Wall onto Shiu, and he's just taken out. Too close. And D+, looks like they're going out with a Whimper Wolf.
Looks that way. I mean, Career's up in 20, but they don't have the chase. And he could have just walked away there and said, we're going to try to defend the siege, but was a little bit optimistic, looking for some shockwave action, and just gets completely flashed on and killed. And now, let's see if Showmaker with Deathcap in hand has enough to clear this Baron wave. I think not.
Yeah, there are a lot of minions here making their way down. Lucid gets in though, that's a triple knock-up. Does find another one as Gumayushi goes down. Still, Showmaker is dead. Lucid in a lot of trouble. Kanavi getting big shields, and Lucid does have the GA. Smash is put into the Ghoulie Wall though, and now Lucid, I don't think he's going to be able to survive into Zeka's massive damage. And Smash now the last form of damage here, up and available for D+, and that's the double for Zeka. He has been a monster here in this game, and Smash is taken out. It's a triple for the Ori, and HLE will pick up the 2-0 here tonight.
And what looked like a potential huge win for D+ in Game 1, they had the Fed Yunara, doesn't pan out. Game 2, they play patient. They test HLE. They say, you're the team that always goes in. You're the team that has often in mid and late games overextended against a defensive playstyle. We'll ask the question, can you slow it down too and match us and find the right fights? And the answer was a resounding yes from Hanwha Life Esports.
Certainly was, but man, they had to work pretty hard for it in both of these games. Things were extraordinarily close, but managing to clutch it out in the end. That pick onto Korea, devastating for D+, but brilliant for Hanwha Life Esports. Some of these arrows from Gumayushi, it just doesn't really matter how the laning phase goes, even how some of these team fights go. He can warp games so effectively on these champions with these high impact abilities.
And he got caught a few times, but he still made such a big impact.
Yeah.
That's just Guma. You could try to put him down, but he's still going to put up the numbers. He's still going to be consistent. Could never stop him from making an impact no matter what the game state is.
And this guy, I hope that he's not subbed out again. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
I think that Delight was absolutely pivotal in this series. His Alistar was honestly series defining, I think. I don't think that, I think if you give him player of the match, you don't even need to worry about what happened in Game 2.
But Seraphim was pretty good too.
It was. But I don't think it's relevant. I think he did enough on the Alistar.
I think so.
That's fish. There you go. I don't understand the context, but I
going
like
up the stream maybe of going up to the top of the standings.
Ah.
Because D+ can no longer get second place. That was their chance in this series. They failed. So with this win, also HLE deny, at least for now, Genji's first place.
Yeah. Genji going to have to win their next one as well if they do want to confirm that.
This game was messy. It was, I think, played very aggressively by D+ at moments where they didn't have enough control to do that, especially this fight. This fight was a lot of where the game was determined. They fought back, right? There was this play here. They had the play in mid. D+ didn't go down without a fight, and then after they got back to even, they slowed down incredibly. But it makes you wonder if maybe they just played slowly throughout the entire early game, what they could have looked like, not from a goal deficit, not from dealing with this fed Orianna, because that was really the main problem. I think there's a pretty good chance Zeka ends up picking up POM because of his incredible Orianna game here, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I would agree. I still think that I'd want to give it to Delight just with how well he played. But you don't have to worry, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have a vote, so I will not be able to deny Zeka anything here.
I gave it to Delight.
Well, there you go. Maybe I helped influence you a little bit with your decision.
No, after Game 1, I
right, you'd already written it down.
I was pretty sure.
That's perfect. Let's have a listen to HLE as they finish this one off.
더블 3초
아래 어때? 아래 어때?
Delight's calling out his cooldown on his W because they need that sustain to come through in the shields. Interesting to see that in this final moment. They still know how tense it is. They still know it's defendable here because of the really good engage there from Lucid. But
always have to be wary.
They played it really well. I mean, it was unlikely that D+ would defend, right? But they handled it till the very last second.
And they take down Smash. Kanavi obviously is going to be diving fountains and things like that as the Nexus will be taken out here. And HLE, it says 2-0 on the docket. Zeka did 46k damage. Absolutely absurd numbers. But you can see that gold graph. DK was still, you know, they were in with a shot. It's just, unfortunately, I think the Drakes really did play a huge role in this game. With HLE being able to lock down the first 3, they demanded team fights, regardless of whether D+ were ready for them.
And they did not fight into D+'s defensive traps. I mean, there were a few punchbacks, as you guys can see on the gold graph there, but the major fights, the really important ones, were there. Ryze and Orianna will give it over to Zeka here. And imagine a best of 5 between these two teams.
Yeah. Hopefully we get it. We might. We have an opportunity to in the playoffs. But an incredible performance from Zeka. Don't want to take anything away from him as Subin is there ready for the interview. And the Super Soldier coming online towards the end of the season is exactly what you want to be seeing if you are an HLE fan.
I think HLE, this is the bounce back win you really needed. Came in kind of on our side of things, on the global side, as big underdogs today and walked away as consistent as they were when they were on peak, on form. That's always the question. What form are you going to get? And I think with Delight in, the form looks great.
Exactly right. Now it is time for us to throw it over to the interview, though. So take it away, dear.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeka on the side of Hana Life Esports. Congratulations! This 2-0 victory means that you have a chance for first place in the Legend group. How do you feel? Against D+ Kia today, we actually lost against them in round 3, but just winning against them today makes me feel very happy, and just given that we still have a chance to get first place is an amazing feeling. And with today's POM, you have reached 800 POM points. So how much do you think you contributed to today's victory? No, I just think I did what I had to do, and you know, getting voted, honestly, I'm really grateful and it's such a blessing, and I just feel like it's a bit surreal because it's been a while since I got a POM. Yeah, and games 1 and 2, they were both very 50-50. Such an exciting match to watch, but what was the trickiest part about facing D+ Kia? I mean, I think D+ Kia has very well-rounded players who are they tend to be very excelled at laning phase and also very good at team fighting. So I think it's just that we had to focus on our early laning phase and just make sure that we can play out the team fights well. And in game 1, HLE went for top Camille, and there were some changes she went through this patch. So do you consider it as a buff for top Camille? Yeah, Camille actually went through a lot of changes with the patch, and I felt like, you know, it's actually really viable as a solo laner, and Camille herself is actually a champion that Zeus is actually very good at, so I think we were able to utilize Camille in various ways. But that Camille ran into a little bit of trouble early, but Kanavi and you worked together to reset that with the dive, so whose call was that? Yeah, the call was that if we didn't do anything top, then it would actually be quite dicey for us on the long term. So I think I just had faith in Zeus to actually go with maybe 80% mana left for myself. So is it because you ended up sacrificing yourself? I think it's just that we're quite experienced in these kind of situations, so that's why mid and jungle, we all just have to work collaboratively together and just have faith in each other. How does it feel to feel that love from your fans? You know, that's a feeling that I haven't felt in a while, so I'm just really grateful.
I hope that I can actually create more instances where I can be on the POV or POM zone. And in game 1, with the Baron getting stolen, the game didn't go your way, but every team fight, you were able to get a pick on the enemy Yunara. So how are you able to find this angle? I think our Alistar and Camille was the only ones to actually go for that Yunara, who was actually their sole damage dealer, so we had to actually go in whenever we could. And in game 2, it looked like the opponents were trying to get prior in every lane. So what was your discussion as a team? I think it's just that we had a better value in terms of draft, so we had to maintain and just maintain. We have to make sure that we have sustain and just try to play out our laning phase well. And let's talk about your performance. Well, our team right now, it feels like we are not actually up to par as how we normally are able to perform. So I think it's really important for us to keep our focus on improving our performance until the very end. And there's still a chance, like you said, to get first place, and your last opponent for round 4 will be T1. What is your mindset? I think our last match is going to be a banger. I just want to make sure that we prepare well so that we can make sure that we can secure another victory with a great performance. And that is all from Zeka, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya. As it is a victory here for Hanwha Life Esports 2-0. They're able to close this one out here against D+. Both matches back and forth by both these squads, and great to see Hanwha Life Esports back in the form that we know that they're capable of doing, and that's what Zeka said in most of his interview. It was getting to the form that we know we can be at and being consistent.
And that's the important thing, because I think when we've seen these teams perform, we've seen HLE perform at such fantastic levels, but recently it's been D+ who had the edge in their form, and I think that HLE have shown a real level of back to the sort of play we've expected from them over the course of the year. And even though the matches were close, the games were individually close, it's a decisive 2-0 victory.
Spoiler alert, I didn't vote for Zeka, but I almost did. I think it's kind of illegal to give Zeka pressure in the priority lane, because this guy is the best at converting his pressure into the other lane, so that gives a lot of advantage for the team.
This makes me sad. It's 4 top row votes. It's 4 and 4, and then 3-1 on the bottom row vote.
I mean, to be fair,
this is as close as it could be.
I mean,
what do they have to do? What do supports have to do for the justice? He just came back from his time watching away from the team. He makes the comeback plays in the mid lane.
I thought Korean.
He gets the Seraphine ults. Okay, I'm done. Sorry.
I thought Koreans liked the storylines. So I thought Delight is gonna get the POM.
I actually said this. I'm gonna say I said this after game 1.
Yes.
When it was like, oh, Delight's playing so well, he's gonna get POM. I said it's not gonna happen. And I think no, it will. It will. I believe.
Yeah, we do like the storylines, but at the same time, his Seraphine in the game 2 was also phenomenal. So, but the thing is, Zeka with Rise, he had such a great moment in the early game, pushing the mid lane and invading with Kanabi. Anyways, I didn't vote for him, Bo. What a way to come back. I like Delight being so aggressive. When he's on playmaking champion, he's on point always.
Yeah, and my comment was really just about how when the enemy has a fed carry, it just does not matter. Delight will handle it. And he really did that in that game 1. I was like, this Janara is so strong. Is this just the game is lost? The answer is no. He will just find that carry and kill them.
I mean, it was just crazy that he found that angle 3 times in a row, because you have to play against Jarvan and TF and Lulu as well. I think it was just one of the best games he ever had.
Yeah, very solid. Welcome back to Delight as he's able to make those plays and steal some EN comments. Who knew oranges had so much vitamin D? That's Delight, you know?
Wow.
It's so funny because
it's so good.
Wolf put this comment in the group chat, but I didn't know who he'd voted for yet. So when I saw, I was like, what did he mean by this?
What?
It makes sense when I see the name.
Vitamin D stands for delight.
Yeah, exactly. But when I hadn't seen the name, I was like,
there was a drink back in the day, Sunny Delight, Sunny D.
Sunny D.
Yeah, Sunny
almost
D.
Sunny D.
Yeah, but it was for Sunny Delight.
Yeah.
Wolf used the meant
no,
the
it's a
full
good
name.
pun. I'm just saying it was confusing when I didn't know the full context. I didn't know who
That's why it's so good. You know?
Yeah, it works.
Bulge. Dodgeball King Zeka.
With his Orianna, yeah.
Yeah, again, dissonance and bigger dissonance, as the casters like to call it today. The all-arounder mid laner.
Yeah, so basically he's good at everything. Laning, team fighting, late game.
I thought this was more about how, like, any champion.
Oh, yeah.
More
that too.
So much more. You think back to the early days of Zeka being more of a melee champion player, and now he just had a series he played extremely well on Ryze and Orianna.
I mean, it's been a great year for Zeka. Again, currently now second in POM points, but unfortunately behind Chovy, who had himself a great year as well. I don't want that to go unnoticed. And here's the final one from for Kanavi. Hanwha Life Esports' striker, without a doubt, says Umpty. Again, all the guys with the jersey numbers. Kanavi's number 1? 7? 1? I think he's 1. I think he's number 1. Someone will correct me in the chat.
I think it's 7.
Is it 7?
Maybe 6?
5.
7?
Don't do it. I set this up. Please don't. G-Sun did not like that vote as we go to the standings here. And it is Hanwha Life Esports with a important win here, but it didn't quite clinch anything yet. What this does mean is that T1 and KT will do battle later on for KT's playoff life. And if T1 win, then it sets up a playoff bye matchup here for Hanwha Life Esports and T1 on our final day of the regular season.
It's just crazy how close things still are. I know obviously Gen G's locked player of round 2, but there's still quite a bit in the air despite this being our last week, and things are marching on. D+, if they'd won this one, would have really put a hammer towards KT's chances, but now things still very contentious.
It hurts so much for DK today because I think, especially the game 1, they almost got it, but I think few misplay, it had to happen, And I think for DK, it's still looking positive though. I still think they have the fundamentals. So I feel like every game is now if you have, for today, if you have a good condition, then you're going to have the good game, And then tomorrow it can be complete different story as well. So that's just full of chaos.
Yeah, I think for D+ here, just still a great showing in a lot of these series since we've come back from MSI. It's been early fight early on, and then whoever wins that takes control of the game, and that's basically it unless there's a throw. In both these series, back-to-back fights by both these squads. It's going to be very exciting to see how they move forward in the playoffs if D+ will be able to punch their ticket later. Speaking of trying to punch your ticket to playoffs, this is a huge one for the play-ins. It's 8th versus 9th right now. Nongshim Red Force versus Kiwoom DRX. Kiwoom DRX need a big victory here to keep their hopes alive. We'll have this one after the break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LCK.
21초. 우주체감 디플러스 기아 누가 막을래? 디플러스 기아의 드라마는 끝났다고요? 아닙니다. 바로 2부 시작입니다. 확실히 달라진 모습. 돌아온 젠지. 4연승은 쭉쭉 뻗어나가고요. 와, 결국 호랑이 물에서 패패했던 젠지가 오히려 세상 밖으로 나와서 이기나요?
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone. 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 낡은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 또
Well, one thing you can trust is the fact that Career trusts CV Max. Did you guys see the video of him jumping into CV Max's arms at the T1 home ground? Like, they won, and it's like, it's a video smash being like, oh, he's like wiping his hair. And then out of nowhere, Career comes into the frame and jumps into CV Max, and he just catches him, and CV Max is carrying him like a baby, like a big baby. And they like bounce up twice, and I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Because so many times when we see those kind of interactions, it's like, okay, we're gonna have to trust that the player's trusting CV Max, who's educating him right now. In this case, it was very clear.
How many teams have done trust falls? That's my question. Okay,
That's a good point.
You know, if you're like a coach or a manager, you get the new roster at the start of the year. It's like, guys, day one, get off the computers. We're doing trust falls.
Yeah.
And maybe that happened in some teams. And I don't know, maybe a certain AD carry didn't catch a certain mid laner, and that's why he got punished.
I knew you were going there, and I'm so glad you did. And now it's like, okay, Andal, are you ready? And, you know, Andal's a little small.
A couple of different tastes in there.
Much lower calorie option.
All right, this Sante actually at this point is kind of hitting, and this time he doesn't have a Nautilus to help him out. I think Perfect knows he doesn't quite have the damage, and there is the buffer. On the Q3, nicely done for the shutdown. Two once again on the board. As trying to fight for vision here essentially. Baron is up. We've seen some more earlier Barons in recent times. And yeah, they're just gonna send it. Okay, they find Ruler and the Timbers. Find three of them in the Cataclysm. And now we got a Bane on the loose. As Zeus has all the room in the world. Very nice pick though, as here comes the Olaf trying to make something of it, but the shield saves his life. And now the room from Guma will be excellent to try to lock down Canyon.
Will the bros fight for it? Okay, now Paranoia does come in. A possible delivery as the corn does nothing at all. Ahead with the black hole. Absolutely insane as they're crushed under the weight of this gargoyle. And Kingen is just running at them celebratorily and is able to take down the bottom lane as a result. Roma just left.
But it works, so credit to Genji, he's a charge ball. Uh-oh! He's gonna get away with this one, as now the double taunt is gonna come in. And a big Seraphino's over the top, catches 3! And just like that, they easily clean up the 6. Exactly what this top wants to do, and easily run right into it.
말이 안 되네 이거.
Just taking a lot of damage here. This is the poke that we were talking about. Miasma comes in, Doran taking a lot of damage off to the side. And now, oh my god, Korea, you monster! Doran dies immediately, Pace follows suit. Vega pushed away in D+. They turn on a dime, and T1 couldn't even blink. They're just dead. Carissa, they don't need a health bar to make this happen.
우리 틴틴, 우리은행.
Kind of putting his face in. There it is. Finally, the laser blade comes down and she gets the Gnar and finds unbelievable.
just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
스카웃 파이팅! KRX 파이팅!
용심
파이팅! 프로그 밀러 파이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. And it is time for some Rise Group. And this one has all of the stakes, Wolf.
It does.
We like to call it dessert, but there's a lot of stake.
My doctor told me that it's not healthy to keep doing Legend Group games and then go straight into a Rise Group game as a commentator. But I told him I'm a LCK commentator and that's my job. And then he said that might actually have long-term effects. But for now, just try to keep going at it. He said you only got a week left, and it's been crazy because we've had so many this week and last week where you go from the Legend Group match straight into Rise. And the gameplay is so different. The style is so different, right? It gets a little bit messier, but that's what we love about it, right?
Exactly.
And for today, we may have decided our final spot that is going to play-ins. Nongshim and QMDRX vying for that right now. Only Bro has actually secured it, but if QMDRX lose here, they will be unable to equalize with Nongshim and B&K, and will be de facto eliminated because there'll be 2 series between them and their other remaining opponents. So if QMDRX lose, we know exactly who is going to playoffs this early in the week on Thursday.
Yep, and if they win, things are still going to have to go well. But still, this is something that I think QMDRX might be able to rise to the occasion of. Nongshim have been having some struggles more recently.
Now this was the big comeback here for Nongshim with the outplay from Scout Diablo, where they were able to save the day and also bring themselves out of what was a massive losing streak for them. I know there's still a lot of issues for Nongshim. This win alone wasn't able to turn the tides. They weren't able to defeat DN Supers in the Kespa Cup Finals, but at least against this very opponent, they got out of the rut. And so we'll see if they can do it again here in round 4.
One of the interesting things, though, is that Nongshim, their whole downfall sort of started by losing to QMDRX earlier on in the year. Yes, they were able to take them down in this series here, but over the year, this has been actually QMDRX favored.
So as mentioned, if Nongshim wins, they and B&K will go to play-ins, and it will lock QMDRX into 4th place no matter what, eliminating them from play-ins. So for QMDRX, this is do or die. You must win this series, and as you said, a lot of other things have to go exactly right, but a very scary match to go into here for them. The pressure's definitely a little bit lower for Nongshim.
Yep, they would have to also face off against the DN Supers later in the week as well, and that will be a difficult one for Kium DRX because that's a team with nothing to lose, and they just won Casper Cup and finally had a rest for a couple of days as well. But let's welcome our teams to Chijijik Law Park here as we start off with our top laners given a fist bump. And man, it's so sad to think that Nongshim could theoretically be eliminated from the LCK this week, and therefore we may not see Lehens again.
It's crazy. You and I were talking about it in Casper Cup. You know, that was potentially, based on form right now, we were like, this might be the last trophy he lifts if he wins the series. He did not. So now has to fight his way through play-ins after securing play-ins, that is to say, and then through playoffs in order to either win an LCK and or Worlds in his final year of competitive play. Unless something crazy changes here, he's going to have to step it up too because he has been having a pretty tough year.
Yeah.
And it's one of the matchups, I think, when you look at the overall core of the 5v5 position-wise, it can be a little bit tough. You know, Andil's having some pretty good games, and you give him a pick like the Bard, for example, give him even an engaged support. He's even playing Nico. You know, this guy's got a lot of in his wheelhouse. I was trying not to say it, but I got stuck.
Sometimes you get trapped in the wheelhouse.
Yeah.
You know, it's really difficult to get out. Sometimes there's only wheels in there, and then they're going in different directions. It's hard. It's hard to escape, and that's completely okay. With the upgrade, though, here for Kium DRX, with aiming moving into that AD carry position, I think that it's going to be a slightly different story between these two teams, because you saw last time they faced off, or in the video that we were watching, that was LazyField that was hanging out in the AD carry position. I think aiming a very different player.
This fan said he was there in Daejeon as well.
Well, let's see whether he's going to get better news here today.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw him. I think I can pretty much verify that fact. He was there. He's hoping for better news today, like you say.
Yep. We can also confirm that Mustache Man was there as well. Not sure whether he's here today, but it was great.
As soon as we got off the
Blaster
train,
again,
we walked outside. We were trying to get a taxi. Well, Mustache Man was one step ahead.
Oh,
Suddenly a taxi drove past, and a man sticks his head out and says, "Hey, guys." It's Mustache Man.
Yep. Got to have a chat to him as well, because you might have heard, but there were a couple of pauses during that series, so I had plenty of time to chat with our friends, one of them being Mustache Man. So very, very cool stuff. Let's get into this.
Yeah, it's a match that means so much. When you look at the form of our players this year, it's been up and down, right? Diablo, one of the most prized possessions of BNK earlier this year. They traded him, and they've been doing better, and Nongshim had not been able to turn it around since he joined. Kium DRX get aiming, starts off pretty well, but otherwise he isn't able to right this ship necessarily on his own. Everyone needs to be playing well together around him, and that hasn't always happened.
Yep.
And mid lane, you know, you've got Yukao, who's been one of the more vocal members of this team, but hasn't ever really been consistent for like the last 2 years. You know, he has the big games, and then sometimes he has the games where he can't get it done, and sometimes it's not his fault. Sometimes the team synergy just isn't there. But Scout turned his year around, and I think that's one of the main reasons why I do give Nongshim the edge here, because Scout was having a tough time against tougher opponents before we had the Legend Rise split. And once he got into Rise group, Locke became available. Not only is he a great Locke player, one of our best, he is really just looking in general much better form right now.
Yeah, I would agree. I think with Rise also making a bit of a resurgence here, he was always fantastic on that champion. Orianna needs no introduction. And let's see what they're going to be able to put in the mid lane as we get into draft for game number 1, Kium DRX versus Nongshim. Nongshim with the right of first selection. They will select first pick.
A ban away from Willer here early on. No Cassiopeia look. Cassiopeia has been so strong that it is almost always banned these days. We're not seeing it on the Rift as much. It's still ignored here.
Yeah.
Aiming's Ezreal will get taken away. Jarvan is a really interesting one because I think Sponge has been the weakest performing player on Nongshim Red Force right now.
Has been reliant on the Jarvan though, so maybe just making him as uncomfortable as possible is the aim of the game. But do they decide to start the mid lane bans now? That is the big question, and the answer is no.
Getting rid of all the ball carriers.
Okay. So Orianna's still just going to be banned. They don't want to see it. So will Casio just be taken off the board? That is the big question.
I think you've got to.
Poppy.
Poppy is available, but not necessarily first pickable.
That's a scary one to leave up. We've only really seen it. Has it been played like once? I think it's been played once here in the LCK. It was a win.
One time.
But otherwise, it's just been living on the ban list.
You got to ban Casio here.
I think you do.
They're not going to first pick Poppy, so you could get it as a response maybe to a sponge pick of some kind.
Does kind of warp the draft, though. I feel like you do have to make some more careful decisions. And Rise isn't as worried about the steadfast presence. He doesn't dash a lot.
I think he's pretty happy with this. So they ban the Casio. Orion's gone. They get Rise. So Talia is a common response.
Talia Pantheon, baby. Let's do it.
I mean, it's what I have in my mind. But Willer is looking for the Lee Sin here instead.
All right. So Lee Sin with Poppy available. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a scary
Maybe they
prospect.
get Lee Sin and Poppy and just put the Poppy in the bottom lane, but then you've just eliminated the flex to everyone.
All right, Lee Sin Olaf.
Well, I think the Poppy is probably coming, but not actually going to be the case if they lock the Lucian here for Diablo. A pick he rarely gets his hands on. And we'll have the Lehens Milio in this combination.
And the Annie is going to be UCal's answer to the Rise. We've seen this cropping up. The Talia has been an option into it as well. I believe Closer beat Scouts Rise with this one in the Casper Cup final just a few days ago.
I think you probably see a ban on the Poppy right here. And then you will probably ban the Xin. And that will be just eliminating Sponge's playmaking in this one. Could see a Pantheon ban, to be honest, instead of the Xin, since it works really well with Lucian Rise. Yeah, they do that first.
All right.
And on the other side, you have no idea what this bottom lane is, so you want to get rid of picks that work well into the Lucian Milio. They take away the Nautilus. And it could be a Lulu ban, for example, if they're worried about dealing with that Yunara Lulu. That matchup does get pretty volatile. Pretty close one.
I would kind of like a Seraphine ban. I'm just feeling like she has really started to hit her stride in the meta at the moment and would be able to go toe-to-toe in lane a little bit more effectively than some of the other options. The Karma is still there, though, and so some possibilities for some Caitlyn Karma or something like that.
Do they just not care about the Poppy, I guess? This is the other pick I was talking about, but, I mean, Sponge can't play Poppy now.
He could theoretically.
Assuming they don't take it away and give it to Ando, but I don't think you want to be playing Poppy into Lucian Milio.
That's what I'm a bit scared of as well. The Bard going to be denied from Ando instead.
So no Caitlyn Bard response. Lulu, a possibility here if they want to run the Lulu Yunara lane into this one. It's a greedy one, but it looks like that's what they're aiming for.
Speaking of aiming, he is the one that's going to lock it in. So Yunara first, and we do know that the Lulu is going to be coming next. So Sponge, are you going to be playing Poppy? Kingen, are you going to be playing Poppy? I wouldn't play Poppy into Olaf. That sounds terrible. So it is all about Sponge and whether he does want to take that one away.
I don't think they have to, but it does feel really good into Lee Sin, and it can make sure that your bottom lane can't be punished. Feels really strong in that sense, and you have a lot of early game to play through, especially now that you have the Kled.
All right.
Instead they go for Nefiri, so this is going to be a populous draft for what feels like the first time ever.
I think she has, like, snuck through a couple of drafts.
Yeah, like one or two.
Yeah, but the Lulu is obviously going to be picked up here as the support for aiming. And a pretty stock standard draft here for KRX, but I feel like this is beautifully Rise Group. You know, like you look down the list of champions and you're like, there's some late game insurance, there's an Annie for dropping bears on stuff, there's Korean junglers playing Lee Sin. Like, this is just beautiful Rise Group flavor.
Yeah, no, it is. It gets more interesting games 2 and 3. But right now we've got all the tier list champions, all the good ones, right, that weren't banned away. We didn't get the Poppy in here because it didn't necessarily make that much sense. Again, I feel like it would have been good defensively into the Lee Sin to put the pressure on bottom side, but instead they want to go for a little bit more fire around top side and let the Lucian lane continue to push on its own. They'll probably accept some defensive vision down there instead, but they want that Kled to get some advantages. I think I trust Nongshim's draft more. As Lazy
Hey,
Feels
it's
here.
Lazy Field.
He's always here, but this time he's watching in the audience.
Oh, that's really cute. I actually saw some Vietnamese fans backstage as well. So I'm wondering who's over here from Vietnam at the moment.
He said,
but I know that there was a couple of people here.
He said frog fighting, but he said frog in Korean instead of writing frog. So he's just calling him a frog, not calling him a frog player.
Oh, it's actually very, very cute. But let's see whether the frog is going to be able to fight into King in here. Let's get into the riff for game one.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number one, Nongshim versus KRX. This one is incredibly important, as Andal and Aiming are going to chase Diablo out of the river here momentarily. Lehen's just going to pick him up, and they should be able to wander away. Ardent Blaze Valley already there. Digon just said lazy peel in like all caps.
Yeah,
that's what. That is very dangerous. Don't be lazy when you're peeling. That is sharp. You know, and if you're lazy, you can like really like cut off part of your hand. Like we've all had peeler incidents. Do not be lazy when you're doing that. That is terrible advice. So Digon, just be better, please. That would mean a lot to us.
Maybe he was trying to make a statement about the draft. I don't think so, though.
Yeah, I don't know either. That could be a bailout, though, as Aiming is going to take a lot of damage here from Diablo. Diablo's still going to be pushing back, though. Now at about 200 health is Aiming, and going toe-to-toe level 1 is dangerous at the best of times.
Yeah, barrier down for Aiming, as they do get level 2 first out of this, but I don't know what it'll necessarily mean. There's a nice little turnaround there from the Lance from Andil. A lot of damage in Diablo's circle hits as well, and I mean, maybe they could turn this around right away. This is Willer on Vision, and Diablo needs level 2. He does get it here.
All right, Q going to connect here, but Sponge is making his way in, bounces into this Tri-Brush, and Diablo is going to take some Slurkle damage here. I mean, this is getting dangerous, as Willer is going to be pushed away. There is a Rise moving into this brush as well, and man, a lot of jockeying for position.
That trade of barriers ended up working out really well for KRX, and Diablo went in aggressively and lost a lot of experience, so didn't get level 3. Before they got the back off, and had level 2 very late, as we saw in that exchange. And with Willer down there, didn't have a lot of playmaking ability, but just everything was hitting. You know, the picks play from Andil was really good. Aiming is able to layer that Slurkle in there, just added enough damage with just a little bit of poke in this matchup. Like I said, it's very volatile. Can be won by the Inara Lulu, and they fight their way through it. So really nice start for them. Diablo, a man to be feared on Lucian. I think his stats don't really tell the story of how good he is at this pick, but even still, they haven't been able to win with it.
Yeah.
But with that one time, 1 and 3.
Yeah, it's not what I was expecting as far as the stat line is concerned. We've seen this matchup go both ways. I believe Kingen tried this actually a couple of days ago. Wolf.
He was the first one.
Yeah, and last time it didn't work out so well. He is currently 0-2 on the Kled. Maybe third time's the charm.
Oh, sorry, he was the first Olaf, sorry. That's what I meant to say.
Ah, yes, that's true. But he has played, I believe, the Kled a couple of times so far. Hasn't found much success. But we'll see whether this time's going to be different.
In this game on the Nefiri, I want to mention him a little bit here because I think he has been a player that really hasn't been very aggressive. He's been very tame. You know, he's been very slow in a lot of these early games. And that's cost him big against big players, like Charvel, for example, in the Kespa Cup Finals just a few days ago. And I wonder if he'll be able to turn the tempo up in this game, because in this matchup against Lee Sin and with this draft, he absolutely needs to. He cannot be a passenger in this game, cannot just be a farming Nefiri. Matched the Lee Sin early and did a good job of deterring a potential dive there, but let's see what else he can get done in this game and in this series.
Yeah, and Grump is up here for Willa. I don't know whether he's going to be heading back there, as this bottom lane seems so important to make sure that Aiming and Andal are not going to be falling behind. Local value decent, but Diablo and Lehen's are very, very safe here. Having hit level 4, that's where this Lucian gets very, very dangerous. The Mega Fire Kick is going to be frustrating here. No polymorph value to come through from Andal, unfortunately. There's the little lance and a bit of extra damage here, just as Andal is playing defense, but Aiming's still going to have his back interrupted. And now a potential dive angle.
Aiming's
very
super
pretty
low.
good at it.
He does have his barrier back.
Well, Sponge is going to jump in, gets right on top of Andal here, as that's a great polymorph, but still, it's going to wear off, and he goes untargetable. That is first blood, just so comfortably picked up by Nongshim.
Yeah, Aiming would have had to stay under turret there to actually defend his support. He just wasn't willing to do it. It would have been tough, and he might have also just been an additional casualty there, but had barrier and heal, so there might have been some wiggle room there, but he ultimately decides to just let his support die and stuck around while doing so, so delayed his back, but won't lose too much from this. But as you guys can see, early kill going over here puts a small lead here for this Lucian in this lane. Not as large as Diablo would have liked it to be, as Sponge picks up the kill. But this goes back to the aggression I was talking about we don't always see from Sponge. And if aiming stays here, he becomes the target. And Polymorph, you know, I think not enough to save there, so I don't think he could actually stay. I don't think Andil can, I don't think he can turn that one around. He probably would have just been the one who dies and then wouldn't have been able to farm and would have been even worse.
Yeah, and I actually like that he holds on to Flash there, doesn't try to outplay it or anything like that. I think it was going to be a little bit too difficult, especially with Neferi and his ability to dive, which is so strong. Good Polymorph that time. Try and avoid the extra damage, as Willer is taking a lot of said damage. Sponge making his way over the flash in from Scout, who does get stunned by the Pyroblast that followed him through there from Yukal. So flash for flash, mid for jungle is going to be the result of the play, but it feels like Nongshim just have so much more pressure here in this game.
They really do. I mean, even though the bottom side had that early mishap, they've taken back completely control of that lane. And Kingen on the top side, it's a new summoner spell on this Kled. I didn't even notice until now the barrier
That's
he has
kind of
picked
crazy.
up. He has that one in tow, which could be useful later on in the game too.
Yep. Pretty intrigued by how that one is going to work out.
I think you use it on the very end of your dismount.
Another Polymorph comes in here as aiming is just shooting him. Flashes forward, looking for the angle. That Sponge is going to show up. Will it there as well, but is going to back away now that they see this Realm Warp bringing Scout down, but he doesn't have Flash, so cannot make that big Rune Prison play. Does get a bit of damage onto Willer, but Willer isn't too worried about it. Goes back towards his jungle.
And, you know, this is another one of those attempts here.
Oh.
His back off.
Yeah, gets the heal, the shield, and is going to be able to go home. So nice hit on there by Diablo.
Yukal gets some damage on the Scout.
Just sort of following him through the jungle here. Does have his bear available. So that means that Scout is not going to be coming on over to stop this plate from going down.
This dive, or gank I should say, is not able to get QMDRX a kill, but it is able to relieve a lot of pressure, so it's incredibly valuable in that sense. Now, notice aiming is heading towards the top lane here. They may try to spring a bit of a trap here onto Kingen, start to control that as they swap the Olaf bottom side. But instead, he's just going to back, and they do have the Lee Sin on the top side. He's going to get the Scuttle Crab on vision. Maybe they could do something with this, but otherwise it's just going to be aiming, pushing a Kled away as the Olaf looks to head bottom.
Yep.
And
5 seconds on the Grubs as well.
Rotating Lucian as well here. He's going to come up here for the straight-up Grub fight. Like you said, there's great swap timing for Grubs, and he's going to be here. Has level 6 as well. He's ready to scuffle here.
This is some Rise Group gaming right now as aiming does hit that level 6 himself. First Grub goes over to Nongshim though. We'll see whether aiming can actually get down here in time as Yukal flashes in, finds the Incinerate for the double stun, and the Lucian is dead already, but the Olaf is traded immediately. KMDRX, can they actually find themselves a re-engage into this fight as Will is going to deliver Sponge into the backline. Aiming dashes after him and finds the Arc of Ruin, but it kind of ruins him and his positioning as he's taken down by Scout. And Kingen, he might be dismounted, but he's got Skull and he's happy to protect him. Really nicely done here by Nongshim.
Yeah, and Nongshim should be able to take these Grubs. I suppose it's going to take a little bit of time without their Fury here, so they decide not to do it. And this fight is really messy. Yukal wants to set up this flash play right into, by the way, a level 6 Milio, but it catches the Milio to prevent any sort of outplay here. The ultimate comes down from Hens immediately afterwards, and the Olaf that's overextended here to help secure that kill does go down. But watch aiming here as they get Sponge over the wall with a nice flash. Aiming follows over the wall. Means he gets Sponge, but he also turns himself into a target. So just very messy. You know, the initial part of this I think was great from KMDRX. They had some good moments in it, but they kind of cooked a little too hard.
Yeah, now Kingen is going to remount here towards this top side. Frog, I think, playing this one pretty effectively, understanding that Kingen was going to be able to get Skull back, and so going for an all-in was going to be a little dangerous. Flash disadvantage as well for the Olaf. So KMDRX, that one cost them quite a bit. 600 gold is now the advantage for Nongshim, but I don't think it's over just yet. There's still a Yunara composition. We know what this champion can do later on in the game. And they're just going to have to weather the storm and make sure that this Lucian doesn't get too out of control. And right now, ahead by 100 gold, is not
No
really
Essence
out of
Reaver,
control.
no early fight to play through with that just yet, so still early days. Willer's here again.
Okay. Dragon has been started up here. Willer knows exactly what's going on. Steps on that control ward there as well.
Looks like they're just going to get this secured. It was pretty close with Willer being so nearby with that Sonic Wave.
Yeah, not actually going to press Q again, though. I don't think he even really had much of an opportunity because the Sonic Wave kind of hit as
hit it as
it
it was
dying.
going over, yeah.
And item advantage was there for Sponge, so that's a large reason why KRX didn't go for that one. Cyclosword was done, and the Eclipse only just finished now for Willer.
Yeah,
so really good use of item spikes as well.
I think that, you know, even with aiming being a pretty strong force in a scrappy fight like that, they had no setup. You're fighting a Diablo who's on Lucian. They have so much prio. And aiming doesn't have flash himself either. Diablo's about to have his backups, which is pretty scary. Maybe see a Lee Sin gank to take that away if Willer can find his in here. But they just consistently have put wards in this river entry brush. The Phaelite here doing so much work, and it keeps getting cleared, but it means that they're safe, and they know that line they can walk around Vision. How much can we pressure this, Yunara Lulu lane, and when do we have to back off? They've been walking it quite nicely, even though Willer has spent so much time trying to disrupt that.
Yeah, and that's meant that the 3 grubs does go over to Nongshim in the end. Only one of them was taken in that last little scuffle. And so there is the extra value here for Nongshim is aiming. Going to take some pot shots towards Diablo, charging up that Q. Finally does. Press the big R button, but they do just back away. Willer might be able to find the angle, though. There is the kickback flash from Diablo. That was a bit weird that Willer missed the Q, but that's fine. Now you've got a realm warp towards the top side. Ragnarok is there for Frog, but he is still very, very dead. Yukal comes in, though. Triple stun is kind of massive, as they have 2 champions that can remove the CC, but Scout is just dead. Cannot untargetable that one, as it turns out. And now Kingan's in a bit of trouble, but he pulls Skull back out and keeps himself alive.
Sponge going in a bit funky there, but they bought enough time. They are able to actually take out Yukal in the end. So they're on both sides as Willer's trying to take the jungle and gets punished.
Yeah, and there is the culling as well out of Diablo. Willer, I don't think he's out of the woods just yet, as Diablo's going to get sped up by the shrine there. And I don't know whether Willer's going to be able to make this one work. Yeah, Diablo, even in point-blank range, able to take down the Lee Sin.
Nongshim winning everywhere.
To double the kills, yeah.
Yeah, they're winning on the bottom side defense. They're getting the cross-map dive. They get the extra kill, shut down Yukal's defense attempt. Yukal's down TP. And then they even get the punish. And Willer's like, well, I'm going to get something back. And he crosses the line and gets killed as well.
Man.
So Essence Reaver's online. Go all the way back to this. So on the bottom side player, we're watching that a little bit more closely, but this is what they were trying to set up here with the Realm Warp. Frog is the target here, and they just ult him with the Nefiri. Does have the ability to go untargetable, but Kingan has the aggro here, so Kingan's dismount drops the turret aggro. Scout takes it, and Sponge, unfortunately, when he goes back in here, just eats so much damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of malignants all over the place here in this top lane. But Kingan remounts, and so everything is fine. And then Willer just fought.
He's like, I'm going to get Raptors, so it's okay. It's not okay. You can't do that. Gets the speed up here on the Scuttle. And Willer just doesn't have anywhere to go. Wanted to get to that Blast Cone. That's unable.
Cute little attempt, but not able to actually save himself. And yeah, I've seen this play before. As Sponge does hold on to some turret aggro, but instead they do just decide to give up on the play.
When you have a Yunara Lulu lane on the bottom side that is stable, they get to play a little bit more towards your top side post the laning phase, because they're just leaving Frog out to dry. And this is a volatile matchup where King gets ahead. He runs away with the game. And right now he has 13 gold, 1,300, 1,400 gold. In fact, the advantage just keeps going up. This is getting more and more money here, and less money is going over to the Olaf right now. Frog is deep in the hole, and Willer is not getting him out. He just keeps trying to salvage that mid lane, or sorry, the bottom lane that's now in the mid lane, trying to salvage the Diablo Lehen's problem, but they weren't even ahead, you know? Like, they didn't need to play through the Yunara once they had stabilized, but he just kept trying to, and now this is just a huge problem that it's been rinse and repeat here for Nongshim to kill this Olaf.
Yeah. And so Aiming does have a gold lead now that the Cull has cashed in. That is something worth noting. But I just don't know whether it's really enough. 1.7k here at 15 minutes isn't too bad. And Nongshim have so many threats. I mean, there's 4 threats on the map right now. In the Ryze, the Lucian, even the Nefiri, and the Kled. So a lot for Aiming to deal with as he looks to try and carry this late game. And Frog, I just don't think he's going to have that impact that he wants as this game goes on.
Yeah, not the biggest impact on that culling, speaking of, but not going to be punishable here by KRX. Sponge is so strong right now and is very close to his second item. They really need to be respectful.
Yeah, well, Diablo is going to take half of his health bar, aiming as well. Needs to be careful himself. Arc of Ruin is decent. The fire kick was there to stop the engage. So Diablo down very low, but this Rift Herald still going to get taken here by Sponge. I'm pretty sure the ulti for the re-engage. Great Wild Growth comes in. And now I don't think Frog really wants to be here. He agrees. He's going to run away. And now in goes Willa, out goes Willa. In goes Yucal. No, out goes Sponge. In goes Yucal, never mind. He is actually doing it. They get the ulti out of hands, and out goes Yucal.
All right, now
in goes Who-Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Sponge with no ult to try to come over here for a steal, and they don't have access to this pit. It's going to be close. Scout's kind of forcing his way in here.
Teleport from McLeod. Kingen is going to be pretty scary here, but doesn't have the charge available. Scout just walks in, though, and Sponge should be able to secure this. Willa goes forward, and it's the Rift Herald taken by the Rise of all people. And Willa is just dead to Diablo on its way out. Little unfortunate there for KRX. They kind of fell apart.
What a tragic way to potentially lose this game as Kingan's on the flank here. He wants to set up a sandwich. They have so much power in this mid wave right now, and he's full health and mounted. I mean, you're going to have to spend so much to kill him if they do commit the fight. They don't have a lot of mana on Diablo. I guess is part of the reason. I mean, he was also fairly low. But this is going to be Dragon as they just get every objective on the map right now.
It's so scary. Not quite with ult yet is aiming. And so Scout will take a bit of damage, but Kingen is able to rotate up. So everything is going to be fine. Yeah, they've got a monopoly on these neutral objectives.
Look at the bottom push. It's not answered by Frog. Is losing so many minions. Didn't have TP. And this is Nongshim with a health advantage here as aiming gets chunked down. KRX can't fight. And they kind of just slow-played it as if they were going to be in a position to actually turn this at some point. But they weren't. And Willer's like, but it's so low and I really want... You're not getting it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So they kind of slowly just let Nongshim take everything there. Instead of like looking for a more decisive play or backing off earlier to look for their own contest. So a bit indecisive and it costs them a lot. Remember, KRX literally fighting for their tournament life right now in this series.
Yep. If they lose here, they are done. They are joining the DN Supers and they are not going to make it to the play-ins. As Sponge bouncing forward. It's Chemtech Rift, so Ox, you can turn your attention to him if you don't like Chemtech Souls. Valdez, sorry about the Mega Blast Cones as well. We could have some big disengages here in this game. Yucal showing us the power of the Mega Blast Cone. Can actually deliver Tibbers in a pretty funny way if you use it for engages. So hopefully we see the more aggressive version. That's the one that Valdez likes, and he won't be as upset if that was to be the case.
Frog?
Yeah, Kingen is just kind of hitting him.
He has two items.
There is the Ragnarok. The exhaust comes down, and Frog is just running.
I think Kingen wishes he didn't take Barrier this game. It's not been very valuable for him.
Yeah, it's too defensive. Great Wild Growth does come in, but aiming is actually going to be backing away here. The culling comes down. He still flashes. Now trying to get the autos down, and Diablo is almost dead, but almost is not enough. Oh, no. They use everything to keep aiming alive. He stays alive.
But Diablo does too. 3 summoners used on the play with Scout's flash in. Diablo has to flash Barrier, eat Lehen's ult, and he barely walks away with his life. As it does a 2-item buy here for both of these 80 carries. The Flicker Blade comes in at the same time as Runins post that play, so neither of them are able to put each other down. They still walk away with 2 items in hand. As aiming is playing hyper-aggressive here because he wants to bait a play with a Wild Growth, but unfortunately, after the Wild Growth is down, he doesn't have any power to play through. Scout agrees. He flashes forward here. This kick saves it here for the side of KRX. They're not, unfortunately, though, able to kill Diablo off of it.
A little bit unfortunate, but could have been worse, absolutely. As Diablo able to dance away from the Slurkle there. And aiming is still very strong. These 2 items are extremely powerful on the Yanara. It's just the rest of the map, which is looking very problematic. 2.5 minutes on the next Drake, and the Baron is going to be up in 15 seconds' time. I just don't think that is really going to be something we're going to be looking towards just yet. As Frog has found Kingen once again. Ragnarok is up and available once more, and aiming, he's coming down. Skull is going to be dismissed, and Kingen We'll just back away, but Sponge looking for the angle here. Everyone is in this bottom lane.
Yeah, but I don't know if they have the tools to dive this many people down here with aiming here as well. I think that's probably going to be the end of the aggression from Nongshim. I was worried they were going to try to hard force it into wild growth. Yunara ult. Olaf is there. So
And
they agree.
both of those ultimates just came back. So
Yeah.
Andal and aiming now with their R buttons ready to press.
But, I mean, not dying there and getting Nongshim to leave and not commit to a dive isn't exactly a win. It's not in the pros column. It's kind of in the things are the same, which is in the cons column, actually, because the game state right now is pretty abysmal. And look, the Lucian isn't the one who's ahead. It's the Kled, it's the Nefiri. And yes, there's a small lead for the Rise, but that's nothing really to write home about. They just don't have the tempo in this game. They need to actually get a big team fight win to get back map control. And I feel like literally with one big team fight win, KRX can actually put this Yunara closer to 3 items, and the game will be a lot closer. Even if it's still like a 2,500 gold lead for Nongshim, it's the map control that matters the most when you're playing into this oppressive Lucian comp. The Lucian isn't ahead, but he's still more powerful right now at this stage of the game with the advantages that they have.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Rise is going to be that scaling element that they're looking for, and they can turn on a dime and find these engages with the charge. Kled is actually kind of like supercharged Sivir. When you press the R button, you can really rocket your teammates around the rift. So we'll have to look out to see whether Kingen is going to be able to find an angle like that. As Sponge walking on in, seeing whether he can eliminate some of this vision as Willa goes in, goes out. And Sponge will just be backing away. 20 seconds on this Drake. That's why Nongshim are pushed so far into the enemy jungle.
Out has Realm Warp, and they have this flanking Kled. KRX just do not seem to be aware of it. This could be a bit of an overextension here. Okay, Frog does link back up, so I think it's going to be tough for Nongshim to make that happen.
Yeah, this is a scary part.
Still looking for it. Aiming is the target.
Oh man, Kingen could just press R and things could go very, very wrong very quickly as there's the culling. And now that charge does come down, but not exactly in a place where you really are too worried about it as Willer is looking for an angle. Does land a Q onto Diablo, but decides not to go in. Flash available, so the kick flash could have been very scary.
Sole point here for Nongshim. Willer's at half health. There would be a heavy commitment.
Yeah, Sponge bounces back over again. Nongshim are looking for the turn. Slurkle is good. In goes Willa, but out he goes. Really nice fire kick does come on through there, as you can see. The Olaf is trying to find Scout the Wild Growth to interrupt, and he is going to get his prize. That's going to be the Drake taken, but can KRX find another angle? Frog is in so much trouble as Kingen is going to be wiped out. It's the kill going over to the Annie, and now aiming is trying to get that damage through. Lehenz's defense is pretty fantastic, but KRX still really happy with how this play's gone.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that re-engage from Kingen. He finally tried to get value out of that barrier, but he is just burst down on the attempt. And Nongshim, I think, should have been happy to just say, all right, well, look, it just didn't work out. The Wild Growth play was great. We didn't get the Realm Warp to escape there, but we got the Dragon instead. They end up losing 2 on the play as Diablo kites this one out, right? You see on the edge here, Kingen gets pushed back, and Scout tries to Realm Warp, gets the Wild Growth interrupt. Kingen's dismounted here, but he wants to go for a play where he comes in here and gets the remount and has barrier to actually shred through as they go back in. He flashes in to try to kill Frog with a shotgun, and just dies. And as a result, it's a bigger win here for KRX. They are able to all escape there on the bottom side. Otherwise, but like I said, it all takes one team fight. Now it's 1,500 gold, not 4,000 here for Nongshim, and a little bit more map control here for KRX.
Yeah, and at least Nongshim managed to get the Drake, so that soul point can be a big deal. We'll see whether it's going to be, especially with this Melio on the map. I swear, Lehenz has been so incredibly impactful on this champion. Every fire kick has been so good. Just wasn't enough in that last fight to really save any of his carries from that certain death.
Picked up as well for him on that back. That's an item that gives me flashbacks to a different meta.
Yeah, I always think of, like, there's an Olaf in the game, so maybe that's it. The Kanavi special that I think Tarzan was actually playing back here in the LCK, as now Willa is going to discover Sponge. Man, the Darkened Daggers are just doing so much damage.
He's pretty big.
Yeah.
Getting closer to his GA as well in this game. And Diablo needs to be very careful about walking this far up when Yukali's flash, because he will definitely get flash stunned, and there's a lot of friends nearby.
Oh yeah. Aiming is not afraid to continue fighting here though, as Willa is just going to get double tapped. It takes a lot of damage there. Serpent's Fang, third item here for Diablo, has been completed. Kind of crazy going for that one as the culling comes down yet again. Typewriter comes out and aiming, loses a whole bunch of his health bar.
I mean, they had control of the side, so KRX, as the mid push is there, they're just going to use the charge to the Baron. As the mid push is there, it's really hard to punish the side lanes. And so both the Kled and this Ryze were hard pushing. Now KRX are very aware of this. Scout setting a trap.
Yeah, Bear comes down. Diablo looking for Yukal, who's trying to flash his way out of there. Diablo takes a lot of damage. Scout, can you actually kill the Annie? The answer is not quite yet, but aiming! He's going to go down! Into the backline goes the Olaf, but Kingen uses Skull to tank it. And Diablo baits them with Lahenza's ultimate. And now Nongshim will head over towards the Baron.
And it's more than just a Baron now. After the failed contest here for KRX, they lose two. They will lose this Baron. It looks like Willer is going to try to take a turret here in exchange, but even a TP answer comes through from Scout, and I think he'll just barely save it. Okay, not quite, but he might kill Willer.
Yeah, Willer does get the kickoff. There you go. Nicely done.
Get off of me. Oh.
And he's very dead.
He's very dead, but at least he got the turret. So this was such a cool trap they set vision-wise here. Scout's over here, then Yukal drops the bear, and Diablo flashes on him, and then the Realm Warp here. The play almost gets a little bit too cute as Yukal's stun was going back up, but then he baits aiming in, and it's just so broken up for KRX. Is on the other side, you have Frog like, I'm going to get him! I'm sandwiching, we're flanking them! Except the fight was actually won because Nongshim just decided to not deal with the Olaf and push the other side instead, and then turned to kill the Olaf. As this was a desperate attempt to get something back. They did, but I don't know what it really means at this point as the gold goes back to 4,000, 4,500 in fact here for Nongshim. 45 seconds away from a potential soul.
And the Actualizer is in for Scout. I don't know whether it was quite there for the last fight, but he was devastatingly powerful. Another culling here from Diablo. He is so aggressive on this Lucian, making sure that he keeps that ulti on cooldown. KRX just trying to defend this inner turret. They might be able to do so, but they cannot defend mid lane, as Kingen will be able to just take that one down by himself. Frog gets back there, and the Drake is going to be up very, very soon. Sponge goes untargetable. Nongshim just have all of the answers. Down will go this turret, and Kingen is just able to back away.
See if they can punish anybody right now. I mean, Yukal's stuck under turret, and Kingen's super mobile, has flash and ult.
Well, Q is going to connect there by Willa, and decides not to go in. Diablo takes some damage from the Dragon.
He's then going to damage the Dragon back a lot. And I think that KRX, this might be the last chance in this game to make something. They have no flash on the Annie, no stun just yet, but Yukal's got it set in just one ability.
Well, Kingen is going to be dismounted. They do manage to get this soul, and the charge brings Kingen back in again. Redemption goes down. That's going to heal him back up again, and the Glitter Lance is going to slow Scout, but they just lost the soul, and Baron is still there for a minute.
Kingen was ready to turn that into a game win as Sponge?
He got it with a bleed.
Yeah, and he's also just running at 4 people, and they're
running away.
They're not going to turn on him because they don't have enough information. Kingen is like, I'm winning the game, by the way. Yeah.
Well, the Bear is going to come on through. Bear versus Dinosaur, I guess, as far as the pet battle is concerned. But this inhibitor turret is sitting at half health, both mid and bottom lane, in fact. But mid is going to be the first one to go down as Nongshim
Yukal might get cut off here, chasing Kingen.
Well, Q connects here by Willa, but not going to find too much more, and Sponge just holds position here in the enemy base. Nongshim just so powerful right now as the culling comes on through once again. Turret goes down, Sponge goes into the sky, and yeah, KRX, they just look like they have no idea what they're supposed to do. And honestly, I can't help.
I mean, they don't have really a great teleport ward. They don't have TP actually anymore either. So they can't flank, they can't get out of their base. Aiming has flash to try, I mean, he could try to make a big play if somebody overextended. He's got a lot of damage, a lot of burst and sustained damage, but there's just too many threats there. Kingen is just also making sure he stays mounted while during that push. Like as soon as Yukal went for the aggressive play, he just backed off and let his team get the mid turret first and then collapse in, so there's just too many angles of attack, and then Kingen safed where he was. Now fully healed back up. Just got his KRX online. Such a huge threat in this game, and it has been all game long. The story of the Kled, Diablo doing a lot of work, but the early lead that they played through with Kingen just dismantled KRX. Willer just was not able to match all of his cross maps. Came up empty.
Yeah, I feel like Scout has had a bit of a return to form in this. Sponge has had a return to form.
Yeah, absolutely.
In this game. Scout still good on the rise, as it turns out. He was. It was a bit of a frustrating series that he had a couple of days ago. Obviously, feeling a bit cathartic about this one. Feeling much, much better. KRX looks to try and defend their last remaining inhibitor turret. They might have one more fight left in them, but it's going to be a real tough one. Oh, the kickback! The massive knockups, and down goes Diablo! They're looking for King in here as well! Sponge is dead, he gets the remount, but they're just going to kill him again! That play from Willow was so good!
They looked like they didn't know what to do, and maybe in that moment they didn't, but they found out what to do. What a kick! Kick into Wild Growth was insane! And KRX break out of their base. There isn't anything to take on the map, but bounty gold here from these turrets, and they've got mid on their sights. They also have that pushing top lane UCal to try to get a little bit more there, but respawns are going to come through pretty soon. But the fact that they're able to find that play at all is pretty amazing for them. Now, it's a best case scenario though, and it's still not that great. As watch this from Willer. Wants to find this angle here. Initially, Diablo goes through and he's just like, you can't be up like that.
Man.
Turns into a triple, and it's a 3-man knockup on the Wild
Sponge
Growth.
was trying to ult at the same time.
Yeah.
And so it's so much value.
And also, the ultimate there from Lehens really was low value because they were all knocked up. It was not really anything he could have done there to turn the tide of that fight.
And now Aiming has Infinity Edge completed. So
maybe a way back in, maybe.
Potentially. Still, you've got Diablo who's spent some time at the bargain bin. He can't quite make up his mind what he wants to be building just yet. Got some brown bags, got a BF sword, and he almost has a mortal reminder. Just realizing that he does need a little bit of that armor pen, as Aiming is going to just get taken down to half health immediately.
Yeah, he's going to back away though. The Baron has spawned here, and if Nongshim messed this up, remember, Elder spawns in 2 minutes. Suddenly this game is way too close for comfort. Sure, Nongshim are still in absolute control right now. They still have 2-minute inhibitors down to play through, but they need to be very careful.
Yeah, Realm Warp does come in here as Scout over the wall, as there's the Ragnarok, but I have a feeling the Frog might still be going down. They look to try and get on top of Aiming. They find him. Diablo's dead, but it does not matter this time. Scout is in the fight, and they all get wiped out. Frog is still alive and does have handle there for the support, but this base is in tatters.
Yeah, he's just trying to deal with these waves here. He should be fine, but I don't think he'll be fine for very much longer, since they're just going to start wailing on these Nexus turrets. Andil desperately trying to clear that cannon minion, or super minion rather. And good luck on this defense.
Yeah, good luck, guys. I just don't think it's going to happen, as down goes the Olaf. Nexus turret number 2 is going to fall, and Nongshim will find a Nexus to destroy. It was a tough time in Daejeon, but they've come back to Seoul, and they're looking better.
Very strong game from Sponge. We were worried that that could potentially be an angle of attack. He had been looking a little bit down in his last few games, but he turns it around in a big game here where they play through top side. They get King ahead on this Kled, and even though the bottom side was doing well, Willer couldn't turn it into a huge advantage. The whole game, Diablo was down on gold, but he was making more impact every single time in the mid lane. They maintained control of the prio, and this Kled was just such a problem they could never deal with. Cool kick play there with the Wild Growth in the end. Did not end up changing the tide of battle, but it was very cool to see KRX was able to at least find one thing back. But I think they had larger issues and where the jungle spent his time, Willer in particular in this case, in the early game.
Yeah, I would say so too. And they really did utilize that top lane control to really run away with this game. Hats off to Kingen for being able to make this Kled work, and work so exceptionally well here in this first game. However, they do need to win 2 if they want to kick KRX out of the LCK for this year. And we'll see whether they can as we go to a short break. We'll then have the space to break that one down, and we'll have game number 2 then. We'll see you soon.
망원 나 일단 찍어.
기다려 나 칼부트로 돌게.
확인.
다음 미드라인은 그냥 걸자. 나 공 쓸게 이거.
얘 망원 하나 빠졌고.
이거 써봤다.
다음 민다 자.
나공 쓴다.
올라프.
아 보자. 올라프.
애니 노플.
이나라 이겼다.
이거 3점.
이거 바텀 가자.
올라프 끊을게.
마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 낡은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로를 보는 순간 We don't look back 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까 All the nights let us hear 이제 눈을 떠 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 나를 남겨 저 지평선 너머 더 멀리 닿게 우리의 이 순간에 Live your life 새벽을 닮은 빛 창가에 머물러 아무도 모른 맘 So shining quietly 끝이 있는 거라도 그래서 아름다워 두 눈에 담아둬 Before it disappears 빠르게 뛰는 맘 그 박자를 따라가 All the nights let us hear 아직 빛나고 있어 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 나를 남겨 저 지평선 너머 더 멀리 닿게 우리의 이 순간에 Leave your mark 내일이 달라져도 Tonight this hours 불빛이 잠든 뒤 온기는 남아 화면 밖에 우리 more than just a night 이 밤이 우릴 잊어도 나는 널 기억해 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바람 뒤에도 오늘의 우리 남겨 저 지평선 넘어 끝없이 넓게 마지막 이 순간에 Live your life 빛이 잠들면 We will remain 영원처럼 기억해 Live your life
Every sky is a line I'm drawn Cut by cut, mark by mark My name forever in the stone
With their 2026 season on the line, Kiwoom DRX stumble in game number 1 as Nongshim played solid early and stopped a mounting comeback by Kiwoom. They take game number 1 over Kiwoom DRX. Digon here alongside Oxen with Did. And Nongshim, looking back, they took the early lead, they controlled most of it, and then got surprised by a very, very nice combo, but ultimately a pretty good game here by Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, there was moments where you saw Kiwoom DRX having a bit of fight and making it a challenge, but this felt generally more controlled by Nongshim, and especially after some of the early plays, it felt like Kiwoom DRX lost a lot of the pressure in this game.
I think there were several moments from Kiwoom DRX. They could punish the bot lane really hard with their Lee Sin Annie, but some misplay that they made was really crucial, and I think that made Nongshim a free scaling option in the mid lane game.
So this is a patches of play that happened at about 11 minutes where 3 mistakes happened for Kiwoom DRX. The first one, it's a good move from Nongshim bot lane to move away. Annie's a bit late, and Lee Sin doesn't get the value here. It's a flashless Melio, doesn't find the Sonic Wave, they're not able to continue to play, they get away, and then we turn top lane with his dives coming in. We see the Olaf is already gone, this is the counter play, and when Annie comes in, Annie only manages to get 1 kill and then dies herself. So TP up there ends up kind of backfiring because if Annie had just gone back mid and pushed mid, would have been better than just 1-for-1ing here. And then we look at what's happening mid. Well, Willa's taking this time to push the wave in, get some plates, but it's actually the bot lane of Nongshim after the reset. They come mid, and Willa oversteps here for the Raptors. Doesn't expect to be chased down and ends up really paying for it.
So especially for Yukal, he was using tempo on both sides, right? He pushed mid and go bot and go top, but the outcome was not perfect for him. So at the end, I think he lost the mid wave as well. So the oldest snowball that they could have was gone from here.
Also, just a brilliant reaction flash there by Diablo.
Oh yeah.
Like, I think we've seen so many times teams try and bot lanes try to get out of a gank that's coming and then they're caught, they just turn around. That one, they flash out and they get all the value there in our first big replay with 3 big wins. And so Nongshim, they take the lead, they take Baron, get a catch in mid lane. They're like, okay, we're going to push this one and end here top side of the map. We're up 5,000 gold and then a big bad movie knock up here. And there's where the Kiwoom comp comes online.
That was sick. Such a great engage. And we've seen these compositions where you have a lot of setup from the Annie Lee Sin. You have the Yunara and the Olaf, both great targets for the Lulu to buff up. That's what Kiwoom DRX wanted to happen. And they did find that big moment, but unfortunately that was, a glimpse of what this team can do amidst a game where they couldn't really repeat that.
Unfortunately, that was the moment where they already had the Soul Drake and the Nashor, so they couldn't really do anything out of it. They couldn't even seize the turret, so it was just too late at the game.
It did look sick though.
Yeah, it did look sick, but they already used all the summoners, and here's where Scout goes for the target here.
Yeah, this is a great angle, using the Realm Warp to get behind, and then immediately just annihilated the Yunara, the power of the Actualizer, and Scout just given no room for this late game carry to really outplay.
Yeah, and I was asking, was Mikhail's there? Mikhail's was not completed yet there by Andal. Just that one item might have been able to help, but at that point, they were so far ahead still.
The thing is, you look at the comp, it's like, what do you actually have to Mikhail's? It's only the Rise route, and it's one of these situations where it's like, well, is that worth building a whole item to counteract? In that moment, you can say, well, it obviously would have saved the play, but, it's not a composition where it's a really high Mikhail's value, which is sometimes where these abilities shine, where it's like, if you had a Leona on your team, and Mikhail's would have been built, that play may not have worked.
I wanted to frame this from Kiwoom DRX's lens because they are down to their last loss that they can take here from the regular season against Nongshim. If they lose here, that they're done. What do you want to see from them? Because it just feels like they're close. They're close. You see the glimpses of it.
I could see some good plays from aiming, especially. I really like to see him on the hyper carry. So I think if they could make their play successfully on the bot side with the Lee Sin kick, I think it could be like huge snowball for them. But I think the execution is not there. So I feel like you should still stick to the plan where you had for the game 1. I think they can be better in the game 2. I just really like the plan, but it just didn't work out well.
I think for me, they just really need to be willing to let things go if things go wrong. I feel like this team, I think the clip we showed earlier with the 3 mistakes, trying to put out fires all over the place and trying to accommodate for this play by doing this and doing that. Sometimes it's just better just to commit the resources onto this one play, and then yes, you lose out a bit in top lane, but it's worth it for what you get elsewhere. I feel like they were trying to do too many things at once, and that's why it ended up backfiring.
All right, well, here you go, Kiwoom DRX fans. This is it. You got to win this series against Nongshim. They had glimpses, but for most of the game, we're behind. Can they get themselves a lead and a win on the board? Let's find out with game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And yes, we are here for game number 2 to see whether Kiwoom DRX can keep their hopes alive. This person has been to a lot of Nongshim games and is looking for that 2-0, only 1 game away, and the Noodle Boys can do it.
1 game away from elimination for Kiwoom DRX, and that last game, I think they were trying to do a little bit too much. I think that Des really explained everything I was feeling with that attempt there to try to win the cross map. And Willer gets caught trying to do Raptors, and, sometimes if you just run a simple draft, when playthrough aiming, easier win con, it could work out, but it's not going to work when the enemy top lane is just is diving you repeatedly up there, and you don't have a strong footing to actually get aiming super ahead. Maybe just playthrough aiming in this game 1 could have been just let him scale up and make sure the rest of everything else isn't completely on fire.
Yeah, so a lot to consider here for Kiwoom DRX. Hopefully they can keep their heads in the game and just get a different draft, make this one work better. They took some gambles, right? There were quite a few things that went on over. The Lucian Melio has been very dangerous here in the LCK, plus the Rise for Scout has been one of his best picks. So there are some positives to look at as far as Fearless, and maybe Kiwoom DRX can manipulate these bans in order to get themselves something that they want.
Please just don't get 9th. Please just don't get 9th. That's what it says.
Yep. I like the other person as well that just had the UCal fighting. We want the celebration. That was very, very cute. Because everyone wants UCal to win just so that you can see what he has prepared, It's similar to Roma these days, who is also seemingly having everything as they took the win last night. He didn't that time around. So there's room for the best ceremony of the week for UCal if they can actually pick up a win here. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. They're going to have to win 2 in a row if they want that to happen. We are into the draft here to see whether they can start that journey off. And first bans, we'll see what they're going to be, as Jarvan, Nocturne, Cassio were taken away when they were 2nd pick. We'll see whether that is going to continue this time, as it seems like they are going to be banning similar stuff.
Maybe they'll ban Jarvan again in this one. Not necessarily something you normally see first picked, although we did see it earlier.
Yeah, it could be something that Willow wants to take away, perhaps.
That's a Kingen ban if I've ever seen one.
Indeed.
With a Rumble right there. Probably see a Cassiopeia ban in the 2nd spot, and we'll leave the 3rd for a little bit more flexibility. Ooh, they ban the Jarvan themselves now. Expecting a first pick Jarvan, in fact.
Yeah, and so now
Orianna and Cassiopeia likely to either be... It's right now the Kiwoom can make the choice. Are we trading bans, or are we leaving them both up?
And Ezreal is still up and available. So that was something that they banned last time around, has been ignored this time. Both Diablo and Aiming are pretty great at the champion, as Pantheon will be the ban.
So
Very
I
weird.
think we will see it at an Ezreal ban, and it'll be Cassiopeia versus Orianna. The choice first to Kiwoom DRX.
And UCal has often drifted towards the Orianna side of the matchup, but see where the times have changed. I feel like Cassio has done very, very well.
The other thing to consider is Scout might be comfortable to leave the Orianna, ban Cassiopeia, and then play Locke into the Orianna.
Oh, that's another option.
With like a Karma pushing bottom lane with Ezreal or something like that. So he bans the Cassio. If UCal picks Orianna here, then they can lock up their bottom lane and then lock the lock on 3. I know that came out weird, but...
Lock. Well,
so,
they
like,
lock
maybe you
in
just go
the Ahri.
Ezreal, Karma here, and then in that 3rd spot, with you have the bottom side prior you have to play through, you have that confident lock into Orianna matchup that Scout loves. I feel like that would be a good game plan here.
Yeah.
Diablo loves his Ezreal. Yes, it's Karma. There are some issues in terms of engage potentially, but I feel like this is where we're headed. It seems pretty obvious to me based on Nongshim's game plan.
Yeah, they've done it before. So the Ezreal Karma will be locked in.
So now how do you answer? Bard is available.
Caitlyn Bard.
Caitlyn Bard is probably, it's like the only thing you can lock here right now.
I think it would be great. It seems like the best option to me. Unless you want a Xin Zhao draft, you can just lock Xin and then try and take a top lane that you're happy with. I'm not
He
happy
said
with that.
Xin, not Jin.
It's an understandable move.
Well, I don't know about this. I think that lock is coming. I think
Well,
it's coming, Atlas.
I do know about this, and I think that it's not good. This is not what I wanted to see. This is a lane that is not going to win in any way, shape, or form. They're going to need some serious firepower to come from the top side of the map and the jungle if Q and DRX are going to make this one work.
All eyes on
slam the
Sponge
lock,
for some
Scout.
reason. He's
Come
not
on, man.
talking. I think we got to put the eyes on Scout. Ooh, Galio is not what I expected.
Not what I expected either, but is going to come on through. Gives them some team fight potential.
Okay, so that changes this this draft up quite a bit, as the Ezreal is a lot of damage, but might be a little bit more damage top side. With the setup of the Jin Shen, you still need something more to play through to set up the Jin's flourishes, buy a little bit more space. I don't know if they were eyeing the Jace pick that much in that regard, but it does give you a lot of range.
Yep.
They take it away.
And, man, what if it had been a Kai'Sa Shen instead? That would have been so much better.
Well, actually, I don't know about that. Playing Kai'Sa into Jin Karma sounds, or sorry, Karma Ezreal sounds pretty.
But I mean, Kai'Sa has been the thing in Ezreal for a really long time. So as long as you get through the lane, it's kind of all right.
Yeah.
But getting through the lane is, you know, that's another story.
I don't hate Jin in this draft yet, but they have to prove the Jin to me. Like, they have to prove they have the Jin draft. And there's still time. There's still time.
I appreciate that. I think I should probably have the more measured take on it as well, but I see Jin and I see red. I can't look past the rage.
You know what's interesting is they banned the Camille. Had they themselves taken Camille for Frog, I would have felt actually pretty good about the Jin in this draft. And I would have felt like they had a really nice way to lock down this Ezreal. And Nongshim wouldn't have necessarily had the answers. Skarner. That is another pick in this draft I didn't see coming, really. It's going to give them a lot more engaged. Their front line is pretty insane for this Ezreal.
All right, we are going to remake the draft, unfortunately. I'm not entirely sure why maybe the Skarner wasn't what they wanted. But we'll have to get back to you on exactly what did go wrong.
That would be my guess.
Yeah. And oftentimes, like, if you do have, if you do a misclick, then if you immediately report it and your opponent hasn't locked something in yet, then you can remake the draft and change your decision.
It often happens, actually, when these snap locks come in like that, because you have the wrong thing highlighted and you're so in talks with your team and you're you're just hovering the wrong thing, and they're like, like, go Shyvana here, and he just slams lock, and he's like, oh, that wasn't what I had selected, my bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, this will take a little bit of time, because we in order to keep the game and all the records and the stats correct, and to not ruin all of our databases, we go through the whole draft step by step from start to finish again. So,
yep,
that is what's happening on stage.
Behind me, we are in the draft. And I think we're up to like pick number 2 or something like that. Never mind, we're not quite there yet.
This is quite violent.
Yeah, wow.
It says that it's the Kiwum that grabs the Nongshim Nuggeries, which are raccoons.
All right, well, that's definitely very violent and scary. Having a look behind, we have already got to the mid laners to lock in their choices, so just a couple more bans, and then we will be back into the draft here.
It says
on the
pay
screen.
if you can't make plans, pay for my Tumukgum, which is like certification money, I guess. I don't really know I don't know what certification she's talking about. Maybe I'm missing the joke here, but
it's a little bit odd.
It says the regular season is just the regular season is too short. So, got to go to play-ins, make the season longer.
There you go. Got to get that value out of being a Nongshim fan.
I'm surprised there's not more, Lehen support signs, given everything that's going on with him. But we are, as you guys could see, getting back towards this stage of the draft. I'm going to go through these bans, and then we will ultimately, shortly afterwards, have whatever Sponge was intending to pick there that was not the Skarner.
Yep. So we need Camille, then Trundle on the other side, and then the Zinzao. And then I'll cross out the Skarner because that wasn't actually the decision that they made.
Yeah, if it was a real Skarner, the Trundle ban would have been pretty pivotal.
Yeah, it would have made sense. That's why I like wrote it down. I'm like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool. Instead, it's going to be a Wukong. Definitely a Sponge special here.
Okay.
Oh, just do it, aiming. Don't be scared. Susan is way better now.
I know.
You know, you can smack down those stacks real hard.
I mean, I think when you have counter pick, you could definitely do it, but maybe wait for more information. Instead, they're going to blind the Cassante in this situation.
Cassante.
All right, so
I mean, if there's a blind pick option, it's a decent one. Just get some front line there.
I mean, there's the front line for the Jhin. Like, let's find out what that jungle pick is. Sell me on this Jhin. Sell it to me, Kiwoom. Give me that answer.
Okay, Zehen. See what I did there? It's like, okay, then. But it's like, okay, Zehen. Yeah, anyway.
Shen jungle? Support Cassante?
I think it'd be Zehen jungle.
No, I know. I mean, but is that good? I'm not.
It was.
It was.
But I don't know whether it's good anymore. I just have to see. Maybe Willa can show us something.
So this is an insanely good Jhin draft, actually, at the end of the day. But there are so many other moving parts to this that make it really scary. The fact that the topside Cassante is going to have this Nara counter pick that they don't have a really great answer for. Zion ganks in this meta right now, not very potent. So you're losing that lane. You're losing bottom lane. And Galio in the mid lane is going to be totally fine to this Orianna. So the Wukong's early levels are going to be not that big of a concern. And it's Zion you're playing against, so there's also that. That's not that big of a concern for early ganking. I just think the early prio is just going to bowl QMDRX over. If they can get out of the laning phase, though, I mean, there's so much frontline for this Jhin that maybe it just might work.
And they have a great ball carrier. I think that the Zehen will definitely do that job very, very well. The ulti can certainly get you into the positions that you want to be in. So that is a good one. And yeah, everyone is just wishing for play-ins. For both of these teams, Nongshim are not locked in just yet. A win here, especially a 2-0, is absolutely massive. And that guy also just flaunting all of those tickets that he's purchased to come and see.
He wants to buy more. He wants to buy some play-ins tickets.
Exactly, and they're the best ones, you know, because you get 5 games potentially. And let's see whether they can get us there with a victory against Nongshim here in game number 2. Let's get onto the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Yucal on one of his favorite picks here. The Orianna has been something that he's found a lot of success on throughout his career, but especially here on KMDRX. So this could be something that they could leverage. Scout, though, has been a great Galio player in his time, and Galio is very, very good at mitigating a lot of that pressure that you can pick up. This is just a great team fighting comp. Out of Nongshim, and Diablo is going to be able to self-peel. This front line is going to be able to work on just trying to stop KMDRX from doing what they want to do.
Here's a heal.
They're already gone in. Pretty good Captain Jack there from Diablo. Still going to be taking a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, it's a nice damage trade here, but they still have to deal with Mantra Qs from Lehens. So I don't know if this will alone necessarily be able to keep control of the lane, but it will help a lot. Gets them control of this wave.
And he's taking a fair bit of damage. I don't necessarily associate aiming with Jhin play, personally.
He has played it a lot on this roster, though.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like one of his more pivotal picks.
It's
Maybe
just
I'm just a bit of a Jhin anti.
I mean, I think the reason why that is the case, I think you have a really good read, is as we're looking for that full shot.
Oh, there's the flash in. Deadly Flourish comes down as Diablo pops like a balloon.
And that's why he associates himself with that pick here.
Yeah, aiming's really good at Jhin, by the way. Just like I just really associate him with playing Jhin. He's just so good at Jhin.
He is the type of player who just farms money and then is a late game hyper carry, as we're seeing a Hex Flash.
Another taunt from Andal. This guy is just going ballistic here. Tanks up the turret twice, though. Lehens needs another auto or two, but that's why you drink your potions, ladies and gentlemen. And Andil will be able to walk away.
All right, Diablo going to catch this wave. Oh, can Lehens get him? No.
Yeah, Andil is going to be able to walk his way out of there, but still going to have his back stopped.
So, I mean,
Aiming should be able to get a fair bit of power.
Aiming is the type of player who just kind of weathers the storm. Oftentimes somebody's left on an island. He farms hard, and then he comes up big in the late game on hyper carries. Jhin is not really the type of hyper carry you think of. You think of the Ezreal, you know, in the late game or on a 2-item spike. You think about the Yunara, you think about the Zeri. Those are the types of picks you think about with aiming. And so when you see him on Jhin, you're like, oh, it feels like wasted potential for what he normally does. But on this roster, he's had some pretty good Jhin games. We'll see if after this lead he's been given, he can have another one.
Yeah. Only went back and got a longsword and some shoes. As Scout, man, Clockwork Wind-Up starting to do some work here from Yukal. Not going to be flashing after him or anything like that, though, as the Justice Punch will be able to get the Galio out of there. I think the way that you play out this lane as a Galio is to use your health bar as a resource as best as you can.
Lehens just continue to stop Yukal's backs.
Very annoying.
But Yukal has TP, so even if he has to take like an awkward trade here, he will likely not care that much about it. But right now he is down boots and a no magic mantle. So yeah, like I said, he doesn't really care that much. But a good stop of the backs to get a little bit more tempo back.
Andil is going to find a nice little taunt here under Lehens, but not too much more going to come out of it as aiming, holding onto a force shot.
I kind of feel like roaming Karma when you're trying to get Prio in a lane doesn't help to get the Prio in the lane.
True.
She's not known for great roaming strength.
But also, she's not known to be able to get control of a lane that she's not in.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, one of the things.
Another taunt does come down. A great Deadly Flourish one more time as Diablo forced all the way back. These dancing grenades have been doing a lot of work here for aiming.
Well, Andil just keeps holding these enemy champions in place with these taunts over and over and over again, and there just is no punish whatsoever. And they just can't get back control of this bottom lane at all. Lehens going to look for a bit of a flanking setup here. We'll clear this ward. Diablo getting through this refillable. He has a refillable in tier in inventory. Not really where he wants to be right now.
Yeah, not exactly battle stats at the ready, you could say. Do you want to know a fun lore fact between these two teams?
Yes.
The mid lane and bottom lane in the support role. Yukal and Lehens. This is a rematch of the 2018 LCK Summer Final.
True.
One of the greatest finals to ever happen between KT and Griffin.
A lot of KT players across him as here's Willer.
Yeah, looking for the angle here. Willer just dashes on forward. Will be able to find the pullback onto Lehens, who takes a fair bit of damage, and now Sponge will show up. Willer, without that passive stacked up, is going to have to back away. And Nongshim will be able to regain some control here of this lane.
I was in full narrative mode until I saw Zahin come over, and then I freaked out for a second, then I realized it was a ganking Zahin, and might have gone a bit too excited about it, but a good try from Willer.
They almost got a flash, though, Wolf.
Andil?
Wait. Okay, there is another immediate cleanse from Diablo. As Andil at least does have his Aftershock, so he's going to be all right.
Both the first Captain Jack, this cleanse here, have been really quick from Diablo, but Andil's forced them consistently, and that makes it a little bit tougher to play out the lane. Andil's just really having a great Shen game here.
Yeah, looking great so far in the early laning phase.
Kind of wild how Shen was only played by Lehens, and then it became meta, and like Lehens is almost never playing this pick.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. He's like, no, I'm a hipster. I don't play it when it's cool.
It's cool now. I don't touch that.
Yeah, he's ahead of the times. As Lehens, Frog and Kingen up here towards his top side, just hitting minions over and over again. Things are going to be pretty even once this lane is cleared out by both of them.
This game has been pretty rough for Nongshim. Like I walked in this game being like, look at all the prio they have in these lanes. 400 gold lead for KMDRX.
Yeah.
First blood for Shen. Jhin winning the bottom lane. The mid lane not as stable as I think it could be, but it's still fine for Scout. But yeah, I mean, this is a Gnar counter pick that is starting to, as I'm caster blessing it, I guess, get some advantages over Frog, but it's not really leading to too much right now. And like you said, when the lane is done, it looks like the Cassante is going to walk out of here feeling pretty okay with everything that's gone on so far.
Yeah, it doesn't really need to be ahead or anything like that. A 300 gold lead for the Gnar is probably part and parcel with how you expect the lane to go when you've blind picked a Cassante. So Frog just looking to try and be more valuable as this game goes on. Scout also going to be doing the same thing here in mid. And KRX going to be starting off this Dragon. Miller moves on in, does have that ulti at the ready.
I mean, there's just no contest. It's there's like nothing to see on the map. It's a Gnar walking back up slowly. That's the cross map is returning the lane.
Yeah.
Nongshim really just not getting control of this early game the way I think most of us expected them to. And that's in part due to the great play in the bottom 2v2. Diablo gets a little damage done.
Yeah, Andal. Oh, the shockwave going to be avoided there by Lehans as in comes the heroic entrance. Flash for the taunt, and it lands it onto 2. Andal will be finally taken down, but here's the ulti from the Zahan. Decent Cyclone as an answer, though, and now Aiming is in a lot of trouble. Sponge gets on top of him. The Mystic Shot is not going to connect, though, so Aiming will be okay, and now he's going to call some curtains. Lehans is his chosen target. And Scout will be able to help keep his support alive.
Aiming's former support escapes just barely there. It was a good target choice because he was flashless from the previous play. As Ando goes in here, and it looks like initially this is a great catch. This is going to be a one fight, but Lehans is barely able to flash away. Great timing on that. Then Scout comes through. Look at this taunt. Flashes and gets both of them, so there's no real play here for Yukal to save Andil. And then this Zahin engage comes straight onto a Wukong. He has to flash, and then Sponge turns instantly. Sponge gets so much value onto 2 champions with just 1 ultimate there without having to expend his own flash. And then this gets really scary here as Lehans doesn't have flash, but the damage is barely not enough.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an awkward Jin game when it comes to trying to get these targets with the curtain call because you've got the Wukong there that can block things with the decoy and all that sort of weird stuff, and big tanky boys like this Galio able to stand in front. And,
we have such we have such a tanky front line in this game. This is no Kled Olaf brawl. I mean, Olaf is very tanky, but my point being that he's kind of running at you. These guys are trying to set up engages. They're big CC tanks in this one.
Yeah, Cassante and Galio, both of them are like real tanks. And the big bruises in the Zahen and the Wukong and the Gnar. So I understand it. I actually think that this could have some pretty elongated team fights.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm a little bit worried about a Jin draft, because he does tend to reload for large percentages of those fights.
He does have a lead technically right now. That last fight didn't go as well as KRX were hoping for, and they did get punished. And a kill did go over to Diablo, so it is not a significant lead at the moment, but they still have chances to get this Jin into a strong position, and he's got a great front line to play through.
Yep.
I'm not worried yet, but I do understand that there are a lot of ways this could go wrong. But you know, like, when you're looking at symptoms of something, you're like, oh, well, it's only been a few days. Like, you know, if it's 2 weeks, you got to go to the doctor. Yet. If it's been 20 minutes and 25 minutes and there's still a deficit and they don't have an advantage, then you should probably get that checked out. Diablo is going to get slowed here and they're going to get away, but like, you can tell KRX and Andal especially this game. I mean, they are really fishing for some sort of edge, some sort of pick, but this time Nongshim a little bit better group for it. Sponge still has his flash. And we'll cycle him back up. It needs to be respected.
Yeah, Willa doesn't have his flash available. A little bit more of a dangerous time there, as Lehans will find a Mantra Q onto Andil. But not getting any significant damage down, as Diablo going to take a Deadly Flourish, but not going to get stunned up or anything like that. And they're going to be able to defend this second plate from going down. But it does feel like the tempo vibes are just moving back in favor of Nongshim as this game goes on. Ever so slowly, getting these little leads in the lanes, finding these aggressive postures across the map. Even though Scout's getting shoved in, even though things are relatively even in the top lane, they're not. Actually, it's a 20 CS lead. That number was a bit of a jump scare.
It's still a Cassante that's going to be fine with a 20 CS difference. Obviously, Kingen has generated some advantage, but they haven't been playing through, which is the point we were getting at. I thought that bottom lane would be auto-winning with Karma. Kingen would have an advantage. They tried to look for Cyclone plays as soon as Sponge got his ultimate. And they didn't, you know. He hasn't been able to actually generate enough advantage to set up a dive or anything like that. It's Cassante, pretty tough.
But it's only 400 gold.
Yeah, the game is very even. But that's not good, I think, for KRX.
Yeah, the scaling question is a weird one. But I look at Jin and I'm like, not going to be doing as much later on in the game. But I am biased, so it's really hard to see past that.
Gnar has a lot of side lane power for the rest of this game, whereas the Cassante not necessarily going to have that at all.
All right, and
we're just
calls
really
the sword.
We're really trying to force something here as KMDRX, but don't have a lot of control.
I think that Frog is going to have a lot of power in this game.
He will.
Right, the Cassante, maybe it's the fact that I watched, who was it? It was Dudu, who had such an incredible performance on the Dusante just a couple of days ago into this very team.
Yeah, Diablo had a lot of problems dealing with him.
Oh, yeah.
It was a different composition entirely, but still, you were definitely right about that.
Aiming with a little bit of dancing grenade damage here. Double Trinity Forces completed here for Nongshim.
Yeah.
Some item spike stacks.
We're still posturing for that second one. Scout has his ult to join a potential team fight here, even though he doesn't have prio, so this needs to be respected. Looks like QMDRX think they have enough control to start this up. Flash Cyclone is the biggest fear.
Yeah.
Aiming is pretty well positioned, though.
He is going to move on over. Here's the engage. Sponge just gets blown up. Willa just delivers some grimness right on top of the monkey. Down he will go. Now the Drake is theirs for free.
I want to see more Andil Shin. This guy, he is playing incredibly well. The ultimate there from Willer with the flash. Doing so much work. And that's double dragon into Chemtech Soul, which is pretty good for QMDRX's comp. They've got a Zion, they've got a Cassante, and a Shen.
Yeah, honestly, not too bad. As Kingen and Lahan's up here towards his top side. Andil's going to show up, though. There's the ulti to bring him on over, but Diablo's here as well. Andil in a lot of trouble, but he does get shielded up. Help from the Cassante as Yukao comes in, running real quick. And Diablo needs to be so careful. Oh, man, down to sub 100. That clockwork windup did come on through. Now the flash forward into the Cyclone onto Willa. I don't know whether he's going to be able to get this bar up in time, and he cannot. Scout shuts down the Zahan, and Aiming at least hits some minions.
Aiming is trying to clear this wave out so they can't do anything more, so his teammates can come down here. I think Aiming should be fine. It's a Galio. Wukong has no flash, no Cyclone, so he is just going to be able to back comfortably here. Isn't going to even have a wave crashing into him. So watch this again. Engage comes through, he follows on it.
나이스 잡았다 형.
And he said, nice, got him.
Yeah.
Over here, you know, it's a bit messy, right? Willer is a bit, let's be frank, he's way overextended here with no control in this area.
Yeah.
Aiming is a Jin who is landing into a Galio. He does not have help at all. And as soon as they see him, they're like, what? And why is he here? And they kill him.
Yeah, and so that is going to even out the kill score. Scout is going to put some shoes together as well. Grabs his steel caps. And Yukao and Andil now parked in this top lane. Kingen playing respectfully. Does still have about a 6,500 gold lead.
I actually like the plated steel caps for Scout in this game. The tier 3 boots.
Yeah.
A lot more durable into this Jin. It was the only real source of 80 damage to try to break through him. Obviously, a little bit from the Zion, a little bit from the Cassante, but it makes it so he's more likely to be able to get off a reliable taunt.
Oh, Andil, speaking of taunts, Sponge does dive towards the Shen, but Willer is now looking to try and pull the Hens back forward. It's not going to quite work out as Diablo. Not going to get deadly flourished. Aiming is just going to back away. Control of the mid lane going over to the Ezreal now with his Trinity Force completed. There is a Ghost Blade done for Aiming, but doesn't exactly feel the same.
All right, so
look to start up this Rift Herald.
Rift Herald on the menu. Andil does have Hex Flash, but no real Flash, so they can just kind of play around his zone right now. Gonna get a TP out, and that will be matched here by Scout. As the side here is completely controlled by QMDRX, they actually can look for a bit of a wraparound. So I'm going to try to force this way through. Kingen has to get in here. He has his Narbar, but no Flash.
Yeah, Frog doesn't have his big shield from the teleport left anymore either. Is now Kingen with a full Narbar, looking for that angle. Does get the wallop, and the Shen just goes down. Shockwave going to connect, though, onto this Gnar. Gets pulled back. Dissonance is pretty high value, but without this Shen, it looks like KMDRX do not want to continue fighting.
Yeah, they're just going to back away. Well, those who can. Lahen's is going to stop one of those backs.
Okay. Going to now take the Orianna for a walk. Willer is going to move on over and look to see whether he can lock down the support. They might be able to get this. Grim Deliverance does get him on in there. Willer, can he actually get that bar back? And the answer is yes. Gets on top of Scout here as well. As Andil, he's back in the fight once again. The flash away from Diablo. And will they be able to find it? They can. Aiming. Oh my God, the double blind snipe and he takes out the bottom lane.
It might be further time to associate him with Jin.
Yes. I think maybe I will rescind my comments.
He is certainly having a pretty good back end of the year on the pick at least. Picks up those 2 blind there. The game sense on this match. Kingen just gets a kill for free.
Okay.
And they will get the
now
Herald
get the
anyway.
Herald. Okay.
With a mid lane Galio, I think they get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so mid eye in tow.
You can't win too much, otherwise this prize group game might get a little bit too one-sided.
Look at Kingen, by the way. Like, if he had Flash here, he could have just ended the game, I feel like. His Narbar was perfect for that setup. Just gets the wall up instead. As they look for this play here, chasing Yukal, and then Lehens gets cut off. And there's just too much QM DRX on this top side of the fight. Cyclone turnaround here. Double knockups. Willer does get his reset. And then aiming. He's just chunking them down. Gets the hit here on the Diablo. Diablo thinks he's found his way out. Watch this.
Let's see how blind it was. Okay, so he knew where the Ezreal was, but oh my lord, I was not expecting him to be able to hit both of them.
But the way he aimed it, it was like it was super obvious.
Yeah, it was like he
they both were.
But he is called aiming, I guess. Maybe that's just the reason. As Willa once again going to deliver some grimness, but he's the one grimacing at the end. Now Yukal's flashing away. Flash taunt comes on forward. The Shockwave is only on to 1, and Sponge is kind of okay with it. As now Frog, he's gone all out, but he is going to go all out of the fight. Just doesn't want this one anymore. And now the Drake is going to get taken away. No soul point for KMDRX.
This game is suddenly starting to get a little bit weird here as Lehens going to grab control of this Rift Herald. They're going to try to turn this into Dragon plus mid turret. This outer about half health, but also has a crystalline overgrowth to crash into here. And with the grubs they have, it is just going to go down here. So Nongshim with a swift turn back into the lead here. 1,000 gold the advantage, and even going to get out is Kingen. However,
yeah, Lehens is going to have to try and dance around this one. Diablo going to get spotted and takes the last couple of bullets, but at least Lehens will survive. That is the charge from Shelly.
Shortest charge of all time.
Yeah, it is not a very large one, but nothing Frog could do about it.
It's 2 turrets.
It's going to be the turret going down, yeah.
Moving up to 1,400 gold here for Nongshim now, off of just one play here. This is a really messy start to this fight, but you know who's there. Like, it's not a secret.
Yeah.
I think it's just a miscalculation here. Andal takes so much damage, and the Willer is like, okay, I got TP, I'm going to go in. But Yukal isn't there yet. He's trying to get there. He's not there. Just a bit of a misjudge here. The flash from Scout gets the double taunt as Frog's like, I want the taunt badge too. That's all I wanted. I'm out of here. I'm not going to help you guys out. Yeah, it's just super messy. They doubled and tripled down on a fight that was unfortunately not really ever going to be a chance to win. And now the side lane Gnar.
Oh dear, there's the flash out from Frog, but that might have been too little too late. Never mind. Able to dodge out of the way of the house. And he will keep himself alive. It's okay. Nongshim back with some control. 1.3k going to be their advantage as Willa off to the side. Andal is there to help him out as he does pull back the monkey, but he can create a clone of himself.
Scout has his ult, so they need to be, and he's like right there. So whoever they decide to go on will have a Galio joining very soon. To be very respectful of this, and it's like Nongshim is just going to back away and deal with this wave that aiming has set up. And they're just leaving this Gnar to win the side lane bottom side where there's no flash on Frog. And I really like the lane setup here for Nongshim right now. Because Frog, he just can't really even be in this lane without help. And with everybody's top side, Kingen's like, well, that's exactly where I would like to be on the opposite side. My teleport's not up, but that's okay because I'm just going to keep pushing this guy.
Yeah. There's no way that Frog can really do anything about it, especially if Kingen has his Narba in a good position. Hits Mega now. And so Frog is just going to have to bide his time. Having used the flash previously, has to be so careful, like you were saying. Scout clears out the top wave as Kingen looks for an angle towards aiming, but he's got a blast going to get himself out.
They're looking for a potential collapse here with Cyclone.
Oh, Andal could be a target. Not going to go in on him just yet.
2 items.
Slow him down.
For Diablo, you know, I mean, he's at his really strong point right now. 2 items on both the Wukong and the Gnar. That's Triforce Cleaver. Like, Nongshim are so strong right now. I think stronger than that 2,000 gold lead really shows. So they want to continue this lead. I think KMDRX needs to just play around the fact that that Baron is not possible. And the Dragon isn't up. So there's just no reason why you should be opting into interacting with Nongshim right now or fighting with Nongshim in any way. Just try to track Sponge and stay away from him.
Yep. captive audience was pretty good there to slow down the Wukong as Lehens. I don't think you're really allowed to face check, but he's just going to take half of his health bar and manage to walk away. Good warrior trickster there from Sponge to get himself out of the way of the danger. And KRX, they would really like to be able to find a pick right now, but it is looking pretty difficult to do so. And a minute and a half left. They have another chance at a soul point. At least they do have that dragon buffer, Wolf. That is something that KRX has in this game with that early advantage that they picked up. As Shockwave is going to be buffered gloriously here by Scout.
Scout just walks it out. He went for the plated steel caps, but still has Abyssal. Now has the Imperial Mandate. He is so strong, so difficult to kill. And he's just going to ignore UCal entirely here and just take it back. Yep. They send King in top side. They get to keep both TPs for their side laners. Sure, KRX have two the same, but when you get to back like this perfectly and swap soul laners, it feels so good. Kingen has level 16, incredibly powerful. 1 minute until this dragon spawns, and Nongshim are already working on that prio on all three lanes. Galio controlling bottom. You know, Kingen's pushing top. And this is Diablo pushing into aiming here. There's no turret for KRX, so this dragon feels almost surely Nongshim's. Still a little while before it spawns, but they have full prio.
At least Willa can actually get over here. The Banana Brush does have a control ward in it. So that is something. But I see your point. They are just so much stronger with the amount of better items that they do have with them.
Look at the wave.
Almost has his Infinity Edge, but not quite.
Wave getting dropped here in the bottom lane. So QM could get prio back for a moment, but it's too early to get it, and they're trying to look for a punish, but Nongshim are very aware and are just kind of staying in the mid lane and ignoring them. And now you've got a Galio looking for a bit of a pinch here. There's that TP from UCal out of the side lane. He has to come in first, so he needs to get something with this.
Yeah. And Kingen and Frog both have their teleports up, but you can see Kingen just walking his way over. The Nabar is in a great spot.
He's hitting the turret on his way over.
Yeah. And Frog will follow up, so he can actually push this wave back. That is actually pretty good management here by KRX, but now Willa is in a little bit of trouble. And Diablo is hurting so much. You mentioned the 2-item spike, but man, it is pretty tough to deal with now that they're staring down the barrel of it in reality.
So Kingen's Narbar is down. There's a tiny window here for a potential punish. Scout on the flank, though. This is going to be so hard for KRX.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Scout once again with a glorious buffer. Can UCal find a good shockwave? That is the real question. As there's a Cyclone, Grim Deliverance comes on forward, but Sponge just holds them all in position and manages to survive. Two of them are already dead. The front line is wiped out by Nongshim as Scout looks for the angle. The winds of war are going to be enough to get rid of the Orianna. And I think Nongshim may have just made the back-breaking play.
Yeah, Scout's there to answer the flash over the wall. And KRX, they didn't have much control. They're going to try to get this Galio, and he's just going to send his way over to help his teammates out. How heroic was that?
Well, he's definitely exited the situation. No curtain call to try and go for a steal. And Nongshim will definitely be able to get this Baron and move themselves towards a 5,000 gold lead.
I mean, look at the setup here. Sponge is holding the line on this dragon, flashes in for the Cyclone. Kingen's doing massive amounts of damage. They pull him out of the fight and try to focus him down, but he's able to buy some space here. In live, we have a bit of a taunt, but ignore that. And this Scout's ready for the flash over the wall, gets the taunt. UCal gets caught here. And down he will go as well. He's crushing everything as aiming almost dies.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage almost hit him there. As the taunt's going to come down, they're going to try and get rid of Scout here, who goes golden. Teleports are coming in from absolutely everywhere. Let's see what Frog can actually find. Grim Deliverance comes down. That's going to slam this Galio. But look at these health bars. They are just evaporating. At least Will is going to be able to get his health bar back. But Kingen, he is going to reduce it so quickly. Frog gets into the back line. He's fighting against Diablo. I think my money's on the Ezreal, though. As Frog goes all out, tries to cut him down. But his friends make their way back. And that is going to be Nongshim trading a Galio for 3.
Looking very strong here for a push to potentially break open this base now. Only Scout dies, but his sacrifice is not in vain. As aiming, just going to back in front of this turret as Sponge as Wukong rips it off the map.
Yeah.
And now it's a 7,000 gold advantage.
The sad third item, Infinity Edge, is now completed here for aiming after the game has basically disintegrated.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't died. Almost none of this game was his fault, but his team wasn't ahead. Like we talked about, you've got to be in order to win this game with this composition. Otherwise, the front line is just too much to deal with. Scout gets caught here, gets a taunt, and buys space for the TP to come through. Sponge comes through, rather, on that initial play. Scout does go down, but Kingan's here. And the Cyclone fall. I mean, Cyclone's just coming off cooldown. Wind Sponge arrives here. And then the wall up into the wall. And it's just a dominant team fight here for Nongshim as Diablo outplays Frog. Frog, good try, makes it close. The teammates come over as well. And I'm told in live, we do have a pause.
A little bit of a pause here. Not entirely sure what has happened just yet, but we'll make sure that we keep you informed as soon as we can. I believe this may be an issue with one of the peripherals. What's your guess, Wolf? Is it, I assume that it's a mousey-based
I'm just guessing
one.
headset, but...
okay.
Well, actually...
Oh,
I
it
was
was
right.
headset. There you go. You were right.
Wow.
So my guess wasn't so good. I also predicted Kium DRX
I
yesterday,
predicted
and you
Nongshim.
predicted Nongshim.
Yeah.
So that's double predictions.
Well, the thing is, even though you and I are close friends and we're teammates on this broadcast, I'm gunning for first place on the
Yeah,
match,
I
just
know.
like Chronicler always did.
And I'm a little bit scared because I'm in second place for predictions.
I
So
know.
that means that I'm the one that you're gunning for.
I
And
know.
I'm like very like confrontation averse.
I know.
So I
But,
feel like I'm in a very worrying position right now.
But like Chronicler, guess what, Atlas? Guess I'm pulling one ahead, huh? Should have thought a little bit more wisely.
Hey, hold your tongue, Wolf. It's not over till it's over.
Okay, it's only 7,000 gold the advantage.
Yeah, exactly. This is comebackable.
They're going to need a lot to get back into this one. Right now, I don't even think this comp has the type of miracle play we saw in Game 1 with a kick into the wild growth. Maybe a miracle shockwave that could find them all.
Yeah.
Some sort of commentary call like that could come out and they could bring us to 3.
Yeah, like Andil taunts 4 people and then like you get the shockwave on top. That'd be pretty sick. You could probably say that it finds them all there.
Yeah.
Especially if it also gets these couple of siege minions that are also being very frustrating here for KMDRX. Wow, the True Shot Barrage, though, that found them all. And that's going to send them all home. Oh dear. Well, that is 2 inhibitors that are going to be hitting the deck very, very quickly. There is also a minion wave being prepared for this bottom side as well. So every single structure in this base is just kind of one by one being torn out of the ground. The Baron wore off, though, for what it's worth.
Well, there's 3 grubs, though. So I think this inhibitor might wear off.
Oh dear. Yukal is also wearing off as the shockwave is going to be walked out of. Oh dear, that is not exactly great news as the Mystic shots are landing. Diablo gets pulled back though, does get the cleanse and keeps himself safe. And now Andil, he's going to be taken out. Diablo finds that one as well. Another True Shot Barrage does so much work as... Yeah, Frog wishes he was tanky. Unfortunately, he just kind of isn't. Diablo's able to Arcane Shift out of the way of the Jhin. And Nongshim are just flattening them with their wallets right now as Lands flashes out of the way of aiming. The last shot will finally take him down. But the Nexus turrets, they're all removed as well. Aiming's at full health, though. And these health bars on Nongshim are starting to get a little dicey. Maybe it's going to be another day or another push that KMDRX loses.
I mean, the base is under siege, though, of these minions. They actually have to defend the Nexus.
Or do they, Wolf? They are their own independent people. They don't have to defend their Nexus if they don't want to.
I think they do. I think they probably should do that.
Well,
I think they should defend the base.
No. You don't need to. Minions are coming in. This
the
might
super
be...
minions killing KMDRX's play-in chances?
Yeah, that would be very, very sad if they had have died, lost to minions. Teleport to bring Kingan right back into the fray.
And they're just going to send Kingan in to come over and just auto-attack that Nexus a few times.
He does have a big old shield that he just put together. Aiming also has a Hurricane. That's kind of crazy.
You know, it's very fun when you can just teleport in and just click on the Nexus to win the game, but I don't know if that's necessarily how Nongshim have to play this at this point.
Okay. Let me talk to you about what happens when 3 inhibitors are down, though. That means the KMDRX will have really strong minions coming towards their base, but also they're like going to be able to farm those waves from their base.
Yeah.
And I was about to say safety, and they don't have any of that because there's no turrets left. So there's no safety, but these waves, like look at all this money making its way towards KMDRX. That's just a flash in from Scout, though. Cyclone comes down. They're wanting to win this teamfight. Take out aiming. And the Zehen is already dead. The Nexus is focused. And Nongshim will eliminate KMDRX and secure their spot in the play-ins.
A huge win for Nongshim, a dominant win from Nongshim in a 2-0 fashion. Game 2, much more decisive than the first, and they will secure their spot in play-ins and give Lehens the opportunity to fight his way through those play-ins.
Not mathematically eliminated from World's contention yet, Wolf.
Not yet.
And there it is, the confirmation. You don't need to just trust us who are, doing math on stream and all that sort of stuff is something that we do need to be careful of. Thankfully, this time we were right.
You know what? I'm going to give it to him. I'm going to vote for Sponge.
Wow, I like that. That's redemption.
He had a really big day today, and he deserves the pose.
Yep.
I think Scout's probably going to get it because A, Scout always gets it, and B, he also had a really good series. His Galio was insane.
There is a reason
also
for it.
kind of crazy on the rise, but I think this game to me felt like a large jungle gap. I think Willard did not really end up getting able to show up in this game. Sure, he had the big kick in game 1, but otherwise was trying to do too much, wasn't playing through the right side of the map, let his top side dry out. And in game 2, played Zahin, and the experiment was not a success, I think we could say.
Yeah, maybe just wanting to catch them off guard there, but they weren't really all that caught off guard. Sponge also very, very comfortable on the Wukong. I think it's good to see him back out onto the Rift on some comfort picks and really having a good day today.
I feel... I don't know how to say this, but I just feel really sad for KRX because... Not because they lost this series, but they seemed, when we were turning the tides at round 3, when the aiming trade happened, like maybe they were just going to suddenly kind of be really lucky they got aiming and were going to fight their way through. But then Rich just completely fell off. And then he was removed from the roster. And Frog improved a lot, but it took too long. And they just couldn't play through aiming that well because they didn't have the synergy. They didn't know how to do it. It changed their playstyle completely from how they played with Lazy Feel. UCal can't get it done alone. And this team just never really found its footing through many substitutions. Jiu versus Lazy Feel, Rich and Frog. And at the end of the day, with aiming coming in, they couldn't figure that out either. And, I felt like the team was thrust into such an uncomfortable position because of the late trade, even though it seemed like an upgrade. And maybe if they hadn't done it at all, it could have been better, but we can't know that. As Jiu's himself looking a little bit better on KT these days.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just the atmosphere. It's just you don't click necessarily with the compositions and with the players that you're playing with. But we do need to say goodbye to KMDRX here as well, as we listen to Nongshim shatter their nexus here in these last moments. And hopefully, KMDRX can find some better angles moving into 2027, because unfortunately for 2026, we're only going to see them one more time.
Yeah, they at least do have that final game to play at the very end of the week, but it will be alongside DNS, who are also eliminated, and it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, the battle for the eliminateds. And that one's going to be maybe an absolute barn burner. Maybe it's going to be completely insane. Maybe now that the shackles are off KMDRX, they're going to level up the same way that the DN Supers did. So that I'm looking forward to that one. I actually think that's going to be fun.
I didn't like this draft that much for KMDRX, but it went better in the early game than I expected. But once Kingen got out on the sides, he took over. I think it'll probably be Scout, but I think Sponge and Kingen both deserve shouts in this one.
Yeah, Scout picks it up. Pretty understandable, but I really do like you giving the shout out to Sponge. I think the votes are probably just going to be all over the place. That would be my assumption.
No, I think it's going to be like Scout and me.
You think so?
I think I'm going to be the only person to vote for Scout.
Oh, the 12-1.
Prediction.
Well, your predictions have been pretty good so
in Rise Group, Scout has been the when in doubt, vote Scout of the Chovy of the Legend Group.
Yeah.
So I just kind of already knew that was going to be a little bit of an outlier, but I think Sponge deserved it. And Scout and Sponge played really well together in this series.
Yeah, I also think there's going to be a Kingen vote or two. That's my prediction.
I hope so.
Because I think that Kingen actually had a really, really good day today. And Kingen has been having some doubtful days as well over the last few. But now it is time to have a conversation with Scout. So here's Dear for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the PON interview translation, joined by Scout on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
네, 굉장히 치열했던 라이즈 그룹에서 자력으로 플레인 진출에 성공하셨습니다.
Among the fierce Rice Group battle, you made it to the play-ins on your own. How do you feel?
이겨서 다행인 것 같고요.
You know, winning today meant that we would be securing our spot in the play-ins. I'm just really glad that we are able to make it, and we just have to keep on playing well in the play-ins. And in round 3 and 4, whenever Nongshim won, you were the only one to get POM, and so if we count for the rounds 1 and 2, it means you got 6 straight POMs. So what is your secret to consistency? I think I just had to do my job, and honestly, yeah, I mean, I think it would be nice to see other players also get POM by playing better. And so against KRX, what were you most cautious of today? No, no special thoughts. Just wanted to focus on what I needed to do. I think it's just that we always try to address the things that don't go too well, and we always try to put in more effort in fixing those. And Scout, it looks like you were able to read the enemy's movement like a book in Game 1, and especially you were proactive with roaming on Rise, so what was your call? I think everyone has to call out their own global ult, so just depending on how the status of the game is like, we just try to play it out with a little bit of mind games within the game itself. So it looks like you gave away the high value Orianna pick away. So how did you manage to play Galio in this matchup? It didn't go as we had expected, but I think other than Galio, there was really no other choice in regards to being able to counter the enemy's comp. So I think we just tried to go for some sort of an effective comp against the opponent's comp. So, is there any advice or tip on playing Galio so well? I think there is a special sort of formula whenever you try to play out a good laning phase with Galio. So I just tried to research and try to figure out the best way to play out the laning phase. So I was able to sort of have an easier time after being able to sort of break it down for myself. And so it looks like Nongshim's win condition relies heavily on bot lane, and so bot lane comp and the laning phase. So is this the highest priority for you guys? I think it's just that in this current meta, the bot lane is very important. So it's really the same applies to the enemy as well. So I think everyone has their eyes on the bot lane when it comes to draft. And so with Nongshim's victory, the Rice Group's play-ins race is over. So with your last opponent being BNK KRX, how will you prepare? I think I just really need to focus on my own job, what I have to do on my own, and try to improve my form continuously until the very end. And what would you like to say to your fans? For our remaining matches, I want to make sure that we can wrap it in a good note and hopefully return in a better shape each time we do. And that is all from Scout, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. As it is Nongshim Red Force getting the victory and booking their tickets to play-ins. A big one. I just need a quick anecdote. We can see sometimes outside into the cafe, and there were a couple fans that ran back outside to their stuff there, and they were just, yeah! It's just so awesome to see that from the fans, especially from a team where there hasn't been as much to celebrate from Nongshim now hitting the form at the right time.
Yeah, they've been up and down. I think Scout is a player who's had such a legendary career, but when he came to the LCK, there wasn't always that same level of performance that we've seen from him in the past. But I think he's really hit his stride now, and what a time to do it.
Yeah, and I think Nongshim in general, they had a great day today. I think we were expecting more of these games, which means it's controlled and clean gameplay by them. I think it was amazing game by Kingen and Diablo as well, who was underperforming, and also Sponge. I think he was the one getting criticizing a lot when Nongshim had the really rough run. But I think this time around it was all 5 members kind of like working with all together, and I think it was really good game by Nongshim today.
Always feels good when you get that victory against your most recent former team Sponge, getting that win and knocking Kiwoom DRX out. Of course, Kingen, also a former member of Kiwoom DRX as well. Let's take a look at the Palm vote here, as it did go the way of Scout. We had a couple of other voters. I think the Kingen vote's fine. Sponge as well, getting the shout out from Wolf. Sponge having an amazing series that deserves a shout out. Massive improvement coming into this week. That's true.
I like this Palm vote because, as we had said, he's faced a fair bit of criticism, and irrespective of everyone else voting for Scout, I like the shout out towards Sponge. So yeah, I'm not gonna meme on Wolf for being that one person.
There's Umpty, the other one person. That's why you can't meme on.
No, he voted for Kingen.
He voted for King and it just has the wrong icon.
Yeah.
Oh, the other one person. Okay.
The other one person.
Right, yeah.
Right, the other non-voter. The Yordle Master Kingen, as expected. Umpty giving the shout-outs to the man on the top side of the map, who Max also gave, I think correctly so, like some of the shout-outs to.
Yeah, a legend in the Rise group. Scout, just one of those legendary players with his careers had in the LPL, and I think he's showing that caliber of play right now, and just very hard to match for a lot of these Rise group teams. And when he goes to the play-ins, there will be a Legend Group team there who has to watch out for him too.
Yeah, I also voted for Scout. I think he's just so locked in for play-ins. The fact that they're actually locked in for play-ins, but
they are locked in for play-ins.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. But I think I really like to see how Scout plays the map, like with the classic champions such as Rise and Galio. I think he didn't do anything special, but like he was at the right position at the right timing, and I think that's all you need from your mid laner. So
yeah, especially here, you just want to get those fundamentals, as you say all the time, with it down and allow your team to play to the win condition. Let's see what else that we had here. Prince, whatever the recipe, he is the key ingredient. Scout is important for this team to get going, and that's not even including Diablo and Lahens on the bottom side of the map, who can win themselves a game or two. Scout is the pick here for Helios as well. 5 stars. Nongshim's solid head chef. The flavor never misses.
A little bit of the, cooking the noodles theme coming over from the Korean side.
Yeah.
Maybe it's cool.
Maybe they're just hungry,
Real.
Could be just hunger there. Well, they were fed a 5-star game. As it is, Nongshim Red Force getting themselves the victory. They move on to play-ins. They put it there in marker. It's done. We now know our 3 teams. We don't know the position of the 3 teams, but we do know the 3 teams.
And that's the thing, is that obviously going up against a Legend team, you want to have the best seeding possible to try and avoid that. I'll say it's pretty sad for KRX, especially since it was so tight between those 4 teams in the Rise group, and unfortunately they're the team to meet the same fate as DNS. So those 2 teams will still see them play another match, but won't be able to continue into play-ins. And we now have our full set of Rise group playing teams, but still need to see what happens with the last place of the Legend group. It'll be D+ or KT.
what I felt from these top 3 teams from Rise group, so Hanjin, Brion, BNK, KRX, and Nongshim, is that when they win, it doesn't feel like it's one of the game from the Rise game. It's just it felt like it's one of the Legend group game, which means that like it was really controlled, good macro, and they have the fundamentals, right? So I think that makes these planes even more like unpredictable, because I feel like the bottom side of the Legend group is definitely struggling, and I think we had this kind of discussion all year. How is gonna work? Is Rise group top teams are like better because they are having like better experiences with winning, or Legend group is still better because they were competing against the better team? So even though they are the last place in the Legend group, they still are the Legend group.
I think it's also different to last year, because last year we had Nongshim and KT were really struggling in the Legend group, and they only just made it into the Legend group. This time around, there was a pretty big gap in terms of score between bottom of the Legend group and top of Rise group. And I know KT has been struggling recently, but they were much higher in the standings early in the year, so I think it's going to be hard to predict how they'll match up against each other.
You know how the momentum works, right? We didn't know DNS could win the Caspa Cup and be like so dominating.
How the momentum works.
We'll figure it out.
We'll have to see. Very excited to see how the momentum is going to work, because this is a huge one for the Bros and BNK KRX. Again, BNK KRX, they have 2 games to play, but the game score is in favor of Hanjin Brion. So Hanjin Brion, a victory here means they will be the #1 seed from the Rise group and potentially play KT Rolster, who are also playing for their playoff lives so they don't have to play play-ins in the Telecom War. Both matches, a lot of stakes going on.
Telecom War, where KT are definitely coming as the underdogs and they have to fight for their chance to be in playoffs. That's crazy.
But T1 is also on the losing streak, so the stakes are high.
Who knows how it's going to shape out. So that means you're going to have to tune in tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate it, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. Bye-bye!
마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 늙은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로를 보는 순간 We don't look back 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까 All the nights let us hear 이제 눈을 떠 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모두 빛이
성공 20m. 우주체가 디플러스 기아 누가 막을래? 디플러스 기아의 드라마는 끝났다고요? 아닙니다. 바로 2부 시작입니다. 확실히 달라진 모습. 돌아온 젠지 4연승을 쭉쭉 뻗어나가고요. 와, 결국 호랑이 물에서 패패했던 젠지가 오히려 세상 밖으로 나와서 이기나요?
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against the I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.